Is it live? It is live, but it's not showing the game. How about we fix that? It is DSP game, that's the one. And any second now, it will show, there he is. There it is. Right. So I'm done with 0K. I said I can't play this until I complete the other game, because I know what will happen. I'll get into this, and it was all I will start thinking of. My brain will just start Dyson sphering in my sleep. I will start thinking of, oh, that factory should go on that planet, etc., etc. So anyway, let's go on. We'll go on to here. Now, I am using mods, because mods make everything easier, and easier is better, and if it was hard, I wouldn't do it. So yes, I am using mods. Don't know what that is, but I'm going to pick up. So we're going to go over here, and as you can see, I have a platform. Something's destroyed, but I don't understand what she said. So we have those up. We are going to provide ammunition to them, and they won't fire without some power. So we'll give them power as well. Now I'll just shift click so I can select more of those, like so. We're off to a, I want to say we're off to a flying start, but wow. We're off to some sort of start. So if I put those in there, and then do I have any? Yes, I do have some of those, so I can put those in. And they just sort of float there and don't do anything, because why would you want to do anything? How does this work? I don't really know. What I do know is, so I'll use my cheap blueprint. This is a nice little mod I got, which it turns the splitters into providers, which is very nice. So we'll have 3 output belts like so, and oh look, I can put in the blue inserters. So, but they're not called inserters in this game; they're called something else. So we'll use those. They pick things up from conveyor belt and then insert it somewhere else. And now let's just have foundation. So there we go. Here comes some foundation. Now, I have these, but I've got no idea how I put them in here. I can set fleet type, but that doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know why that is. Auto fleet replenish, yes please. So I should, in theory, have I should have a fleet of little ships come out and fight, but I don't see them. So, but what I do have is a bit of foundation. So, well, I'm just, ooh, nasty. We'll use some of our metadata, like so. And there, we're back once again. And then we'll put in a belt there, like so. And then I'm so we'll just continue to line up like so. And between me and the construction drones there, this will be built. There we go. Yeah, there's some there's a bit more words now. So anyway, that's done. Now I could pave over it with some foundation, but I'm not gonna. So I'll just get, there we go, get the last bits of foundation in. And instead we're gonna have, we don't actually, do I have it as an option? No, I haven't researched it yet. I don't know what Dogbot Race Core means. I assume it's some sort of Chinese I don't understand. But anyway, let's queue that up. Oh, requires supermagnetic field generator, which is that. Okay, so I queue that up like so. And then geothermal extraction, that's the next one there. And we've got some that. And likewise, this one will be okay as well, so we'll just leave that as it is. Oh yeah, and let's recharge ourselves. So, I'm on this planet, a Gobi Desert, lots of silicon, no titanium. So in this one, we're going to go ahead and make a solar panel factory. Let me just double check that. Solar panels, copper, high purity silicon, and electronics. Electronics require iron and copper, right? So have a look. There is a small amount of iron on this planet, yet we'll be able to build solar panels. Right, but there's me recharged. Dogbot base core destroyed. Oh, dark fog base core destroyed. So that will keep spamming that message until I've finally dealt with those. Okay, I understand. Right, so we want silicon. Do I have any like facility that just builds me solar panels? Well, I've got that, but that's sort of. Right, okay, that message is fine. So let's just go ahead and build something a bit closer. Like so. And then we'll say just issue out ammo, like so. I'll take all of those back. Use one of those, just like that. And then let's put in some of that stuff there. Right. I do like this game. But the beginning of the game, I don't like it because there's a lot of thinking and compromises, and it's not my cup of tea. So I try and get through it as quickly as I can. But unfortunately, the problem with that is occasionally I have to think, and I don't like thinking. I would much rather just be a dir brain that doesn't do any thinking whatsoever at any time. But if that were the case, then why would I play a game which requires thinking? Why wouldn't I just play Call of Duty? I actually do enjoy games with a bit of thinking, but as like drinking, my thinking is in moderation, to be enjoyed sparingly. And that's the key point there. It's to be enjoyed. It's not to be like, oh, I've got to do this big challenge mission thing. I think too often people with any form of leisure, they see it as like some sort of like onerous activity, like, oh, we've got to maximize our pleasure, and if we don't, we're not getting the maximum out of it, and if we're not getting the maximum out of it, are we really enjoying ourselves? And if you're working yourselves like a Protestant all the time, no, you won't enjoy things. You're trying too hard, and when you try too hard, then you lose. You stop being a human being, you're just a human doing, to quote Scatman John Larkin. I always thought that was a very, very poignant and thought-provoking phrase myself. Right, if I just... Have they got everything they need? It looks like it is, yep. Oh well, okay. And then we'll put in that so they keep getting supplied with ammo, like so. Although not necessary, as they got lots of ammo. But anyway, that means everything on this planet is now done and dealt with. Well, in terms of like combat. So let's just go back to where. Right. So now I'm here. Let's have a look. I've got a sub-book here. So Dark Fog. No. Power. No. Smelter's early game. Ah. Okay. Well, that still requires the... I don't have one of those. Right. So I'm looking for something earlier game than that. What's this? Okay, these are stuff for the Dyson sphere itself. So let's see. Power processor, peripheral, new early hub. I've done that. New make everything. I've done that. Actually. No, that's fine.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
Hang on. I got to go back to there, haven't I? Alright, let's... Yeah, got to go here. Oh no, I haven't actually got enough power to get back there. Bugger. Right. So... Oh no. It's currently 9:56 and none of these saves... Oh. Resume from where you left off. I can do that at 7. Alright. Let's just do that then. Right, so same issue as before. We're going to go here. But, well, it is kind of far, but it's also not kind of far. Does that make sense? I hope it does, because... Oh, bugger, that's not doing it. Right, do that, do that. Now, me, auto-replenish. Please auto-replenish. Right, there we go. And now, do I have... I don't know what's going on. I don't really understand. I'm kind of a bit bummed out. Still not too happy about the way things are going. I have an existential crisis. What am I doing with my life? Etc, etc. No, not really. But I am easily lost at sea. if that makes sense. So anyway, if I go over here, and let's get these gun turrets all powered up, and there we go.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Right. So, yeah, we know about those buildings. That's not a problem.
Cruise ended.
So we'll go here, and we will reclaim this one. You know, I've got a documentary somewhere called Reclaiming the Blade with John Rhys-Davies. And I think Viggo Mortensen is in there as well. And they're talking about the depiction of swords in film. And the choreographer for the sword fights in... is it Viggo Mortensen? No, it's not. He's an actor. But the choreographer that did the Lord of the Rings stuff, he was also the choreographer in for Errol Flynn and for Robin Hood and stuff. Sword fights were much better in older films, and then for whatever reason, those choreographers just went away, and the current actors, well, they're just crap all around, so you can expect them to be decent swordsmen. So anyway, we're going to save the game there, and I know that a fight is going to happen on the other planet, so let's just go ahead and get there, but not use too much of our fuel. So, right, that's half of our fuel gone, and I need to get there. Oh, that's good. I thought it was on the other side of the planet for some reason. But anyway, there's the Dark Fog planetary base.
Cruise ended. Flight mode.
So here it is.
Flight mode.
And we're getting a bit of a battering, so my base is there.
Dark Fog base core destroyed.
Bit of a long trek, isn't it? Isn't there anything closer? Yeah, this bit's closer.
Upgrade complete.
So flying over here. And yep. But what I'm going to do is, as I actually am
Core destroyed.
actually producing the ammunition here, I don't need to cheat it, so we'll just do that. And just have it carry on like so. And yeah, it's complaining that I have insufficient energy. I'm not going to address that just yet. Although that is quite severe, so I think... How should I deal with this? No, I need the coal. What if I just make a temporary coal power station? Yeah, until I can properly address this with the hydrogen fuel cells or something. Let's just have a temporary coal power station. Like so. We'll put you there.
Fog base core destroyed.
And then likewise we'll do this. It's not the most efficient. You will get more energy if you convert it into into energized graphite, but I'm not going to do that. Just for the simple matter of expediency. The more optimized stuff can come later. This is literally just to get out of this energy deficit which we're in. Because hey, once this is done, my oil refineries will go back on, and the oil refineries will then power the power stations. So that's 91%. So if I go ahead and copy, well, it'll complain about that, saying, oh look, you can't build that. So I just shift build that, like so. And we just put that in there like that. And here comes the second load, and now we have, yep, full satisfaction once again. Excellent. Right, now that's done, let's carry on with what we were doing, which is building a line of ammo up to the Dark Fog base port. It's just an unusual dialect. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying at first. If someone said, Dark Fog, base part, destroyed, I'd been like, oh, good. But it's just, when you say Dark Fog, you say, it sounds a bit like you're saying dog port. It's like, a dog port? I don't even have dogs in this game. Why would I need a port to harbour them in? So now I'm at this stage. Yeah, I'm getting swarmed. Ooh, that was nasty. Redeploy the landing point on the rate on the initial plat. Will I see infantry be lost? No, let's reassemble that. Yes, please. Right, so we're going to need a little bit of yeah, let's get away whilst we can. Come on, please do it. Please. Sometimes you just have to do these things. Right. We good? Has the madness ended for now? Right, so there's that, and that's powered. Good. So let's carry on with the sun. Yes. Dyson spheres in my Uranus, it's closer than what you think. Nice to see you at such a late hour. I assume it's late for you. After all, you're living in the new world now. Ooh, ow, ouch. Building destroy, building destroy, building destroy. Oh look, they're actually doing something. Great. Building destroyed. Yep, it's late for you. Right, so now that's done. Building destroyed. Building destroyed. Come on, build it. There we go. Now that's built. Will you go ahead and... I mean, they're having a go, aren't they? Right, so now that's done. I'm going to have another one of these. Battlefield Analysis Modules, it's called. Which I think is a strange name. But, you know. So I'll take some of those out and then put that in there like so. And then we'll have a line of turrets there like so. And, oh ouch. Taking a lot of damage there. But the important thing is they are taking a lot of damage too. Oh, I have a lack of item, alright. So, what do I do if I have a lack of item? I go and get some more of them, of course. But now is not a good time to retreat. So, come on. Give it to me. Please. Building destroy. Building destroy. Building destroy. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Need gun turrets. And if I can put some gun turrets there, that means they can rebuild it too. And if I give you some conveyor belt, you can rebuild the conveyor belt. Ooh, nasty. Yeah. Good thing I've got some metadata from the previous saves. But let's have a... Is that recharging my shield? I don't know if it is or not. Well, it's active, so something's going on. But this is tough. I've heard that sound for a car crash before. Ooh, that is horrible. That thing there is a killer. Absolutely terrible. So let's have some more of these then, please. So I'm going to do an additional splitter any second now. Let's have a second line up here. And there we go, there's a second line. And hey, look at that. We're winning this. Oh, you're dangerous. You're a high energy laser tower, yeah, you. So now I think the only thing left is that, but right. Okay. So now all of that is done. God, what? That was intense. I didn't enjoy that. Oh, Hobbit, why'd you play with combat? Because if I don't have the Dark Fog, I can't harvest them for the special gubbins that they've got. They've got the best loot. So if I don't do it, then good. You keep saying that message and I'll be happy. Just keep spamming that over and over, please. So yeah, we got hydrogen going in there. Yeah. and we'll have an excess of hydrogen is just slowly accumulating there. And if I go over here, yeah, there's the excess refined oil. So let us, I think this is what was, yeah, so this bit here is just inadequate. Wait. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. All you've got to do is provide copper to that bit. So you see all of this, not really necessary now. This bit is just not going to do much. So if I get rid of all that, and then see, this was burning off refined oil because I had an excess of it at the time, and that surplus is gone. So that's why we're having brownouts here. Well, anyway, now that's been dealt with, no more brownouts for you. And then I think if I go here, yeah, this was the bit which was previously producing red matrices, but you're not anymore, right? So this bit is no longer needed. Yeah. And that's fine, you just carry on doing what you're doing there. And this is the line which was bringing in the surplus refined oil, yeah, like so. And now that's got plenty of crude oil, so I'm not worried about that. And this bit's fine. So what I really want is I want another line of something. It's got a name. Another line of thermal power stations. There we go. I know if I just concentrate, I can get these words out. So I'm going to head back to bed soon, but saw you a stream. I wanted to say hi. Nice to see you again, Journal. À la prochaine fois. So let's go there. I will try and do some streaming in the evening as well. And then you can catch me for your breakfast. That'll be nice. Turn up for the books. I'm actually going to redesign all of this because I am a bit OCD. I've become more OCD as I've got older as well. I don't know why that is, but I have. Maybe it's wanting to impose a sense of order on myself and it becomes a neurosis. I mean, maybe that's why these things happen. I'm only speculating. Psychology was never my forte. So now let us choose the basic inserters. That's fine. Yeah, like so. And then we're going to do a bit more foundation, but we're going to do foundation which hides a piece. Put that there. It is Sunday today. Yeah, it is. So now I'm going to go ahead and do a simple yellow line like so. In fact, can I just copy and paste? Well, if I do, it'll be a green line, so I don't need to copy and paste such a simple design. Come on. There's better tools that help with this. There we are. Now this one can be deleted because it's in the way. That's it. It would be really nice if this had a bit of circuit logic, like in Factorio, and then I could say, oh hey, you coal power stations over here, here's an SR latch, and set reset or hysteresis, and then I could say, look, if the total power supply goes beneath this, yeah, kick on, but you're just a low priority. Oh, there's insufficient power over there because they're not connected to the same grid. There we go, that's fixed now. Ah, that's a bit nicer. That's a bit better. There we are. Everything's working nicely now. I am going to downgrade because it's completely redundant. I could do with the pieces somewhere else. There we are. So I've downgraded those bits there. Now. I am going to go back to the other planet. Now that everything here is working as it ought to. Let's just have a look at our research things. We need more blue science, but in order to do that I need that planetary thing. In order to have that planetary thing, I'm going to need silicon. I might even need... no, that's not the one. Might even need titanium. But one thing at a time. Let's get that silicon. Right. Get to one of these so I can recharge. And... oh, let's just use this crude oil. Right. Go here, like so. Now, I need silicon. So, do I have an early thing that builds? I don't, because all of these require planetary builds. So really, I just need to not worry about this and just build it myself. So we'll have you mining silicon, like so. And then we'll have it coming out like this. Yep, very simple. 1, 2, 3. Do this, in fact, do it like so. Like that. And now let's have some smelters. Like this. And then... and you will be making high purity silicon, like so. And then we'll need to put in some power as well, because these don't work without power. Go there like so. Yeah, I know about signal towers, mate. Thank you, I'm good. So we'll go ahead and do that. Then 1, 2, just one more. Like that. There we are. And it's still not using all of our power, which is good. Oh, and I've missed one as well, so put that there, take that off there, put that in there like so. And there we go, we have our line of high purity silicon being made. So until I can... So we'll go ahead and do that, and that's the maximum stack size I can do. And we'll put one in there like that. And we'll have another inserter. There we go. And then we're going to upgrade this line just so that everything can come out and we haven't got anything backed up. One hopes. So now that I have a line of high purity silicon, I need everything else, don't I? You know what? I saw it in here. Why don't I just reuse this bit? So it was something about the Make Everything hub. New early hub, smelters, circuits. Circuits and coils, yeah, that's a line there. So we'll do... what? That? And then we'll go ahead and do... let's feed the lines it wants. So it wants copper, like so, and it wants iron, like there. Right, so now that's done, connect these up. Very good. And look, that's producing coils and electric circuits, which is what I want. And then, new early hub, smelters. You know what, this will probably come in useful. Probably be nice to have an additional line of manufacturing like so. So we'll get some more iron in there, and then stone in there, like so. There we go. Put that in, put that in. There we are. Now that's done, let's have a look at what we need for solar panels. To build a solar panel, you will need copper, high purity silicon, electronics. And the copper and high purity silicon are the big products, and the other one's a little product. So this is going to be line 1, like so. Then we'll have in a factory over here, and then line 2 will come in from over here, like so, past the buffer, and yep, nope, yep, right. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, like that. In fact, this is wrong. In fact, all of this is wrong. Well, it'll work, but I prefer it if the line was slightly different. So now that's being done, let's have one line going out whilst the other two are going in. And all of these, yep, all of this is being satisfied. All of these smelters are able to get their silicon out, so that's good. And then the next line, which is copper, and copper just can come down like, sorry, it's not copper, it's electric circuits. And then we will have another line going here and here, and then we'll have one buffer, or depot as they call it. I think of them as buffers. Put you in there, and that'll be the output line. Right, so your recipe, what I want you to build is the solar panels. And you will take in copper, HPS, and electric circuits, like so. Right. Put that in like so. I can squeeze one of these in. There we are. And I didn't put any output lines in these. Right, so let's have an output line as well. There we are. So now we're outputting solar panels. Yay! Solar panels. Huzzah! Just offload the HPS over there, like that. So now, we have a place producing high purity silicon. That's good. We have a place producing solar panels. Again, that's good. We'll eventually have belts of solar panels going around, but for the moment, I just need to pick up as much silicon as I can. There is a sort of thing you can do where you can actually have multiple pieces of silicon, but multiple items, which is just like in your grab tool. But I'm not going to bother with that for the moment because I just need a little bit. Let's get to here. So here I am. And these are working very inefficiently. But we understand that, we know about that. That issue there is just the fact that this is all that's producing. We really need to get that other one up and going, which won't happen just yet until it builds the other thing. So let's go here. There you go, you've got everything you need. Now, high purity silicon. Let's go further down the line and make sure we have that being satisfied. Like here, for example, we don't have a depot. Now we have the large depots. So here's the high purity silicon coming out. Microcrystalline components are being satisfied. Now what are you supposed to have in there? I don't actually know. But you output something there and then it's picked up here. So I'm not going to assume. I'm actually going to go ahead and build it. So let's get the early hub blueprints, and then I think it was, where is it? Chemicals logistics drone upgrade. So this is the last segment of thing. And so there's processors. There's my first processor. And then I don't know what these things are supposed to be doing, because do I have the technology available? Yeah. We do have a planetary logistics system, but Interstellar needs structure matrix, so that's why we need titanium. But for the moment, I just want some... You know what? I'm making like nearly all of this stuff. Nearly all of it I am making. So we'll have 6 of those, because it wanted that. And then we'll have 1 of those. like so. And that'll be demanding proliferator, yeah. So that just needs that. We're going to give it what it wants straight away. And then so that's in now. And it wants all of those ingredients, but we can't provide those just yet, can we? Why can't we provide those ingredients? I say we can. I say we should. I say we will. I say all of those ingredients will be provided. Aha. So if I look here, the magnets, they're just sending magnets there. There's not any additional... So, yeah. What do I do about that? I mean, I could just have a place making magnets. I could do that. Yeah, alright, let's go ahead and do that. Right. So we're going to have one of these. So input line, 1, 2, 3, output line. Output line just direct feeds into the planetary logistics thingy bob. Right, so that's iron in there, like so. And you will be making magnets. Like so. Offload the excess iron ore into there. So now you are slowly picking up on those, but you also want copper. So let's give you a line of copper. In fact, I think there's a better way of doing this. There's always a better way if you can think of it. So we'll go ahead, do that there, build that there. Yeah. Now what? It's the wrong type. Can I change it? I think I can change it. There we go, there's a line of copper coming off. And then, in fact, we're going to make this just a bit different. You'll see why in a second when I get this done. Goes in like that. There we are. And then, I can't build that on top. But I can do that. There, so that's done. So now that's there. And can I do the same over here? I can do the same over here, but it's a question of having the amount of inventory free. So I'll just get rid of, there we go. So that's down. Now, got a lot of gun turret ammo. What if I didn't have that gun turret ammo? So we'll get that in like so. And then do that there. And then you get rid of all that ammo for me, thank you. So I have more than sufficient here. Now, iron is here, but I want iron to be done differently. So we'll take out as much as we can, put you in there like so, and then we're going to go ahead and put another splitter, yep, like so. Put that in there like so. And hey, look at that. We're getting somewhere. It may not be the best thing, but look, now that's being done, we have a place that's producing blue science. And now that I have blue science being produced, let's go ahead and build a line. Oh, this is some spaghetti, but you know what, it's fine. Because we don't actually have the planetary logistics at the moment. That will get done in time. And it looks like I may want an additional bit of that. Ah, right, okay, so I was going to build a depot on top of there, like that. Now I can put some more in like so. And I need additional belts. So we'll carry on sort of up to there-ish. There we go, just do that. Says you'll collide with other object. Why is that? No, that was not a sensible idea. Oh well, we'll just rebuild, shall we? So we'll go ahead and build that there, like so. And then, right, that's done. I'm going to listen to a man talking about Lord of the Rings. His name's Malcolm Guilty.
Sorry, I'm carrying too many things. Let's put this coffee down. So, every so often I try and put books back on the shelves, but then of course as soon as you put it back you think, oh, there's something I want there. So I'm going to have to use these library steps, which were a Christmas present. Except there now are too many books on the top, because the Tolkien is up here. I want to read. Not that we could dip back into talking. I love the fact I've got the covers off them now. These books are red bound, because of course we're told that they were written down afterwards in the red book. Also, it's a particular thing for talking about a book that's red and then has black print in it. You'll see. I mean, have a seat. I'll just close the door.
He likes to smoke his pipe.
So, when you and I have dipped into talking before, apart from the obviously dangerous moment when Bilbo first sees Smug, which I so enjoyed reading to you, we've mainly gone to the lovely places, the kind of warm, comforting places of kind of refuge and refreshment and renewal. We've been to sort of Rivendell and Lothlorien, or even the Prancing Pony we were at. But I want to go to one of the kind of, in some ways, almost one of the darkest and most difficult moments in the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, and yet it's a moment into which an extraordinary light shines, and Tolkien does something really extraordinary, really daring. Because, I mean, the art of any storyteller is to make you so invested in the story, kindle your imagination so much that you're in that world, and that's certainly my experience. I expect it's yours reading this. For a moment you forget that you're reading a story. You're there. You're completely taken up with it. And yet there's an extraordinary and delicate moment. You would think that an author, once he's got you there, the last thing he wants to do is talk about books and stories and remind you that you're reading a book. And if he does decide to do it, then he has a very good reason for it. And Tolkien does that in spades, just the most brilliant thing. So this is towards the end of the middle volume, The Two Towers, and it's in the chapter called The Stairs of Cirith Ungol. And of course we don't know, we will discover that Ungol is has a deadly connotation. Ungoliant was the great spider at the beginning of times in the Silmarillion, and of course we're going to have after this the terrible encounter with Shelob in her lair. But at the moment they've come to they're climbing up these stairs on what's really going to, almost for them, the whole object of the quest so far has been to get them into Mordor. They've almost not thought about what will they do when they get there, but just to to break into the shadowed land which so many would otherwise want to flee. And there's a kind of little moment of rest on the stairs and an extraordinary conversation, which is, I think, one of my very favourite moments in the entire Legendarium. In a dark crevice between two great piers of rock they sat down, Frodo and Sam a little way within, and Gollum crouched upon the ground near the opening. There the hobbits took what they expected would be their last meal before they went down into the nameless land. Maybe the last meal that they would ever eat together. Wonderful sense of the poignancy of the moment. Some of the food of Gondor they ate, and wafers of the whey bread of the elves. And they drank a little, but of their water they were sparing and took only enough to moisten their dry mouths. I wonder when we'll find water again, said Sam. But I suppose even over there they drink. Orcs drink, don't they? Yes, they drink, said Frodo, but do not let us speak of that. Such drink is not for us. Then all the more need to fill our bottles, said Sam. And there isn't any water up here, not a sound or a trickle have I heard. And anyway, Faramir said we were not to drink the water in Morgul. No water flowing out of Imlad Morgul were his words, said Frodo. But we are not in that valley now. And if we come on a spring, it would be flowing into it and not out of it. I wouldn't trust it, said Sam. Not till I was dying of thirst. There's a wicked feeling about this place. He sniffed, and a smell, I fancy. Do you notice it? A queer kind of smell. Stuffy. I don't like it. I don't like anything here at all, said Frodo. Step or stone.
Hello, Alphabet Cat.
Earth, air and water.
I'm listening to Malcolm Guilty. I'll copy the video link so you can see it for yourself. And he's just talking about Lord of the Rings, and so I like that. Oh, and he's smoking a pipe. He's like King Cobra JFS if he had charm and charisma and wasn't a complete arse.
All seem accursed, but so our path is laid. Yes, that's so, said Sam. And we shouldn't be here at all if we'd known more about it before we started. But I suppose that's often the way. The brave things in the old tales and songs, Mr. Frodo. Adventures, I used to call them. I used to think that they were things the wonderful folk of the stories went out and looked for because they wanted them, because they were exciting and life was a bit dull. A kind of sport, you might say. But that's not the way of it with the tales that really matter, or the ones that stay in the mind. Folk seem to have been just landed in them. Usually, their paths were laid that way, as you put it. But I expect they had lots of chances like us of turning back. Only they didn't. And if they had, we shouldn't know because they'd have been forgotten. We hear about those as just went on, and not all to a good end, mind you. At least not to what folk inside a story and not outside it would call a good end. You know, coming home and finding things all right, though not quite the same, like old Mr. Bilbo. But those aren't always the best tales to hear, though they may be the best tales to get landed in. I wonder what sort of tale we've fallen into. I wonder, said Frodo, but I don't know. And that's the way
Now,
of a real tale. Take any one from them. You may know or guess what kind of tale it is. Happy
Oh,
and
yeah,
happy
it's
ending
still
or
got-
sad ending. You may know or guess. But the people in it don't know. And you don't want them to. No, sir, of course not. Beren now. He never thought he was going to get that Silmaril from the Iron Crown of Thangorodrim. And yet he did. And that was a worse place and a blacker danger than ours. But that's a long tale, of course, and goes on past the happiness and into grief and beyond it. And the Silmaril went on and came to Eärendil. Why, sir, I never thought of that before. You've got some of the light of it in that star glass that the lady gave you. Why, to think of it, we're in the same tale still. It's going on. Don't the great tales ever end? No, they never end as tales, said Frodo. But the people in them come and go when their part's ended. Our part will end later or sooner.
So just save
And then we must have some rest and some sleep, said Sam. He laughed grimly. I mean just that, Mr. Frodo. I mean plain ordinary rest and sleep and waking up to a morning's work in the garden. I'm afraid that's all I'm hoping for all the time. All the big important plans aren't for my sort. Still, I wonder if we shall ever be put into songs or tales. Well, we're in one, of course, but I mean put into words, you know. Told by the fireside or read from a great big book with red and black letters years and years afterwards. And people will say, let's hear about Frodo and the ring. And they'll say, yes, that's one of my favourite stories.
Rather self-referential,
Frodo was
but
brave,
I'll
wasn't he,
permit
Dad?
it because,
Yes,
let's face it, it's one of the best stories ever told.
Hobbits, and that's saying a lot. It's saying a lot too much, said Frodo, and he laughed. A long, clear laugh from his heart. Such a sound had not been heard in those places since Sauron came to Middle-earth. To Sam, suddenly, it seemed as if all the stones were listening and the tall rocks leaning over them. But Frodo did not heed them. He laughed again. Why, Sam, he said, to hear you somehow makes me as merry as if the story were already written. But you've left out one of the chief characters, Samwise the Stout-Hearted. I want to hear more about Sam, Dad. Why didn't they put more of his talk, Dad? That's what I like. It makes me laugh. And Frodo wouldn't have got far without Sam, would he, Dad? Now, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, you shouldn't make fun. I was serious. So was I, said Frodo. And so I am. We're going on a bit too fast. You and I, Sam, are still stuck in the worst places of the story. And it's all too likely that some will say at this point, shut the book now, Dad. I don't want to read any more. Maybe, said Sam. But I wouldn't be one to say that. Things done and over, made into one part of the great tales, are different. Why, even Gollum might be good in a tale, better than he is to have by you anyway. And he used to like tales himself once by his account. I wonder if he thinks he's the hero or the villain.
Do you like, I've never actually seen the animated film, but I didn't like the styling of the hobbits in
No
it.
sign of him at the mouth of their shelter, nor in the shadows near. And of course we know that Gollum is in fact gone off to betray them to Shelob. It's an astonishing passage, and of course you'll have had this experience as I did. You're deep in the story, you're holding the book, but you've forgotten you're in a book. You're completely with them. And then they suddenly wonder if they might one day be in a tale, in one of the great tales, the important stories as Sam calls them. And of course you can't help thinking, but you are, I'm holding the book, it's all right. So there's a moment of hope, which is kind of hope there definitely for the reader, who knows it's not the end of the story yet. He knows there's this and another volume. But they don't know that, of course. Their end will come sooner or later. But just the thought of the tales, and of all the stories, of course, the one Sam remembers, not one of the great high elf lords, but Sam, or even Strider, Sam remembers the great, almost founding tale of the heroism of the small against the great, the heroism of Beren and Luthien against Morgoth, who's the really complete demonic figure. I mean, Sauron is only a servant of Morgoth, and the Silmaril. And then they realise they're in the story, and of course the light of the star of Erendel's star, the Silmaril that's been set in the heavens, is there in the lady's starglass. And the memory of the tale, it gives them courage, it gives them hope. I mean, there's this wonderful description of Frodo's laugh. And you see Sam at his best. He's doing something which is completely encouraging to Frodo. You also see Sam's amazing humility, because when he imagines the story being told, he leaves himself out of it. He says, let's hear about Frodo and the ring, they'll say. Yes, that's one of my favourite stories. Frodo was very brave, wasn't he? This is a beautifully oblique way of praising and encouraging Frodo at one of his lowest moments. Sam leaves himself out, but Frodo, wonderfully, of course, sees that and praises Sam. And he says, and after the laugh, he says, you've left out one of the chief characters, Samwise the Stout-Hearted. I want to hear more about Sam, Dad. Why didn't they put more about his? And Frodo wouldn't have got very far without Sam, would he, Dad? It's wonderful. You can imagine if you're a father reading.
Maybe I'll watch that version one of those days. Apparently they use rotoscoping and then drove that for the sound animation. Nice. Yeah, rotoscoping is a fun technique. Some very cool films have used rotoscoping, like Scanner Darkly and Dune. The 1984 Dune used rotoscoping. All the blue eyes in that, they're individually animated. Absolute work of art.
Reading the tale of Frodo and Sam. How has that affected us? Do we get into some dark places? God knows we do. Where this story, and perhaps even this very moment in this story, suddenly comes to our aid and clarifies things for us. And I think I mean, when you called last, you may remember I was very happy because Stephen Krotz was here, who's going to illustrate my Arthurian. And I wasn't allowed to tell you at that time, but I'm now allowed to tell you that I've got a publisher for it now, the Rabbit Room Press, and they're going to bring it out, and it's going to be beautiful like this. It's going to be like this in several volumes. In fact, it's going to be in 4 volumes, each of which...
No, I didn't know he was a storyteller himself. I thought he was just a bloke who's like, yeah, I smoke my pipe and I read stories.
I've just read to you is part of why I'm doing it. I think we need the great stories. They need to be told and retold to generation after generation. And I was very much formed by hearing my mother tell the stories of Arthur, just as I was by hearing my dad read the stories of the Hobbits and the Shire and the Lord of the Rings. Dad started the Lord of the Rings with us and then let us finish it for ourselves, but he read the whole of the Hobbit to us. And I suppose I want in my own small part to take up the tale and to tell a story that perhaps my readers, perhaps years after they've read it, will suddenly come to a moment in their own life where the story turns and encourages them, just as this story turns and encourages us. It's a brilliant moment where suddenly, in a sense, we realise not only that they're in a story and we're holding the book, but we glimpse for a moment this extraordinary possibility that we're in a story, that there is somewhere behind us, as it were,
Right.
transcendent of this world, one who utters the world into speech, that there is a great storyteller along us. And that's one of the ways I think about God, is I think of him speaking the drama of the world into action and looking at us inside it and encouraging us on to get through the darkest and most difficult parts of our story. So, yeah, it's one of the great moments, I think, in the Lord of the Rings, and it's a pleasure to share it with you. Thanks for dropping round.
Oh, why can't... Oh, there we go. Take those.
If you've been alive for a while...
Hey, shut up! I don't want some fucking American shouting at me when I'm trying to enjoy something. Look, I just want a man that's softly spoken, talking gently, something nice to listen to. I don't want an American going... Americans are so annoying.
Oh, that's a good idea. Close the door. Makes it a bit more cosy. I thought it'd be nice to look at a book we actually looked at together years ago. I mean, it was about 3 years ago, I think, when you came round. I was still in the other house then. I had the study on the ground floor. I think I was just coming in from a walk. And I showed you, you may remember it, this very interesting book, very beautiful book, by Robert Gibbons. So, Sweet Thames Run Softly.
Now all of that's done,
Robert Gibbons.
we can have
I love the way the
titanium.
The duck.
There's not much titanium here, so I'll need to expand outwards after this.
It was a very remarkable man. He was a fine writer, fine nature writer, great adventurer and traveller, but also a superb artist, and particularly he helped to revive the form of woodblock carving. So you carve on the wooden block. I've got very interested in that again because if you look at these, there's a writer, illustrator Stephen Krotz, who I think is going to eventually be the person to illustrate my Arthuriad. He's, reviving this skill with carving on a wooden block, incising and then using the block to print. So Gibbons did that, and he founded he was one of the founders, I think, of the Golden Cockerel Press. So they did really high-end, super expensive books and editions of Chaucer and things like that. But he also made his art available and his writing to the wider public. This is published by Dent, who are a very popular publisher. And it probably costs even less now than it did then. But take a little look at this, just for context. You see, it's a beautiful book. It's about floating down the River Thames in a canoe of his own making. couldn't be more idyllic. But then take a look. I'll get my glasses on.
Fog spaceport destroyed.
First published
Fog
1940,
spaceport destroyed.
reprinted 1940 twice, 1941 3 times. And you'll see this particular edition, to Edith with best wishes at Christmas.
That's all my titanium
1942.
used up.
And yet you'll see also that I bought this in a second-hand bookshop for £3. I couldn't buy a pint of beer for £3 now. So this book, Sweet Thames Run Softly, a quotation of course from Edmund Spenser, as he makes clear. Particularly his Sweet Thames Run Softly till I end my song. Well, think of the momentous events that came on. You know, the Second World War is starting. Britain will soon be under, you know, enormous oppression of the Blitz. People, I mean, instead of, you know, I mean, obviously, I suppose one of the things that happens when suddenly everything, your whole country is under threat, your way of life, you know, obviously people go out to war and they fight for it, but they also suddenly remember what it is they're wanting to defend. They think of that's everything that's peculiar and distinct and beautiful about their country. And that's perhaps part of what they love. Everybody could see in the summer of '39 that trouble was coming. And even by the summer of '40, they could probably see that pretty soon they weren't going to have the kind of leisure and there'd be blackouts everywhere. And Gibbings decided to do this trip down the Thames. He doesn't say at any point, maybe this is the last time I'd be able to do this for a while, but you've only got to look at the dates to realise that that's the undercurrent, as it were. But then I independently already liked this book, and then when I was discovering more about the Inklings, I mean, who I loved reading all my life, but discovering the Oxford Inklings, Lewis and Tolkien and Dyson and Co., how they all knew each other, I found a wonderful point of connection between this book, which I'm going to read you from shortly, and them. So here is a bit from... I mean, Gibbings was an amazing man. He lived a very, you know, eccentric life, but rather adventurous and heroic. So, Lewis's walking tours with his brother and with Barfield came to an end with the outbreak of the war. Warney Lewis had acquired a small two-berth cabin cruiser which he mauled at Salter's Boatyard on the Thames in Oxford, which he called Bosphorus. In August '39 he arranged to take Jack and Hugo Dyson on a short holiday up the river. Jack being C.S. Lewis, of course. So then they acquire their friend, the Dr. Irish Havard, as well. They set off up the Thames from Oxford, following the river through low meadows and past riverside pubs. Few of these, remarked Havard, escaped a visit from us. That's exactly the way a boat trip on the Thames should be. On the first evening, after an hour or two spent at the Trout Inn at Godstow, Dyson and Lewis began a very vigorous argument about the Renaissance, which Lewis contended had never happened at all, or if it had, it hadn't mattered. They went on through the darkness.
That's an interesting supposition.
Lewis and Dyson
I'd like to
slept
know
in the
more
inn
about
where
that.
Havard spent the night on board. The next morning, Sunday, recalled Havard, we moved on to Tadpole Bridge and separated on foot to our respective churches in Buckland, a mile or so away. That afternoon, after lunch, we went on upstream and met, coming down, Robert Gibbings in a canoe, naked to the waist. His bearded figure was greeted rapturously by Lewis with a quotation, "Have sight of Proteus rising from the sea, or hear old Triton blow his wreathed horn." At this, Gibbings picked up an enormous conch from the bottom of his canoe and attempted to blow a fanfare on it. After some lively talk, each craft went on its way. Gibbings later put some of the canoe trip into his book, Sweet Thames, Run Softly. I delight in the thought of these authors meeting by chance on the river. Anyway, let's give you a taste of Gibbings. I read you a bit last time, I think, about paddling so early in the morning that it's still grey and then gradually watching the colour come back. into. But this is, I'm going to read you now, is a bit where he did this trip in several stages, and one of them was at spring rather than summer. And you may remember we read Mole's Awakening and Wind in the Willows, another Oxford and Thames author. And the mole's the description of spring, so I thought you might like Gibbing's description of spring.
I'll save a little
in the
bit
same
of
part
it
of the river,
left.
probably.
Should be okay.
Cuckoo, jug jug, poo-wee, to-wee-to-woo, spring, the sweet spring. Poetry. Now the sunbeams are sparkling in the marshes, and pools in the still flooded fields shine blue. The redshanks are whistling, the peewits are tumbling, the yellow wagtails trip along the muddy border of the stream, their breasts as brilliant as the kingcups. The sand martins too, whirling like leaves in a gale, advertise their return, while high up among the purple blossoms of the elm trees, the young rooks have already broken their shells. Nearer to earth, the poplars wave their catkins, and the willows and sallows regale the year's first broods of insect life. The sap is rising. Each day our world turns further towards the sun. All the energy held in bondage during the winter is being released. To quote an anonymous writer, week by week the crops swallow up the wildlife of the open countryside, while the woods and hedges draw veil after veil over the doings of the small things which they shelter. And wherever we go, 100 eyes peep and 100 ears listen at creatures that we cannot see or hear at all. If we should glimpse behind that veil, we must forget those fanatics who think that walking at less than 4 miles an hour is a sign of laziness or physical decay.
Protestants.
Those are people who, after an excursion into the country, spend their evening at a cinema because they've seen nothing during the day with which to occupy their thoughts. We must learn to walk slowly so that we have time to see. We must learn to tread quietly so that we do not cause alarm. Above all, we must think peace. A certain visitor to the London Zoological Gardens was seen to be on terms of close friendship with the wolves. When asked how he dared to trust them, he replied, "Perfect love casteth out fear." I believe that it is this gentleness of thought which brought about the understanding between so many of the medieval saints and the wild creatures amongst whom they lived. There was St. Columban, at whose call the squirrels and other animals of the woods would come and leap and frisk about him for sheer happiness, jumping up on him as young dogs jump on their masters. And St. Godric, who was visited regularly by a stag that he had sheltered from the huntsman. And St. Kieran, whose only companions were a fox, a badger, a wolf, and a deer. All of them obeyed his words in all things, as if they had been his monks. The records are full of such stories of these mutual charities, as Miss Waddell has called them, and I am convinced that in many cases these stories are far more than mere legend. Now, the nice thing is, we'll have to save this up for another occasion, but the Miss Waddell he's quoting there is Helen Waddell, the great translator of medieval Latin lyrics, who put together a book, which I have somewhere if I can find it, called Beasts and Saints, which has all these stories in it. And it is illustrated by, guess who, by Robert Gibbings. Gibbings was not a Christian. I mean, I think and he was quite suspicious of what he regarded as the sort of prurience of the church. He was all for sort of, the freedoms of the spring and youth. But nevertheless, he was deeply attracted to these stories of the medieval saints, and there it is. But I love that thing about walking more slowly, seeing more, and above all, he says, think peace. And he's writing this on the brink of a war that everybody knows is coming, and probably his last chance to get out and see these things. Anyway, nice to share it with you. You can pick one of these up, I just found this in a second-hand bookshop, but nowadays there's AB Books and things. I should think, he's very much underrated and underappreciated, but he's one of the great masters of a great art. Anyway, thanks for dropping round.
I like this guy. I'm subscribed to him, but I haven't listened to him for ages. And you know, it's not something I what's the word I'm looking for? It's nice because he talks about stuff I wouldn't have otherwise thought about. Oh, Narnia. Let's have a bit of Narnia.
Come in, come in. Oh, hi, this is good. Now, come over here and have a look at this. Slightly chaotic. I promised you I might have another go at reading you this lost Narnian poem. And what I've found is some TypeScript, and then, which is incomplete, and then also, happily, some manuscript. So, what happened was this. I read you, last time, just this Canto 1, which sets the scene, and Canto 2 starts the actual story. So I was thinking, oh, I've got a good bit of this is fine. But then it just trailed off. There isn't even a rhyme. And then the next piece of TypeScript says Canto 4. So it's the rest of 2 and 3 that we're missing. But I've tracked down some of that. I've tracked down at least the end of 2. It may be slightly more difficult to read from my not very good handwriting, but I thought we'd have a go. So
I've lost my organic crystals. I'll have to make those in a facility for them.
So you remember my whole idea was that I'd set as a homework for my children that I was teaching, imagine that you're a poet in Narnia, 1,500 years after the event, looking back to the golden age of the four king, the king and King Peter and Queen Susan and King Edmund and Queen Lucy, and of course you know their origin story too, but you know that they introduced a golden age and they sailed on the Splendor High Line, and then they mysteriously disappeared, and by the time Prince Caspian is around, Lewis says it was as long a gap between Caspian and the four children and us and Arthur, and of course when they come back just themselves into Caspian's reign, for him it's amazing, it's like Arthur coming back. So I was imagining this poet looking back, and of course telling it all entirely from the Narnian point of view, because Lewis of course gives us scenes in our world and their world, and we move back and forth. But Tumnus, when Lucy said I came from the wardrobe in the spare room, he thinks that Wardrobe is a great city in the bright land of Spare where eternal summer reigns, because Lucy says it's summer there. So I'm writing it from very much that Narnian perspective. The other thing, of course, is that these characters like Tumnus have become famous in legend, and to explain that Tumnus began, in some sense, the opening part of the story as a traitor is something that's got to be handled well. So we'll see what we think. You remember, I finished the little proem with the hope was kept alive that one day the children would return. The children would arrive and not return. The children, that there were these four thrones, the which they could only be filled by Adam's flesh and blood, and the witch was, a usurper, and one day the true kings and queens would arrive. I said, in secret lairs by Holton Hill, a secret hope was burning still, a secret shared by beasts and birds, those ancient and mysterious words. And then I segued into the actual words that the beaver whispers, when Adam's flesh and Adam's bone sits at Cair Paravel enthroned, the evil time will be over and done. So, now we've had that poem, now we're going to get on with the story. So this is how I start Canto 2. Now, in that time, there dwelt a faun who never danced on moonlit lawn, or kept the feasts on starlit nights, for she forbade the ancient rites. He lived not far from Lantern Waste, and once the witch swept by in haste, and summoned him with frosty breath, commanding him on pain of death, that he should serve her as a spy, to watch the woods both far and nigh, for track or trace or trail or sign of children sprung from Adam's line, sons of Adam, daughters of Eve, if he should find, he should receive with tricks and shows of courtesy, but send her word in secrecy that those who trespassed on her lands might be betrayed into her hands. She cast, before she turned to go, a bag of silver in the snow. "Remember," said she, "from this day that you are mine and in my pay." And with these words she swept away. She left the fawn to fear and fret, trembling between reward and threat. He felt temptation's tightened noose and took the taint with this excuse: "Well, there's
No,
no
I
such
don't like
creature
that.
anyway. There's no such creature anyway as I'm contracted to betray. Oh, there's talk of man in the old lays. No one believes it nowadays." He took the silver to his shame, and Mr. Tumnus was his name. So I guess I'm riffing on that book, Is Man a Myth? But now I imagine my audience being shocked to hear this story about Tumnus having been in the Witch's Pay, and Mr. Tumnus was his name. Yes, Mr. Tumnus, famed of old for gentle hand and heart of gold, he that was sire of his great line, he that sailed splendor higher line, he that returned from living
That's
death,
not on fire.
he that was blessed with Aslan's breath, he that saw many a glorious day, was in his youth once in her pay.
Organic
But with
crystal.
his shame, we must recall how later he redeemed his form and held his silence hard and grim when evil Malgrim questioned him, where deep within the living hell of Malgrim's secret prison cell, he waded gladly through great pain to win his honor back again. So, Mr. Tumnus acquiesced with secret strivings in his breast, and feeling neither good nor brave, he took the silver.
Right, let's
to his
try
cave.
this. It looks a
Now I have
bit
little
dodgy, but it
reflection
might
on a
work.
Spy society, a secret society. Rereading this, I read it with almost a sharp, tender shock, because I've subsequently come to know some Lewis and Narnia enthusiasts in Romania. And apparently there was a translation into Romanian of The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe just before the time that Ceausescu fell. And for them, it was almost like a novel of political liberation. The idea of this tyrant having your land, the grim captain of the secret police, the fear that others were spies, and yet the great hope that there might be a spring. I mean, we called those great releases of those a spring. And so, you know, there was a great affection for this novel because it kindled hope. Now I reread what I wrote about it, and I feel it's almost as though I'd known that in advance. So Mr. Tumnus acquiesced. He took the silver to his cave. Then there's this little reflection.
Let's
More
see.
ways than one the witch had found to spread her evil ways around. Of all oppressions, not the least was that she tempted bird and beast to work for her and serve her ends, and made them traitors to their friends, and trembling hearts afraid to die betrayed their kind and lived a lie. In every wood, by every hill, some wretched creature worked her will, and all her spies were kept in fear of what the other spies might hear, for each felt sure to be betrayed if he renounced his wicked trade. So Tumnus daily trudged the wood in search of Adam's flesh and blood, the sons of Adam and daughters of Eve, in whom he did not yet believe. He sought for fear if he should slack, he'd be betrayed behind his back. And so it chanced one frosty night, when snow was falling thick and white, that Tumnus, passing Lantern Waste, returning to his cave in haste, beheld what he could not believe, a lost and lonely child of Eve. It cannot be, he thought in fright, and hurried forward to the light. She turned to greet him with a smile that brought him to the time of trial. Would I be right? Should I believe you are in fact a child of Eve? He asked in friendly tones and sighed. My name is Lucy, she replied. Then under shows of courtesy, he hid his thoughts of treachery. With words and smile and bow and wave, he bid her welcome to his cave, not far away within the wood, a place of comfort, fire and food, where he might tell her of his land. And so they walked off, hand in hand. And as they trudged through winter's gloom, she spoke to him of bright, spare that where light and warmth forever played, the lovely land from whence she'd strayed. It nearly brought him to despair to learn that it was summer there. In your world fairest summer reigns. Here we have only winter's pains, where frost and snow fill dyke and ditch, he said, and inly cursed the witch. But outwardly looked bright and brave, and presently they reached his cave. Enter, Eve's child. It's my delight to welcome you to warmth and light. And you could see from Lucy's face she'd never seen a nicer place. Bright and tidy, trim and neat, cosy, comfortable, complete. And in the midst a table stood, a table carved of curious wood and spread with every kind of food. There was a chair at either end. One chair for me, one for a friend, as Mr. Thomas smiled and said, setting down tea and buns and bread. They sat down to a splendid meal, which lasted till his guest might feel however nice the things one saw, there was no room for any more. And then they sat before the fire, and Tumnus piled the logs on her, and entertained his guest with tales of forest life in hills and dales, from western wood to eastern sea, the lovely life that used to be. He spoke of magic midnight dances, of noble quests and lucky chances, of dwarves and dryads in the dells, and nymphs of rivers, springs and wells. He told of seeking secret treasure, of mirth and feasting without measure, where fauns and satyrs danced in line to wake from earth the sacred vine, and all the streams ran red with wine. He spoke of all the joy there'd been in summer when the woods were green, and blossoms broke on every bough. But that was then. It's winter now. He finished, muttering to himself, and took his flute from off a shelf to play, like Pan before the dawn, the magic music of the faun. Music to warm the coldest night and lap the listener in delight. Music that leapt and swooped and curled and swept you to another world, that made you want to dream and dance and cry and laugh and sleep at once. Enchanting music, strange and deep, that lulled Eve's daughter into sleep. He saw her settle, droop and sway. Softly he put his flute away. And of course he's now have to begin the betrayal, but I think it's probably about as much time as we've got for that. We'll have perhaps the rest of Canto 2 some other time when I've had a chance to rescue it from manuscript into typescript. But I had fun doing it, and I think I read bits of it to my class, and
I didn't realise that.
the sheer burden of work.
Hang on, just a second. I didn't realise that wasn't part of the line "The Witch and the Wardrobe." I read it once when I was a child, and it's all a blur. I vaguely remember it being cold and wintry, but cool.
As a first-year teacher became too much for me, and I never finished it. But it's nice to be able to take it out and blow the dust off it and share it with you now. A pleasure. So, thanks for dropping around and listening.
Dog base core destroyed.
Hmm.
Dog base core destroyed.
Continue with Wind in the Willows. A little clip into Wind of the Willows. Happy Easter. International Tolkien Reading Day. A rare Peterson pipe and a fine passage of Tolkien. A pint and some poems of St. Patrick's Day. An unexpected find in Texas. Beowulf's Last Battle. Yeah, that sounds alright.
Oh, hello, come in. Hi. Come on in. Hi, nice to see you. I've got the Peterson Church Warden out now, my talking pipe that I bought in Oxford with some of the funds I was given for a lecture on talking. Now, I mentioned when
I think I know what pipe shop he's been to. I've been there myself.
and we read that glorious description of Bilbo's first encounter with Smaug the dragon, that at various points Tolkien was tipping his cap to the Beowulf poet. Tolkien, of course, was a professor of Anglo-Saxon, so naturally he knew Beowulf back to front, the wonderful early alliterative Old English poem. And there's a passage towards the end of that where a dragon comes and lays the place to waste, and then keeps his treasure in a hoard in a barrow, and somebody goes in and steals the cup, which of course is exactly what happens in The Hobbit. And again, just as in The Hobbit, the dragon notices the cup is gone and comes out and scours the land. But then that's followed by, you know, the role of the king, the ring giver, the provider and protector of his people, to go out and fight the dragon. And by this time, Beowulf, who'd become king through his heroic endeavours, quelling destroying the monsters, the monster Grendel, you know, it's up to him to go out, hopefully with his hand-picked thanes, to do it. And there's a magnificent description of what turns out to be his last battle. He kills the dragon, but he dies in the course of it. And all the thanes' shield all run away, except for one man, Wiglaf, who assists him. And it's a glorious description, and it's a perfect picture of the sort of heroic code of the Anglo-Saxons. But there's great dragon description. Anyway, when I came up to Cambridge to read literature and specialised in medieval literature, I decided to do the optional Anglo-Saxon paper, and I was taught at one point by T.A. Shippey, who himself he's a great Tolkien expert who'd been taught by Tolkien. So I felt there was a bit of a kind of a handing on. Anyway, the real thrill for me came in various translations of Beowulf. The best ones keep the alliteration. But then came the day when I read that the great Seamus Heaney, a poet whom I admired and followed closely, had made a translation of Beowulf, and I thought I'd lost my copy. But while I was looking around for my copy of Macefield, which I didn't find, I found the Beowulf. So I thought it might be fun to read this great account of the dragon and give you a taste, because Heaney, being a poet himself, is really sensitive to the sound and the meter and the alliteration. And alliteration is the very core of Anglo-Saxon poetry. Just for fun,
I'd say it's the core of modern poetry.
Just so you get the sound of it in Anglo-Saxon. What? We Gardena Njardam, Theod Kinga, Thrym Gefrunen, Hutha Ethelingas, Ellen Fremedan. You'll notice Ethelingas. Anyway, so the spear days gone by, and the kings who ruled them had courage and greatness. We have heard of those princes' heroic campaigns, is how Heaney translates it. He won the Whitbread Prize for this, and he dedicated it to the original anonymous Beowulf.
Yeah, carry on reading it in Anglo-Saxon.
I'm not going to read it in Anglo-Saxon. I can't remember my Anglo-Saxon pronunciation.
Oh,
it's a long time ago.
You did
But
good on it.
I'm going to read you Heaney's wonderful English translation, and you'll hear the rhythm and the wonderful alliteration. So I'm going to take you to the moment when Beowulf himself fights the dragon. There's some glorious descriptions of the dragon breathing fire around the landscape earlier on, but let's just get to this bit. It's just fantastic. So the he here is Beowulf. Then he drew himself up beside his shield, the fabled warrior in his war shirt and helmet, trusted in his own strength entirely, and went under the crag. No coward path. Hard by the rock face, that hale veteran, a good man who had gone repeatedly into combat and danger and come through, saw a stone arch and a gushing stream that burst from the barrow, blazing and wafting a deadly heat. It would be hard to survive unscathed near the horde, to hold firm against the dragon whose flaming depths, in those flaming depths. Then he gave a shout. The Lord of the Geats unburdened his breast and broke out in a storm of anger. Under the grey stone his voice challenged and resounded clearly. Hate was ignited. The Horde Guard recognised a human voice. It's a wonderful example of a Saxon kenning. They never quite call the dragon a dragon. He's called the Horde Guard or the Mound Guard or the Fire Breath, or, you know. So he's the Horde Guard at the moment. The Horde Guard recognised a human voice. The time was over for peace and parleying. Pouring forth in a hot battle fume, the breath of the monster burst from the rock. There was a rumble underground, down there in the barrow. Beowulf the warrior lifted his shield. The outlandish thing writhed and convulsed and viciously turned on the king, whose keen-edged sword, an heirloom inherited by ancient right, was already in his hand. Roused to a fury, each antagonist struck terror in the other. Unyielding, the lord of his people loomed by his tall shield, sure of his ground, while the serpent looped and unleashed itself. Swaddled in flames, it came gliding and flexing and racing towards its fate. Yet his shield defended the renowned leader's life and limb for a shorter time than he meant it to. That final day was the first time when Beowulf fought and fate denied him glory in battle. So the king of the Geats raised his hand and struck hard at the enamelled scales, but scarcely cut through. The blade flashed and slashed, yet the blow was far less powerful than the hard-pressed king had need of at that moment. The mound keeper, the dragon, the mound keeper went into a spasm and spouted deadly flames when he felt the stroke. Battle fire billowed and spewed. Beowulf was foiled of a glorious victory. The glittering sword, infallible before that day, failed when he unsheathed it, and as it never should have. For the son of Edgestow, it was no easy thing to have to give ground like that, and go unwillingly to inhabit another home in a place beyond. So every man must yield the leasehold of his days. Before long, the fierce contenders clashed again. The horde guard took heart, inhaled and swelled up and got a new wind. He who had once ruled was furled in fire and had to face the worst. No help or backing was to be had then from his high-born comrades. That hand-picked troop broke ranks and ran for their lives to the safety of the wood. But within one heart sorrow welled up. In a man of worth, the claims of kinship cannot be denied. His name was Wiglaf, the son of Welstan, a well-regarded Shilfing warrior related to Alfea. When he saw his lord tormented by the heat of his scalding helmet, he remembered the bountiful gifts bestowed on him, how well he lived among the Wagmundings, the freehold he inherited from his father before him. He could not hold back. One hand brandished the yellow-timbered shield, the other drew his sword, an ancient blade. And of course the Beowulf poet then goes on to the whole history of the blade and all this chap's history before. We probably haven't got time to all that, and he makes a great
Why not?
speech to the others who are running. Wiglaf and says, "Come on, you know, he is
You're
a
on
man who's
YouTube.
helped
You
us
can
all
do a
our
10-hour
lives,
stream if you
sometimes
want."
to help him, but only Wiglaf remains. So he makes the call, and they run away. So let's carry on with Wiglaf coming to help Beowulf now. Then he waded the dangerous reek and went under arms to his lord, saying only, "Go on, dear Beowulf. Do everything you said you would when you were still young, and vowed you would never let your name and fame be dimmed while you lived. Your deeds are famous, so stay resolute, my lord. Defend your life now with the whole of your strength. I shall stand by you." After those words, a wildness rose in the dragon again and drove it to attack, heaving up fire, hunting for enemies, the humans it loathed. Flames lapped the shield, charred it to the boss, and the body armor on the young warrior was useless to him. But Wiglaf did well under the wide rim Beowulf shared with him, once his own had shattered in sparks and ashes. Inspired again by the thought of glory, the War King threw his whole strength behind a sword stroke and connected with the skull. The nagling snapped Beowulf's ancient iron-grey sword. It let him down in the fight. It was never his fortune to be helped in combat by the cutting edge of weapons made of iron. When he wielded a sword, no matter how blooded and hard-edged the blade, his hand was too strong. The stroke he dealt, I have heard, would ruin it. He could reap no advantage. Then the bane of that people, the fire-breathing dragon, was mad to attack for a third time. When a chance came, he caught the hero in a rush of flame and clamped sharp fangs into his neck. Beowulf's body ran wet with his lifeblood. It came welling out. Next thing they say, the noble son of Welstan saw the king in danger at his side and displayed his inborn bravery and strength. He left the head alone, but his fighting hand was burned when he came to his kinsman's aid. He lunged at the enemy lower down, so that his decorated sword sank into its belly, and the flames grew weaker. Once more the king gathered his strength and drew a stabbing knife he carried on his belt, sharpened for battle. He stuck it deep into the dragon's flank. Beowulf dealt it a deadly wound. They had killed the enemy. Courage quelled his life. That pair of kinsmen, partners in nobility, had destroyed the foe. So every man should act, be at hand when needed. But now, for the king, this would be the last of his many labours and triumphs in the world. Then the wound, dealt by the ground burner earlier, began to scald and swell. Beowulf discovered deadly poisons suppurating inside him, surges of nausea, and so in his wisdom The prince realized his state and proceeded towards a seat on the rampart. He steadied his gaze on those gigantic stones, saw how the earthwork was braced with arches built over columns, and now that Thane, unequalled for goodness, with his own hands washed his lord's wounds, swabbed his weary prince with water, bathed him clean, unbuckled his helmet. Beowulf spoke in spite of his mortal wounds. He still spoke, for he well knew his days in the world had been lived out to the end. His allotted time was drawing to a close. Death was very near. Now is the time when I would have wanted to bestow this armor on my own son, had it been my fortune to have fathered an heir and lived to live on in the flesh. For 50 years I ruled this nation. No king of any neighboring clan would dare face me with troops. None had the power to intimidate me. I stood my ground and took what came, cared for the things in my keeping, never fomented quarrels, never swore to a lie. All this consoles me, doomed as I am and sickening for death, because of my right ways. The ruler of mankind need never blame me when the breath leaves my body for murder of kinsmen. Now go quickly, dearest Wiglaf, under the grey stone where the dragon is laid out, lost to his treasure. Hurry to feast your eyes on the hoard. Away you go. I want to examine that ancient gold, gaze my fill on those garnered jewels. My going will be easier for having seen the treasure, a less troubled letting go of the life and lordship I have long maintained. So there's a whole passage where Wiglaf goes in and there's a description of all the jewels and everything, which is rather like the one in The Hobbit. And he sees all these things. He saw too a standard entirely of gold hanging high over the hoard, a masterpiece of filigree. It glowed with light, so he could make out the ground at his feet and inspect the valuables. Of the dragon there was no remaining sign. The sword had dispatched him. So he comes out with the treasure. So he came to the place carrying the treasure and found his lord bleeding profusely, as his life at an end. Again he began to swab his body. The beginnings of an utterance heaved up from the coffers of the king's heart. The old lord gazed sadly at the gold. To the everlasting Lord of all, to the King of glory I give thanks, that I behold this treasure here in front of me, that I have thus been allowed to leave my people so well endowed on the day I die. Now that I have bartered my last breath to own this fortune, it is up to you to look after their needs. I can hold out no longer. Wonderful. He's thinking only of his people and giving away what he's given his life to buy. And then he gives his collar of gold to the young Thane. Then the king, in his great heartedness, unclasped the collar of gold from his neck and gave it to the young Thane, telling him to use it and the war short and the shirt and the gilded helmet well. You are the last of us, the only long one left of the Wigmundings. Fate swept us away, sent my whole brave, high-born clan to their final doom. Now, I must follow them. That was the warrior's last word. It's so wonderful. Then there's many more beautiful things to come, but that's just a little taste of it. And you can see how Tolkien drew deeply from that early Anglo-Saxon inheritance. Seamus Heaney has done an absolutely wonderful job. I only wish Tolkien had lived to see this translation. He would have delighted in it. And the name of Tolkien is not absent from this book, because in his introduction, Heaney singles out Tolkien's famous essay, Beowulf, the Monsters and the Critics, as the essay which had most deeply understood this poem, and it inspired him in turn to make this translation. So it's part of a literary lineage, and that's one of the things I love about books, about reading, about libraries, is the way you see one book or one writer, as it were, making something or showing something or saying something which itself generously and generatively begets good writing in others. So anyway, I thought you might like to have a little taste of that in itself, and also as one of Tolkien's sources. Thanks for dropping round.
She said the mother killed her. They've just concocted this whole web of...
Why the hell do you think I'm interested in whatever this bullshit is? All I want to do is listen to an old man smoking his pipe and talking about old Anglo-Saxon poems and what have you. I don't want to hear about anything else.
Dark fog spaceport destroyed.
Come in. Nice to see you again. Come through. Do come over. I don't think
Dark fog spaceport
I've not really shown you much in this corner of the library of the study before. More pipes, of course, including actually I've just got this is my I think of it as my talking pipe. It's a Peterson. I got it in Oxford. I've been enjoying the lovely little one that I showed you last time. It's having a little rest over there now. There's a few more of those.
Oh, horrible, but that works.
All here and there are basically my Inklings books. So Tolkien, Lewis, Charles Williams. But I thought it might be fun to take a book which is actually quite an old book. I mean, it's physically an old copy. It's in there upside down. Look, there's Tree and Leaf, and there's Tom Shippey's great book on Tolkien. But this is the treasure I want to show you. The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. Absolutely gorgeous illustrations.
Dark fog
And
spaceport
have a seat.
destroyed.
And I'll read to you. So, my goodness. Sláinte. So, this came out originally in 61 or 62. This is a first edition, but not a first printing. It's just beautifully set out. Illustrations and other Adventures of Tom Bombadil, and other verses from the Red Book. Of course, the Red Book being what becomes the Lord of the Rings. First published 61. These different impressions. Our one comes from 69, and it's a collection of poetry, which is wonderful. Some of them are poems that you have in the Lord of the Rings. There's quite a few poems in here that are not in the Lord of the Rings, and some of them precede the composition of the Lord of the Rings, and particularly the Adventures of Tom Bombadil. There's Tom, by the way, in Pauline Baines's beautiful illustration of him. You know, bright blue his bad jacket was, and his boots were yellow, and he's got the hat with the feather, swan's feather in it. I have to say, it was a time when I used to wear hats with feathers in them and galump about a bit, and some people used to say I sort of had a faint resemblance to Tom Bombadil. Anyway, who is Tom Bombadil? It's an extraordinary question to ask and answer. Because he doesn't feature in the either the radio adaptation or the film adaptations of The Lord of the Rings, because in a sense, if you're trying to shorten a long book, you can, in a way, miss Bombadil out, and it doesn't affect the main moving of the plot. But I still think it was an error to miss him out, because that book isn't just about plot. It's about atmosphere. It's about the sense of place. It's about Middle Earth itself. And Tom Bombadil is very much of the earth and the river. He's almost what the old Romans used to call a genius loci, a kind of local spirit of a place, but embodied in a person. And in fact, Tolkien said in a letter to his publisher Unwin that Tom Bombadil embodied something of that Tolkien loved in the landscapes of Oxfordshire and Berkshire. And having walked in those landscapes myself, I know exactly what he means, the relation of the river and the hill and the down and the willows by the river, and a wonderful rustling and feeling of language in it. So I'll read you a few bits of the Adventures of Tom Bombadil, which I discovered he actually wrote. He was published in the Oxford magazine in something like 1932, and early 30s. I think, after The Hobbit, but before The Lord of the Rings. And there are some notes for when he was first thinking of a Hobbit sequel, which had the Hobbits meeting Tom Bombadil, as indeed they do in The Lord of the Rings, and of course he rescues them from Old Man Wither and then from the Barrow Wight.
Why don't we have any organic crystal?
In which old Tom actually encounters Old Man Willow and is apparently kept himself. But one of the things about Tom, I think Tom is also the spirit of poetry, because he rhymes and does wonderful sounds, and it's magical language. He's able to open and close
Old Man Willow's supposed traps. He's able to expel the Barrow Wight. He's able to woo Goldberry, the River Daughter, all with these wonderful rhymes. And you may remember in The Lord of the Rings,
Insufficient refined
they
oil.
set off and in fact do end up getting into trouble on the Barrow Downs. He gives them a rhyme that they can say, and the rhyme will summon him. So, speaking as a poet for a minute, I think there's something, Tom, of the magic of language. It's as though the magic of language and the magic of landscape have sort of melded together and become one person. But anyway, enough of that. I won't read you the whole thing because it's quite long, but I'll read you the beginning and end of it. It's got a wonderful meter, wonderful rhythm, and lots of alliteration and internal rhymes. So here we are, the adventures of Tom Bombadil. Old Tom Bombadil was a merry fellow. Bright blue his jacket was, and his boots were yellow. Green were his girdle, and his breeches all of leather. He wore in his tall hat a swan wing feather. He lived up Underhill, where the withy Windle ran from a grassy well down into a dingle. That's just perfect sound. Where the withy Windle ran from a grassy well down into a dingle. Almost perfect sounding. Old Tom in summertime walked about the meadows, gathering the buttercups, running after shadows, tickling the bumblebees that buzzed among the flowers, sitting by the waterside for hours upon hours. There his beard dangled long down into the water. Up came Goldberry, the river woman's daughter, pulled Tom's hanging hair, in he went a-wallowing, under the water lilies bubbling and a-swallowing. Hey, Tom Bombadil, whither are you going? Said fair Goldberry, bubbles you were blowing, frightening the finny fish and the brown water rat, startling the dab chicks and drowning your feather hat. You bring it back again, there's a pretty maiden, said Tom Bombadil. I do not care for wading. Go down, sleep again, where the pools are shady, far below willow roots, little water lady. Back to her mother's house in the deepest hollow swam young Goldberry, but Tom he would not follow. On knotted willow roots he sat in sunny
I'm
weather,
enjoying this.
drying his yellow boots and his draggled feather. You see how just by language he's able to sort of change things. Then, of course, Willow Man, against whom he's leaning, up woke Willow Man, began upon his singing, sang Tom fast asleep under branches swinging. In a crack caught him tight, snick it close together, trapped Tom Bombadil, coat and hat and feather. Ha, Tom Bombadil, what be you a-thinking, peeping inside my tree, watching me a-drinking, deep in my wooden house, tickling me with feather, dripping wet down my face like a rainy weather. You let me out again, old man Willow. I am stiff lying here, they're no sort of pillow. Your hard crooked roots drink your river water. Go back to sleep again, like the river daughter. Willow Man let him loose when he heard him speaking, locked fast his wooden house, muttering and creaking, whispering inside the tree. And then we get back to the landscapes. Out from Willow Dingle, Tom went a-walking up the woody Windle. Under the forest eaves he sat a while a-listening. On the boughs piping birds were chirruping and whistling. Butterflies about his head went quivering and winking, until grey clouds come up as the sun was sinking. That could just be a walk in an Oxford meadow. I walked with two of my friends not long ago along Port Meadow and then along the river, and
Yeah, I've been
it was
there.
just this very landscape that we were walking in. Anyway, it goes on. He
I had a wonderful time walking from North Oxford into the town centre. It's a good walk to do during the summer.
And then, of course, when he returns to Goldberry and they marry, the Badgers and Willow all come to sort of give them tribute, because he's the spirit of the land in a sense, and she's the spirit of the river, the body. They need to be one for the other. And he sees her. This is a really beautiful Pauline Baines illustration. There she is singing and talking to the birds, and there's Tom, and they're sort of, and he calls her out to be with him rather than down under the river with her mother. He says, said Tom Bombadil, here's my pretty maiden, you shall come home with me, the table is all laden, yellow cream, honeycomb, white bread and butter, roses at the windowsill, peeping round the shutter. You shall come under hill, never mind your mother, in her deep weedy pool, there you'll find no lover. Old Tom Bombadil had a merry wedding, crowned all with buttercups, hat and feather shedding. His bride with forget-me-nots and flag lilies for garland was robed all in silver green. He sang like a starling, hummed like a honeybee, lilted to the fiddle, clasping his river maid round her slender middle. And it's wonderful. And all these beautiful things of the meadow and the kind of goods of the farm, the bread and the honey. There's a kind of sense in which Tom represents the sheer kind of intrinsic goodness of things. He sits by the river for hours contemplating it. At one point, one of the hobbits in the Lord of the Rings asks Goldberry, who is he? And she just says, he just is. And we learn much later on that he's the oldest of things, that he saw the first raindrop fall on the first acorn. And of course the ring has no power over him. You know, he can see Frodo when he puts it on. He does a magic trick which seems to disappear and then he gives it back to him. And at one point in the Council of Elrond they're thinking, well, maybe we could send the ring to Tom Bombadil, but because it has no power over him. But of course he has no power and he's not even interested in the story. He wouldn't think it was important. He would just lay it down. He is just the beautiful being of the landscape itself going on in its own intrinsic goodness, I think, underneath everything else. But he's an amazing creation and great fun. So I was delighted. Again, I was quite, well, I was, when this particular book was printed, I was 12. And again, it was something my father read to us from these stories. And it was one of the things that gave me a sense of rhythm and of poetry and a desire to make and write rhythmic poetry myself. So it's a very deep-rooted book for me. And of course, because I love the Narnia books, I was delighted that it was the same illustrator as the Narnia books, and that gave it something special for me as well. So I'm going to, this isn't Old Toby or Longbottom Leaf, but it's actually called Smoky Mountain. I bought it in America, in Virginia. But I'll have a bit more of this and this nice Glenfarclas Highland malt, and contemplate how much sheer goodness there is in the poetry of and the person of Tom Bombadil. Thanks for dropping round. Nice to see you again.
Nice. I enjoyed that. I hope you did too. Let's have some more videos. The Undoing of Eustace. Who's that then?
Come in. It's lovely to see you again. Yeah, have a chair. I'm just lighting up this Peterson. It's in the Sherlock Holmes series. It's the Professor. I thought it might be nice because you mentioned you thought it was leaving us a bit in suspense to leave Eustace still as a dragon, crying, the sound of a powerful dragon crying in a lonely valley. So I thought, why don't we just read a little further, and since we had the dragoning, let's have the undragoning. And Lewis wasn't made a professor in Oxford, but eventually Cambridge, I'm happy to say, my own university, honoured him with a professorship. And I used to see there's a lovely photo of his cheerful sort of rubicund face grinning at you as you walked up the stairs in the English faculty library. Anyway, yeah, why don't we just carry on with this a bit, because it's so good. And of course it introduces the word.
There we go. More refined oil.
Into the English language, which is a good thing.
Undragon.
So,
like a dragon that's been und.
remember we ended with that wonderful Pauline Baines picture. And a powerful dragon crying its eyes out under the moon in a deserted valley is a sight and sound hardly to be imagined. Well, Eustace, of course, feels he's got to leave the valley. He had that
Eustace is not a name you hear at all these days. When's the last time you heard someone called Eustace?
He realised he was a monster cut off. To return. What of turning into
Harumph, excuse me.
change begins inside, but perhaps it reaches the outside eventually. So he suddenly realizes as he starts to try to climb out of the valley that he can fly. And a lovely description is. Then he turned to climb out of the valley. He began the climb with a jump, and as soon as he jumped, he found that he was flying. He had quite forgotten about his wings, and that was a great surprise to him. The first pleasant surprise he'd had for a long time. He rose high into the air and saw innumerable mountain tops spread out beneath him in the moonlight. He could see the bay like a silver slab and the dawn treader lying at anchor and campfires twinkling in the woods beside the beach. From a great height, he launched himself down towards them in a single glide. But of course, you now have to imagine that event from the perspective of the others who know nothing of the story we've heard. Lucy was sleeping very soundly, for she had sat up till the return of the search party in hope of good news about Eustace. They had been led by Caspian and come back late and weary. Their news was disquieting. They had found no trace of Eustace, but had seen a dead dragon in a valley. They tried to make the best of it, and everyone assured everyone else that there were not likely to be more dragons about. But one which was dead at about 3 o'clock that afternoon, which was when they'd seen it, would hardly have been killing people a few hours before. Unless it ate the little brat and died of him, he'd poison anything, said Rince. He said this under his breath, and no one heard it. But later in the night, Lucy was wakened very softly, and found the whole company gathered close together and talking in whispers. "What is it?" said Lucy. "We must all show great constancy," Caspian was saying. "A dragon has just flown over the treetops and lighted on the beach. Yes, I'm afraid it's between us and the ship, and arrows are no use against dragons, and they're not at all afraid of fire." "With your Majesty's leave," began Reapercheap. "No, Reapercheap," said the king very firmly, "you are not to attempt a single combat with it. And unless you promise to obey me in this matter, I'll have you tied up. We must keep close watch, and as soon as it is light, go down to the beach and give it battle. I will lead, King Edmund will be on my right, and Lord Drinian on my left." So very decisive of Caspian, and of course they have a difficult night anticipating this terrible conflict with the dragon the next day. And so in the morning they get up. "Now for it, friends." They got up, all with swords drawn, and formed themselves into a solid mass, with Lucy in the middle and Reapercheap on her shoulder. It was nicer than the waiting about, and everyone felt fonder of everyone else than at ordinary times. Lewis, of course, was a young officer on the Western Front, just like Tolkien was, and he knew what it was to go over the top. A moment later they were marching. It grew lighter as they came to the edge of the wood, and there on the sand, like a giant lizard, or a flexible crocodile, or a serpent with legs, huge and horrible and humpy, lay the dragon. But when it saw them, instead of rising up and blowing fire and smoke, the dragon retreated. You could almost say it waddled back into the shallows of the bay. "What's it wagging its head for like that?" said Edmund. "And now it's nodding," said Caspian. "And there's something coming from its eyes," said Drinian. "Oh, can't you see?" said Lucy. "It's crying. Those are tears." "I shouldn't trust that, ma'am," said Drinian. "That's what crocodiles do to put you off your guard." "It wagged its head when you said that," remarked Edmund, just as if it meant, "No, look, there it goes again." "Do you think it understands what we're saying?" asked Lucy. The dragon nodded its head violently. Reapercheap slipped off Lucy's shoulder and stepped to the front. "Dragon," came his shrill voice, "can you understand speech?" The dragon nodded. "Can you speak?" It shook its head. "Then," said Reapercheap, "it is idle to ask your business, but if you will swear friendship with us, raise your left foreleg above your head." It did so, but clumsily, because that leg was sore and swollen with the golden bracelet. "Oh, look," said Lucy. "There's something wrong with its leg, the poor thing. That's probably what it was crying about. Perhaps it came to us to be cured, like Androcles and the lion." That's a child in a story, remembering the story that we ourselves were told as children about.
Oh, yeah.
How Androcles had taken the thorn out of the lion's paw, and then it wouldn't.
That's a good story.
Thrown to the lions in the arena. So they eventually work out by kind of almost like
Androcles and a lion.
20
I shall have to
questions
remember that.
that this dragon is in fact Eustace, because they think at first it's the Lord Octasian under an enchantment, and then they welcome him back, as it were, but he's still a dragon, and there's a lovely transformation. he does his best to help them. He goes and finds a tall pine for the mast. He does the fetching and carrying, and at night when it's cold and damp, they lean against his sides like he's a big hot water bottle. But all the time, of course, he wants really to get back to his human form. And he let people fly on his back as well. So he says the pleasure quite new to him of being liked, and still more of liking other people, was what kept Eustace from despair. For it was very dreary being a dragon. He shuddered whenever he caught sight of his own reflection when he flew over a mountain lake. And then, of all the people in the camp, it turns out to be Reapercheap, who's the one he'd really teased and made fun of when he was a boy, who comes and comforts him and tells him stories of enchantments and how people are turned into things, but they can be turned back. And there's a lovely Pauline Baines illustration of the great dragon that is Eustace and Reapercheap explaining to him about the Wheel of Fortune. But let's.
Is that going to fill up with? It's going to fill up with refined oil.
He sees a figure on the edge of the wood. He came down softly to the edge of the wood this very early in the morning, and the dark figure was still there. He saw now that it was too small for Caspian and too big for Lucy. It did not run away. Edmund drew his sword and was about to challenge the stranger when the stranger said in a low voice, "Is that you, Edmund?" "Yes, who are you?" said he. Don't you know me?" said the other. "It's me, Eustace." "By Jove," said Edmund, "so it is my dear chap." "Shh," said Eustace, and lurched as if he were going to fall. "Hello," said Edmund, steadying. "What's up? Are you ill?" Eustace was silent for so long that Edmund thought he was fainting. At last he said, "It's been ghastly. You don't know, but it's all right now. Could we go and
Good.
talk
There's a
somewhere?
nice reserve
I don't
of
want to meet the
blue
others just
science.
yet." "Yes, rather. Anywhere you like," said Edmund. "We can go and sit on the rocks over there. I say, I am glad to see you, looking yourself again. You must have had a pretty beastly time." Wonderful English art of understatement. They went to the rocks and sat down, looking out across the bay, while the sky got paler and paler and the stars disappeared, except for one very bright one, low down on the horizon. I won't tell you how I became a dragon till I can tell the others and get it all over," said Eustace. "By the way, I didn't even know it was a dragon till I heard you all using the word when I turned up there the other morning. I want to tell you how I stopped being one." "Fire ahead," said Edmund. "Well, last night I was more miserable than ever, and that beastly armoring was hurting like anything. Is that all right now?" Eustace laughed, a different laugh from any Edmund had ever heard him give before, and slipped the bracelet easily off his arm. "There it is, and anyone who likes can have it as far as I'm concerned. Well, as I say, I was lying awake and wondering what on earth would become of me, and then... Oh, but mind you, it may have been all a dream, I don't know." "Go on," said Edmund with considerable patience. "Well, anyway, I looked up and saw the very last thing I expected. A huge lion coming slowly towards me. And one queer thing was that there was no moon last night, but there was moonlight where the lion was. So it came nearer and nearer. I was terribly afraid of it. You may think that being a dragon I could have knocked any lion out easily enough, but it wasn't that kind of fear. I wasn't afraid of it eating me. I was just afraid of it, if you can understand. Well, it came close up to me and looked straight into my eyes, and I shut my eyes tight, but that wasn't any good, because it told me to follow it." "You mean it spoke?" I don't know. Now that you mention it, I don't think it did, but it told me all the same. And I knew I'd have to do what it told me, so I got up and followed it. And it led me a long way into the mountains. And there was always this moonlight over and around the lion wherever we went. So at last, we came to the top of a mountain I'd never seen before. And on the top of this mountain, there was a garden. Trees and fruit and everything. In the middle of it, there was a well. I knew it was a well, because you could see the water bubbling up from the bottom of it. But it was a lot bigger than most wells, like a very big round bath, with marble steps going down into it. The water was as clear as anything, and I thought, if I could get in there and bathe it, it would ease the pain in my leg. But the lion told me I must undress first. Mind you, I don't know if he said any words out loud or not. I was just going to say that I couldn't undress because I hadn't any clothes on, when I suddenly thought that dragons are snaky sorts of things, and snakes can cast their skins. Oh, of course, thought I, that's what the lion means. So I started scratching myself, and my scales began coming off all over the place. And then I scratched a little deeper, and instead of just scales coming off here and there, my whole skin started peeling off beautifully, like it does after an illness, or as if I was a banana. In a minute or two, I just stepped out of it. I could see it lying there beside me, looking rather nice.
Oh, it's a cold grey
It was
day
a
out
most
there.
lovely feeling, so I started to go down into the well for my bathe. But just as I was going to put my feet into the water, I looked down and saw that they were all hard and rough and wrinkly and scaly, just as they had been before. Oh, that's all right, said I. It only means I had another, smaller suit on underneath the first one, and I have to get out of it too. So I scratched and tore again, and this underskin peeled off beautifully, and out I stepped and left it lying beside the other one, and went down to the well for my bathe. Well, exactly the same thing happened again, and I thought to myself, oh dear, however many skins have I got to take off? For I was longing to bathe my leg. So I scratched away for the third time and got a third skin off, just like the other two, and I stepped out of it. But as soon as I looked at myself in the water, I knew it had been no good. Then the lion said, but I don't know if it spoke, you will have to let me undress you. I was afraid of his claws, I can tell you. But I was pretty nearly desperate now, so I just lay down flat down on my back and let him do it. The very first tear he made was so deep I thought it had gone right into my heart. And when he began pulling the skin off, it hurt worse than anything I ever felt. The only thing that made me able to bear it was just the pleasure of feeling the stuff peel off. You know, if you've ever picked a scab off a sore place, it hurts like billy, but it is such fun to see it coming away. I know exactly what you mean, said Edmund. Well, he peeled the beastly stuff right off, just as I thought I'd done it myself the other 3 times, only there it hadn't hurt. And there it was, lying on the grass, only ever so much thicker and darker and more knobbly looking than the others had been. And there was I, a smooth and soft as a peeled switch, and smaller than I had been. Then he caught hold of me. I didn't much like that, for I was very tender underneath now I had no skin on, and he threw me into the water. It smarted like anything, but only for a moment. After that it became perfectly delicious, and as soon as I started swimming and splashing, I found that all the pain had gone from my arm. And then I saw why. I'd turned into a boy again. You'd think me simply phony if I told you how I felt about my own arms. I know they've no muscle and are pretty mouldy compared with Caspian's, but I was so glad to see them. After a bit, the lion took me out and dressed me. Dressed you? With his paws? Well, I don't exactly remember that bit, but you did something or other. And there I was in new clothes, the same I've got on now, as a matter of fact. And then suddenly, I was back here, which is what makes me think it must have been a dream. No, it wasn't a dream, said Edmund. Why not? Well, there are the clothes for one thing, and you have been, well, undragoned for another. What do you think it was then? Asked Eustace. I think you've seen Aslan, said Edmund. Aslan, said Eustace. I've heard that name mentioned several times since we joined the Dawn Treader, and I felt, I don't know what, I hated it. But I was hating everything then, and by the way, I'd like to apologize. I'm afraid I've been pretty beastly. That's all right, said Edmund. Between ourselves, you haven't been as bad as I was on my first trip to Narnia. You were only an ass, but I was a traitor. Well, don't tell me about it then, said Eustace. But who is Aslan? Do you know him? Oh, I think that's just one of the finest and most memorable episodes in the whole Narniad. And I read
Narniad?
as a grown-up. When I think of all the ways in which we acquire dragon skins of one kind or another and wrap ourselves up in them, and how we need to take them off or let Aslan take them off. And in fact, it's quite nice to read that particular passage to you now, because of course this is Lent, and Lent is a kind of time for making yourself new again with God's help. So it's it's the season of undragoning, and we try to take off the kind of hard, knobbly carapace of all the bad habits we've fallen into one way or another, and start again. So anyway, it was fun to reread that, and thanks for popping round. We've completed that Eustace cycle now. We'll do something else next time you pop round, but thanks for being here. Bye.
Cool. Why do you have to do like these things? I don't want that. I don't want these things. I just want. Oh, there's something from 12 years ago. He's got a dog collar on.
Think of the Inklings as this little group of bright, creative, but ultimately irrelevant and reactionary Oxford dons who amused themselves over pipes and beer, making up sort of imaginary, quasi-medieval worlds and sort of steadfastly ignoring the obvious trends of mainstream modern materialism governed by principles of a doubtless continuous progress of unfolding socialism and general Darwinian evolution sort of thing. And so the assumption is that they may be clever and they may strangely still have a wide reading public, but they weren't really in touch with the way humanity in the West is developing. They're a kind of backwater. That's how sort of mainstream secular materialist history, certainly of the kind that was being written, you know, just as they were coming to the end of their glory period, as it were, say the 50s, 60s, tended to write about them. I mean, just to give you an example, a main dictionary of theological writers produced, I think it was on both sides of the Atlantic, sort of 4-volume dictionary of theologians of the 20th century. Not only does it not have a chapter on Lewis, Lewis isn't even mentioned in the index, even though he was and still is the most popular and influential writer on theology. In that sense, it's quite extraordinary how sort of studiously they were ignored. Now, what I tried to suggest last week was that this is a real misreading of them, that they were people who had passed through, particularly if we think of Lewis and Tolkien, both of whom were young officers on the Western Front, just as much as, you know, Sassoon and others. They had passed through the extreme horrors of the mechanization of warfare in the 20th century. They had read, digested, and were fully aware of those key writings by what we might call the masters of suspicion that formed a lot of the culture of the 20th century. That is to say, they had read Nietzsche, they had read Freud, they had read Marx, they had read those people who were often taking some of their ideas forward, like, say, George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells. They were not, as it were, unaware of all of this and just whistling in the dark. They'd taken a lot of that on board. And they had sensed in themselves a deep unease, a sense that this account of the world, this increasingly reductive, individualistic, material, atomizing account, clockwork, mechanical, trying in the end to explain always the greater by the lesser, and particularly the attempt to produce an entirely material account of consciousness and value and meaning, and to reduce everything ultimately to the concatenation of atoms predicted, whose movement could be predicted by mathematical formula, which was the aim, if you like, of kind of 19th century science as it was coming into the 20th century. Of course, we're talking in a way pre-quantum and pre some of the other things that were to disturb the certainties and materialism of the physicists. But certainly the biologists were then and still now are after a kind of totally reductive view of things. And what I wanted to contend last time was that far from ignoring that, this group of writers actually thought about it deeply, engaged with it head on. And if they chose so-called fantasy stories or storytelling and imaginative media as the medium of their response, that's partly because the medium was the message. They were trying to suggest that there were ways of knowing and thinking which we might broadly think of as mythological, which were genuinely ways of coming at truth that were missing. So it was in that frame, and in spite of the fact that they almost played in to that caricature of them, perhaps as a kind of way of having camouflage, that they all sort of went around in their tweed jackets. Did indeed drink frothy beer. Actually, what was going on in that little circle called the Inklings was something really radical. and that in fact they were forerunners. They were in their own way, though they might not have even known it themselves at the time, they were in their own way a kind of avant-garde. And that I tried to outline last time 2 or 3 major areas of concern which they had, for which they were regarded as just completely irrelevant at the time, which are now really major areas of concern for us. That they were very much concerned with the nature of knowledge and with the idea that attaining knowledge only and entirely by reason would only give you half of the picture. And that unless we came to an imaginative and mythic apprehension of the totality of reality, wedded in and alongside scientific discursive reason, we would not get the whole picture. And that if we didn't get the whole picture, we were in danger of ruining ourselves and our planet. They had a very strong sense, Tolkien in particular, as we'll see, but Lewis and I will see today as well, of the not only the tragic personal and social consequences of a misunderstanding of what it is to be human, but also the ecological and environmental consequences of that. So I also wanted to suggest that their whole look at the notion of our relationship with environment on the one hand and with machinery and the way we model ourselves through machinery on the other was something that was very strong on their agenda. And in fact, we'll see when we come to talk about talking, that the conversations between...
Yes, please shuffle the chairs about a bit more, please. Thank you.
I set that general background out. What I want to do now is go through each of these 4 individual writers, trying to draw out what it was that I think is prophetic, what it was that I think anticipates our current concerns, what it was that they did that could actually help us to shape the way we think now in the 21st century. So I won't always be going over, as it were, the things we all already know and celebrate them for. So I'm going to talk about C.S. Lewis, but much as I love and delight in the Narnia stories, read them and reread them since I was very little, I will not necessarily be talking about that. I'll be talking about some essays that aren't quite so widely read, and I'll be talking about...
Jesus, please, just stop shuffling. Just sit down.
Poetry, which is where I think a lot of the heart of what he had to say is to be found. I'm sure most of you will know most of the sort of kind of biographical facts about Lewis, but I've already mentioned his service in the war, but just to give you a little bit of a picture for background. He came up to Oxford as an undergraduate from Ireland, from Northern Ireland, from Ulster, and often referred to him, even quite late in his writings, referred to himself as an Irishman. And his undergraduate career was almost immediately interrupted by the Great War. He served in the war, he was wounded in the Battle of Arras, carried shrapnel in his body for the rest of his life. And eventually was able to come back, having survived the war, but having seen many friends die, including a good friend, Paddy Moore, whose mother he then looked after for the rest of her natural life. He came back to Oxford, and he came back a really convinced atheist, and not just a convinced atheist, actually in a curious way, an angry atheist. An atheist who felt that if there was a God, then this God had a lot to answer for. And in 1919, under the pseudonym of Clive Hamilton, he published a book of poems called Spirits in Bondage, which to some degree draw on his war experience, and in which the figure of God is evil, and this occasional figure of Satan who is heroic. And he was very, yes, insofar as there was a God, he felt the way that God had arranged the world was unpardonable. So his atheism was refined a little bit by his Oxford experience, in that he read and took firsts in 3 subjects, each of which with their own degree, because one was not enough for him. So he did classics, English, and philosophy. But it was in philosophy that people thought that his career would lie, and he was a philosophy don for a while, and a tutor in philosophy. He gradually moved from a rigid atheism to a kind of Kantian, post-Kantian idealism. So he thought there was probably an ultimate reality underlying the observable fabric of phenomena, but it would be absurd to call such a reality a person or God. It was an it, a kind of ground being. Although gradually, as through his friendship with Owen Barfield, he became more and more interested in the nature of human consciousness and the relation of human consciousness to ultimate reality, he began to wonder whether the it was not also a kind of I, capital I, that might sometimes be a thou, but he was still keeping it way, way separate from anything to do, certainly, with traditional Christianity. However, all the time while this at first bleak atheism and then eventually slightly abstract idealist philosophy was going on in one part of his mind, he was delighting in, absolutely bathing and swimming and rejoicing in the entire world of all the mythologies. He'd started off with the Norse mythologies, reading a bit of Tenius Draper. He's a great little surprise by Joy, where he says he read the words, "I heard a voice cry, Balder the beautiful is dead," and just hearing about Balder the beautiful was amazing. When in the 20s, in 1926, he published his second book of poetry, a long, strange, beautiful, really extraordinary kind of quasi-Freudian, quasi-Jungian, self-made myth.
Okay, that's good. So there's not much demand for power at the moment, and these are just, they are working, but not to a great amount, because a lot of it's been offloaded by wind turbines.
Wounded with his own spear upon the tree, it's extraordinary, quite remarkable guy. But all that mythology and poetry is kind of one side of his mind, and he didn't think it ultimately had anything to do with reality. But it was one of the things, that not only made living and breathing bearable, but occasionally gave him stabs of inexplicable joy. But he simply had these two things separate. But in the end, he came to realise, partly with the help of his friend Owen Barfield, whom we will talk about in a couple of weeks, and partly with his aid of his friend Tolkien, whom we will talk about at the end of this series, he began to try and think about why it was that he experienced this division, and whether the division between the joys of his imaginative life and the bleakness of his intellectual life was necessary. This is how he put the state that he was in prior to his move towards a kind of theism and belief in God in his autobiography, Surprised by Joy. He sums himself up as a young philosophy don in Oxford. Such then was the state of my imaginative. He's just finished summing up how much he loved the myths and legends, both the Norse ones and then also the Greek and Roman ones. Such then was the state of my imaginative life. Over against it stood the life of my intellect. The two hemispheres of my mind were in the sharpest contrast. On the one side, a many-islanded sea of poetry and myth. On the other, a glib and shallow rationalism. Nearly all that I loved, I believed to be imaginary. Nearly all I believed to be real, I thought grim and meaningless. Isn't that extraordinary? Nearly all that I loved, I believed to be imaginary. Nearly all that I believed to be real, I thought grim and meaningless. Now that's not just the dilemma of one individual writing about his state of mind in the late 1920s. That's a pretty good summary of how a lot of people felt. Actually, pretty much, I think, T.S. Eliot, for differences of opinion around about that time, would have been in agreement with him as well, although a massive change was about to come over T.S. Eliot. But it's not just a description of how some sensitive individuals felt. It's actually a pretty good description of the whole of Western culture at that point, and of the direct consequence of the division. I think I talked about this last time. There's kind of almost a cultural apartheid between the subjective, so-called, and the objective, in which all value and meaning is in the realm of the subjective and is kind of just private and individualized and not ultimately true.
and all quantity and fact is in the objective and is what is really there, but contains no predicates of violence at all. Am I making sense here? So the question is that just how it is, and we'll just have to get on with struggling through life on the basis of a few compensatory private imaginings? Or might this extraordinary sea of mythology in which we find ourselves living and moving as human beings, and this extraordinary ability to make a series of imaginative apprehensions and embody them and clothe them in language and poetry, might that be a bit of a clue ultimately to the meaning of our life? That is the question. And Lewis was a person deeply divided, but with a strong desire for and a search for integrity. Now, about the time in his life that he was describing in that phrase,
So there's not much power here, but that's okay.
He wrote a poem which was only published posthumously, and which his posthumous editor, Walter Hooper, gave the title Reason to. But I dispute that title, and I think it weighs the way you read the poem if you just call the poem Reason. I've given you copies of that together with some other things I want to read to you, so I'm going to hand those out. But I'm going to read you this poem, and this is a poem, it's hard to date, but for various reasons I date it kind of internally. I think this poem is written in the late 20s. I think it's written...
I'm trying not to get agitated by all the shifting about, but oh god.
But it is written before his conversion to Christianity, indeed, which takes place about...
Please put the microphone next to the speaker and not the audience.
Takes place in about 1929. Indeed, I think this poem is written on the cusp of conversion, and I think it asks an incredibly powerful and important question, to which Lewis's finding of Christ was an answer. And it asks the question in such a way as to almost imply an answer, even though the one who asks it in this poem hasn't got that answer yet. But all good questions are like tortoises, they carry their answer on their back. And somehow, just by treasuring the question, just by having the courage to stay with the question.
What's so interesting in those fucking pages that you have to keep turning them all the bloody time?
He kind of put himself in a position, I think, to find the answer, and not only for himself, but for many other people too. I think I may have alluded to this poem last week as well. The basic metaphor of this poem is to think of the soul as being like Athens, with its beautiful high temples up on the heights, observing the stars, but also with its kind of underground network of caves, and with its different gods and goddesses. And he focuses on two goddesses, Athene and Demeter, and he makes them represent what he called in the prose which So here we go. Set on the soul's acropolis, the reason stands, a virgin armed, commercing with celestial light. And he who sins against her has defiled his own virginity. No cleansing makes his garment white. So clear is reason. But how dark, imagine. Warm, dark, obscure and infinite, daughter of night. Dark is her brow. The beauty of her eyes with sleep is loaded, and her pains are long, and her delight.
I wish I could just be a normie and just go, you know what? I'm going to just ignore all the extraneous noise and focus on the subject. But I can't filter it out. I'm terrible. I'm really bad. I'm not good at that sort of stuff, and I just wanted someone talking I could listen to, just sort of drone in the distance whilst I let's see what can I have in the thing? Oh, cool, Conan.
Conan the Invincible.
Yep, you get a subscriber. I'll listen to that.
1. The icy wind whipping through the brown, sheer-walled chasms of the Kazakian mountains seemed colder still around the bleak stone fortress that grew from the granite flank of a nameless mountain in the heart of the range. Fierce hillmen who feared nothing rode miles out of their way to go around that dark bastion, and made the sign of the horns to ward off evil at its mention. Aminar, the necromancer, made his way down a dim corridor that violated the very heartstone of the mountain, followed by those no longer human. He was slender, this thaumaturge, and darkly handsome, his black beard cropped close. But a vaguely serpent-like streak of white meandered through his short hair, and the red flecks that danced in his eyes drew the gaze and the will of anyone foolish enough to look deeply. His henchmen looked like ordinary men at first glance and from a distance, but their faces were vaguely pointed. Their eyes glinted red beneath ridged helmets, and their skins bore reptilian scales. The fingers of the elongated hands that held their spears ended not in nails, but in claws. A curved tulwar swung at the hip of everyone except for him who marched close behind Aminar. Sitha, warden of the Satara, Aminar's Saurian henchman, bore a great double-edged axe. They came to tall doors set in the stone, both doors and stone carved with serpents in endless arabesques. "Sitha," Aminar said, and passed through the doors without pausing. The reptiloid warden followed close behind, closing the massive
Right,
doors.
so now
after
all
his
that's
master,
done.
But Aminar barely noticed. He spared not a glance for the naked captives, a man and a woman,
That's
bound
it.
hand and foot, who
Request
lay gagged
titanium.
at one side of the column-circled room. The mosaic floor bore the likeness of a golden serpent, surrounded by what might have been the rays of the sun. The mage's black robe was wound about with a pair of
They're
entwined
slow.
golden serpents.
They'll take a long
Their
time to
heads
recharge,
coming over his shoulders to
but we've
rest on his
finally
chest.
done it.
The eyes of the embroidered serpents glittered with what would not possibly be life. He spoke. "The man, Sitha." The prisoners writhed in a frenzy to break their bonds, but the scaled henchman, muscles bulging like a blacksmith's, handled the man easily. In minutes, the captive was
There
spread
they
eagle
come.
atop a
Can
block of
see them
red
now.
streaked black marble. A trough around the rim of the dark altar led to a spout above a large golden bowl. Sitha ripped the gag away and stepped back. The bound man, a pale-skinned Ophirian, worked his mouth and spat. "Whoever you are, you'll get naught from me, spawn of the outer
And
dark.
there's planetary
I'll not
logistics.
beg. Do you hear? No plea will crack my teeth, dog. I will not." Aminar heard nothing. He felt beneath his robe for the amulet, a golden serpent in the clutches of a silver hawk. That protected him. That and other things he had done. Yet each time there was the realization of the power he faced.
Yeah, let's just
and
demand
control.
as much as possible.
Those fools of Stygia, those who called themselves mages of the Black Ring, had so condescendingly allowed him to study at their feet, confident of his worshipful admiration. Until it was
Now
too
the
late.
titanium's
None
here
of them
again.
knew the contempt that festered in his heart. They
We
prated
can
of their
continue
power in
onwards.
the service of Set, Lord of the Dark. Yet no man of them dared so much as lay a finger on the dread Book of Typhon. But he had dared. He began to chant, and behind the altar a mist formed, red and golden as a mist of flames. Beyond the mist, blackness stretched into infinity. The Ophirian's tongue was stilled, and his teeth chattered in their place. It was said that no human mind could comprehend the terrible knowledge contained in the book, or hold a single word of it without madness and death. Yet Aminar had learned. But a single page, it was true, before the numinous powers of it, wrenching at his mind, turning his bones to jelly, sent him grievously wounded and howling like a dog out of the city of Kimi into the desert. And in his madness, in that waterless waste beneath a burning sun, he had remembered that page still. Death could not come near him. In the mists, from the mists, a shape coalesced. The Ophirian's eyes bulged in silence-stricken terror. The woman screamed into her gag. The golden head that reared above them in the swirling
The main bottleneck again is just organic crystal, and there's very little we can do about that. Could I parallel the construction?
Beyond the reach of eye to see or mind to know.
Or could I serialize the construction?
And eyes holding the flames of all the furnaces that ever were regarded Aminar. Greedily the mage thought, and fingered his amulet once more. Across the sands he had stumbled, burning, drying, thirsting, remembering that page and unable to die. At last he came on Pateon the Accursed, fear-haunted ruins abandoned in the days of Dark Acheron, before Stygia was aught but a stretch of sand.
I would like
In the nameless
this to
forgotten
look a bit
cavern
like
beneath that
terracotta.
city, he had found
There.
Morath Amani,
But,
bound
yeah,
there
that's
for rebellion
terracotta.
against Set, when those who now called themselves men walked on all fours and rooted beneath stones for grubs. With his memories of that page, would they never stop burning at him? He found the means to release the god demon, the means to keep it in reign, however tenuously, and the means of his own protection. He had found power. Morath Amani, he half chanted, half hissed. O eater of souls, whose third name is death to hear, death to say, death to know, thy servant Aminar brings these offerings to thy sacrifice. He held out his hand. Sitha placed a golden-hilted knife, its blade gilded in his grasp. The Ophirian opened his mouth to scream and gurgled horribly as Aminar slit his throat. At that instant, the golden tentacles of the god-demon struck at the man on the altar, clutched him where he lay amid the spreading pool of his own blood. The tentacles avoided the proximity of Aminar.
This paper must have its own microphone. Indeed, yes, interdimensional lizards. Hello, welcome.
The mage chanted. He stared into
I'm sure it was an interesting talk, whatever it was. I would have... Just a second. I would have liked to have known about how C.S. Lewis came to God. I didn't know about that myself. I thought he was always a believer. But I'm not going to put up with that.
Grew on the Ophirian's face as he realized he was dying, and yet he did not die. His heart pumped, his lifeblood poured from his ruined throat, the rubiate liquor flowing over ebon marble, channeled to the golden vessel at the foot of the altar for later necromancies. But he was not allowed to die. Aminar heard in his mind the satisfied sibilation of the god-demon feeding. The Ophirian's pale eyes filled with desolation as the man realized what was being taken from him besides his life. The mage watched those eyes become lifeless, though yet alive, empty windows on a soulless depth. With care, he made a precise slit in the twitching chest. His hand poised above it, and he met the Ophirian's despairing gaze. "Thank me for the release of death," he said. The Ophirian's lips labored to form the words, but no sound emerged. Only horrendous bubbles in the diminishing flow of blood from the chasm that had been his throat. Aminar smiled. His hand thrust into the slit, caught the pulsing heart, and ripped it free. It beat one last time as he held it before the Ophirian's eyes. "Die," the mage said.
Oops.
The god-demon released its hold, and the husk on the altar slumped at last in death. Sitha appeared beside the mage with a golden plate, on which Aminar placed the heart. That, too, had its uses in his magics. He took the linen cloth the reptilian offered and wiped his blood-stained hands. Sitha turned away. "Aminar," the god-demon's susurration rolled against the walls. "Thou useth my sacrifice, soulless one, for thine own pleasure." Aminar glanced hurriedly about him before answering. The woman writhed in her bonds on the edge of insanity. She heard nothing beyond the shrieks her gag choked back. Sitha continued out of the sacrificial chamber as if he had not heard. The Satara had little capacity to think for themselves, but they could obey orders. Sitha would place the heart in a golden bowl prepared beforehand with spells to keep its contents fresh. Only then would he be able to consider anything else, if his soulless mind were ever capable of considering anything.
Dark fog base core
The mage
destroyed.
dropped his head on his chest and bowed in his most humble fashion.
Need sorters.
O great Morath Amini, I am but thy humble servant. Thy servant who freed thee from the bonds set upon thee by the Dark One. Gods and demons could not forget, not as men forget, but oft did they prefer not to remember debts in their dealings with men. The reminder could not be amiss. A golden-scaled tentacle reached toward Aminar. It was all he could do not to flinch away, then jerked back as if from a great heat. Thou wearest the amulet still. O Most High among the powers and dominions, this one is so insignificant beside thee that thou mightest destroy him without noticing such a speck in thy path. I wear this merely that thou mayst be aware of me, and spare me to thy service and greater glory. Serve me well, and in that day when Set is bound where I was bound, in that day when I rule the outer dark, I will give thee dominion over my herds, over those who call themselves men, and thou shalt bring the multitudes to my feeding. As thy word is, so shall it be, great Morath Amani. Aminar became aware that Sitha had returned with two other Satara. The necromancer flicked his hand in a summoning gesture, and the two scurried toward the blood-stained altar, dropping to all fours as they came near the black marble slab. Their eyes did not rise to the god-demon towering over them, as, half groveling, they unfastened the sacrifice and bore it away. A different tap jerked Aminar around to stare at the tall cavern doors. No one dared disturb these ceremonies. The tap came again. He twitched as the voice of the god-demon hissed in his mind.
Dark fog base core destroyed.
O Aminar, this concerneth thee most vitally. He glanced back at the great golden serpent shape rearing motionless above the black altar. The flame-filled eyes watched him with, what, amusement? Prepare the next sacrifice, Sitha. The bound woman spasmed in ever greater frenzy as scaly hands lifted her from the tiled floor. Aminar hurried from the chamber. A Turanian with a pointed beard stood eyeing the Satara nervously, his slight plumpness and loose yellow robes contrasting sharply with the empty red eyes and ring mail of the guards.
Dark fog
The man
base core
craned to look
destroyed.
beyond the mage into the sacrificial chamber, and Aminar closed the door firmly. He had few human servants who could be trusted
Dark fog
beyond
base
the
core
keep.
destroyed.
It was not yet time for them to learn what they served. Why have you left Agrapur, Tufik? He snapped. The plump man put on a fawning smile and washed his hands in front of his chest. It was not my fault, master. I beg you to understand that. What do you babble about, man? That which you set me to watch, master. It is no longer in the strong rooms of King Yildiz. Aminar blanched. Tufik, taking it for rage, cringed, and the Satara guardsman stirred uneasily, but the thaumaturge was quaking inside. He gripped the Turanian's robes with iron fingers, pulling the man erect. Where is it now? Speak, man, for your life. Shatazar, master, I swear. Aminar glared at him and threw him. Morath Amani had known the import of this message. The god-demon must know of what was now in Shatazar. A new hiding place must be found, but first he must secure within his power that which was gone.
There we go.
That
More
which was
refined
kept
oil.
from Morath Amani at all
Dark
costs.
fog base core
And to do that, he must risk bringing it within the very grasp of the god-demon. The risk. The risk. He was not aware that he still carried the sacrificial knife until he slid it into the Turanian's ribs. He looked into the face that now stared
There
open.
we go. Now should be sufficient refined oil for that.
Human servants were useful in so many ways that Satara could not be. Too useful to be thrown away casually. He felt something thump against his chest and looked down. Jutting from his black robe was a knife hilt from which Tufik's hand fell away. Contemptuously, Aminar hurled the dying man from him. He plucked the knife free, held up its bloodless blade before the man on the stone floor, whose mouth was filling with his own blood.
There we go.
Fool, Aminar said. Steal my soul before mortal weapon can harm me. He turned away. The guard's desire for fresh meat would dispose of what remained of Tufik. If Aminar were to have the time he needed, Morath Amani must be kept satiated. More prisoners must be brought. More sacrifices for the Eater of Souls. He re-entered the sacrificial
Go that way.
to attend to the first of these. The purple-domed and many-spired city of Shadowzar was known as the Wicked, but the debauches of its high-chinned nobles, of their cruel-eyed wives and pearl-draped daughters, paled beside the everyday life of that part of the city known as the Desert. In those narrow, twisting streets and
there we go.
alleys,
An upgrade to my core.
kidnapper, murderer, and worse. The price of a body was silver. The price of a life, copper. The price of a soul, not worth speaking of. The big youth lounging on the bed upstairs in the tavern of Abuletes, in the heart of the desert, had no thought of those who might be coughing out their lives in the fetid squalor outside.
Is that the last of the
square-cut black mane were on the
interstellar logistics vessels?
Small room. Who was adjusting the
Yeah, it looks like it.
plates that displayed rather than concealed her swelling bilobate chest. The rest of her attire consisted of transparent pantaloons, slashed from waist to ankle, and a gilded girdle of no more than 2 fingers' breadth slung low on her rounded hips. She wore 4 rings, green peridot and red almondine on her left.
Yeah. There we go.
Green alexandrite on her right.
Now we have more
Do not say it, Conan, she said without looking
more
at
organic
him.
crystal on its way.
Say what? He growled. If his unlined face proclaimed that he had seen fewer than 20 winters, his eyes at that moment said they had been winters of iron and blood. He tossed aside his fur covering with one massive hand and rose to dress. As always,
So
first
production's
his
slow,
weapons
but
were
at least
close
it
at
is
hand.
producing.
The ancient broadsword in its worn shagreen sheath, the black-bladed Carpathian dagger that he strapped to his left forearm. I give to you freely what I sell to others. Can you not be satisfied with that? There is no need for you to follow your profession, Semiramis. I am the best thief in Shadowzar and all Zamora. At her laugh, his knuckles whitened on his leather-wrapped sword hilt. He had more reason for his pride than she knew. Had he not slain wizards, destroyed liches, saved one throne and toppled another? What other of his years could say half so much? But he had never spoken of these things, even to Semiramis, for fame was the beginning of the end for a thief. And for all your thievery, she chided, what do you have? Every copper you steal drips from your fingers like water. Crom. Is that why you will not be mine alone? For money? You're a fool. She spat. Before he could say more, she flounced out of the room. For a time, he sat frowning at the bare wooden walls. Semiramis did not
Let's
know half of his
ramp up
troubles in
production,
Shadowzar.
at least
He
temporarily.
was indeed the most successful thief in the city, and now his successes were beginning to rebound on him. The fat merchants and perfumed nobles whose dwellings he robbed were making up a reward to put an end to his depredations. Some of those self-same men had hired him upon occasion to retrieve an incriminating letter or a gift given indiscreetly to the wrong woman. What he knew of their secrets was likely as big a reason for the reward as his thefts. That, and their hot-eyed daughters, who found it delightfully wicked to dally with a muscular young barbarian. With a grunt, he got to his feet and slung a black Coranian cloak edged in cloth of gold around his broad shoulders. These ruminations were gaining him nothing. He was a thief. He should be about it.
Darkbog spaceport destroyed.
As he made his way down the rickety stair into the crowded common room, he ground his teeth. In the center of the room, Semiramis sat on the lap of a mustachioed Kothian kidnapper in a striped cloak of many colors. Gold armlets encircled his biceps, and a gold hoop hung from one dark ear. The oily man's right hand gripped Semiramis's breasts. His left arm flexed as the other hand worked beneath the table. She wriggled seductively and giggled as he whispered in her ear,
Fancy a shag, love.
as he strode to the bar. Wine, he ordered, and dug into the leather purse at his belt for the necessary coppers. There were few enough remaining. Fat Abuletes made the coins disappear, replacing them with a leathern jack of sour-smelling wine. His neck rose in grimy folds above the collar of a faded yellow tunic. His dark eyes, sunk in the suet of his face, could weigh a man's purse to the last copper at 20 paces. Instead of moving away, he remained, studying Conan from behind the fat, flat mask of his face. The smells of the thin wine and half-burned meat from the kitchens warred with the effluvia wafted in from the streets whenever the door opened to let another patron in or out. It yet lacked 3 full glasses of nightfall, but the tables were filled with cup-purses, panderers, and footpads. A busty courtesan in brass-belled ankle bracelets and 2 narrow strips of yellow silk hawked her wares with lascivious smiles. Conan marked the locations of those who looked dangerous. A turbaned Kazankian hillman licked his thin lips as he studied the prostitute, and 2 swarthy Iranistanis in loose, flowing red pantaloons and leather vests ogled her as well. Blood might well be shed there. A Turanian coiner sat hunched over his mug, pointed beard waggling as he muttered to himself. It was known in the desert that he had been badly bested by a mark, and he was ready to assuage his humiliation with the 3-foot Ibari sword knife at his hip. A third Iranistani, dressed like the first 2 but with a silver chain dangling on his bare chest, attended a fortune-teller turning her cards at a table against the far wall. "What told you, Conan?" Abuletes said abruptly, "on the coming troubles?" "What troubles?" Conan replied. His mind was not on the tavern-keeper's words. The soothsayer was no wrinkled hag, as such women were wont to be. Silken auburn hair showed at the edges of her voluminous brown cloak's hood, framing a heart-shaped face. Her emerald eyes had a slight tilt above high cheekbones. The cloak and the robe beneath were of rough wool, but her slender fingers on the kafar cards were delicate.
Ah, good. Right.
"You listen to nothing not connected to your thievery," Abuletes grumbled. "These 6 months past, no fewer than 7 caravans bound for Turan or coming from there have disappeared without a trace. Tiridates has the army out after the Red Hawk, but they've never gotten a glimpse of that she-devil. Why should this time be any different? And when the soldiers return empty-handed, the merchants screaming for something to be done will force the king to crack down on us in the desert." "He has cracked them before," Conan laughed, "and nothing changes." The Iranistani said something with a smirk. The soothsayer's green eyes looked daggers at him, but she continued to tell her cards.
Right, so now I have enough.
The Iranistani had the same idea he did. If Semiramis wanted to flaunt her trade before him. "What proof is there," he said, without taking his eyes from the pair across the room, "that the Red Hawk is responsible? 7 caravans would be a large bite for a bandit to chew." Abuletes snorted. "Who else could it be? Kazankian hillmen never raid far from the mountains. That leaves the Red Hawk, and who knows how many men she has. Who knows anything of her, even what she looks like? I've heard she has 500 rogues who obey her like hounds the huntsman." Conan opened his mouth for an acid retort, and at that moment the situation at the fortune-teller's table flared. The Iranistani laid a hand on her arm. She shook it off. He clutched at her cloak, whispering urgent words, hefting a clinking purse in his other hand. Find a boy, she spat. Her backhand blow to his face cracked like a whip. The Uranus rocked back, his face livid. Slut, he howled, and a broad-bladed Turanian dagger appeared in his fist. Conan crossed the room in 2 pantherish strides. His big hand clamped the bicep of the Uranistani's knife arm and lifted the man straight up out of his chair. The Uranistani's snarl changed to open-mouthed shock as he tried to slash at the big youth, and his knife dropped from suddenly nerveless fingers. Conan's iron grip had shut off the blood to the man's arm. With contemptuous ease, Conan hurled the man sprawling on the floor. But
Do I have... I do have
doesn't
some.
want your attentions, he said.
Right, let's build them manually.
The Uranistani howled. Left-handed, he snatched the Turanian coiner's Ibari sword knife and lunged at Conan. Hooking his foot around the Uranistani's toppled chair, Conan swung it into the man's path. The Uranistani tumbled, springing up again even as he fell, but Conan's booted toe took him under the chin before he could rise above a crouch. He flipped backward to collapse at the feet of the coiner, who retrieved the sword knife with a covetous glance at the Uranistani's purse. Conan turned back to the pretty fortune-teller. He thought he saw a dagger disappearing beneath her capacious cloak. As I saved you an unpleasantness, he said, perhaps you will let me buy you some wine. Her lip curled. I needed no help from a barber boy. Her eye flickered to his left, and he dove to his right. The scimitar, wielded by one of the other Uranistanis, bit into the table instead of his neck. He tucked his shoulder under as he dove, rolling to his feet and whipping his broadsword free of its shagreen sheath in the same motion. The 2 Uranistanis, who had been sitting alone, faced him with scimitars in hand, well apart, knees slightly bent in the stance of experienced fighters. The tables around the 3 had emptied, but otherwise the denizens of the tavern took no notice. It was a rare day that at least one man did not give his death rattle on that sawdust-covered floor. Whelp, whose mother never knew his father's name, one of the long-nosed men snarled. Think you to strike Hafin so and walk away? You will drink your own blood, spawn of a toad. You will... Conan saw no reason to listen to the man's rantings. Shouting a wild Sumerian battle cry, he whirled his broadsword aloft and attacked. A contemptuous smile appeared on the dark visage of the nearer man, and he lunged to spit the muscular youth before the awkward-seeming overhand slash could land. Conan had no intention of making an attack that left him so open, though. Even as the Uranistani moved, Conan dropped to the right, crouching with his left leg straight out to the side. He could read death knowledge in the man's dark, bulging eyes. As the gleaming blue blade of the scimitar passed over his left shoulder, his broadsword was pivoting, slashing through the leather
Another
jerkin,
15 to
burying
do,
itself deep in the Uranistani's
but I can't do
ribs.
it because I'm out of power.
Blade like bone. Beyond the man choking on his own blood, he saw the second Uranistani, teeth bared in a rictus, rushing at him with scimitar extended. He threw his shoulder into the pit of the dying man's stomach, straightening to lift the Uranistani and hurl him at his companion. The sword, tearing free of the body, held it up enough that it fell sprawling at the other man's racing feet. The second Uranistani leaped over his friend, curved blade swinging. Conan's slash beat the scimitar aside, and his backhand return ripped out the man's throat. Blood spilling down his dirty chest, the Uranistani tottered back with disbelieving eyes, pulling an empty table over when he fell. Conan caught sight of Semiramis heading up the stair, one of the Kothian's big hands caressing a nearly bare buttock possessively as he followed. With a grimace, he wiped his blade clean on the baggy pantaloons of one of the dead men. Be damned to her if her eyes had not shown her she already had a better man. He turned back to the table of the red-haired woman. It was empty. He cursed again under his breath. This one's dead too, Abuletes muttered. The fat tavern keeper knelt beside the first man Conan had confronted, his hands like taut spiders as they slipped the silver chain from about the dead man's neck. You broke his neck? Hanuman's stones, Conan. That's 3 free spenders you've done me out of. I've half a mind to tell you to take your custom elsewhere. Now you have it all, Conan said sourly. And you don't have to give them any of your watered wine. But you can bring me a pitcher of your best Chiroian on them. He settled at a table against the wall, thinking rough thoughts about women. At least the red-haired wench could have shown a little gratitude. He had saved her from a mauling, if nothing worse. And Semiramis. Abuletes plunked down a rough earthenware pitcher in front of him and stretched out a grubby hand. Conan looked significantly at the last of the dead Iranistanes being hauled away by the two scruffy men who earned coppers fetching and carrying around the tavern. He had seen all three of the dead men's purses disappear beneath Abuletes' filthy apron. After a moment, the tavern keeper shuffled his feet, wiped his fat hands on his apron, and left. Conan settled down to serious drinking.
Didn't realise there was so little power.
Tables that had emptied during the fight refilled quickly.
Maybe I can do something about that.
Conan had given more
Make
than
a
a
call?
passing glance
No,
to the
can't do
dead men
that.
as they were removed.
Energy
The level
circuit.
of shouted laughter and raucous talk had never decreased.
There, that'll
The
do.
courtesan briefly considered the breadth of Conan's shoulder with lust-filled eyes, then passed on from his grim face. His troubles, Conan decided by the time he had emptied 4 wooden tankards of the sweet wine, would not be settled by the amounts he normally stole. Had he been a man of means, the auburn-haired baggage would not have gone. Semiramis would not have thought it so important to ply her trade. But golden goblets lifted from the halls of fat merchants, pearl necklaces spirited from the very bedsides of sleek noblewomen, brought less than a tenth their value from the fences in the desert. And the art of saving was not in him.
So that's that.
Gambling and drinking took what remained from
So
winning.
now I just need
The only
to
way
recover
sufficient
my
gain
energy.
was one grand theft. But what? And from where? There was the palace, of course.
And also it'll help if I do it on the same button. So what I'm going to do is set the
He had been so since the days when the evil mage Yara was the true power in Zamora. But injustice
Wait until I'm
should
directly
willingly part
ahead.
with some portion of his wealth for the man who had brought Yara and the Elephant Tower down. If he knew that man's deeds, and if he were of a mind to part with anything to a barbarian thief. But the debt was owed to Conan's mind, and collecting on it, albeit without Tiridates'
So
knowledge,
wait for the
was
passing of
not
the
at all.
orbit of the moon,
Then there was Larsh.
and when it's overhead again, I'll fly up.
One's not far from Shadow's
Hopefully,
Guard.
I'll have enough energy to do so.
Toppled towers and time-eroded walls was shrouded in the depths of time. But everyone agreed there was a treasure there. And a curse. A decade before, when Tiridates was still a vigorous king, he had sent a company of the king's own inside those walls in the full light of day. Not one had returned, and the screams of their dying had so panicked the king's retinue and bodyguard that they had abandoned him. Tiridates had been forced to flee with them. If any had tried to penetrate that doom-filled
Right,
city,
let's try it.
none had ever returned to speak of it. Conan did not fear curses. Had he not already proven himself a bane of mages? As he did not fear to enter the very
No.
palace of the king.
Can't escape the gravitational pull.
But which? To remove sufficient wealth from the palace would be as difficult as removing it from the accursed ruins. Which would
Oh,
gain
well.
the most for his labors? He became aware of eyes and then looked up. A dark
Well, I hope we all enjoy this moment of quiet solitude as we listen to Conan the Destroyer. No, Conan the Invincible.
A purple silk robe hung from the watcher's bony shoulders. He leaned on a shoulder-high staff of plain polished wood. And though he bore no other weapon and was plainly not of the desert, there was no fear of robbery or anything else in his black eyes.
Dark Spaceport destroyed.
You are Conan the Cimmerian, he said. It was not a question. It is said you are the best thief in Shadowzar. And who are you? Conan said warily, to accuse an honest citizen of thievery. I am a bodyguard. The man took a seat across from him without asking. He held his staff with one hand. Conan saw that he regarded it as a weapon. I am Ankar, a merchant dealing in very special merchandise. I have need of the best thief in Shadowzar. smile, Conan sipped his wine.
That's not enough energy to escape the gravitational pull. Not going to take it.
And what special merchandise do you wish to acquire? First, know that the price I will pay is 10,000 pieces of gold.
Destroyed.
Conan set his mug down before he slopped wine over his wrist. With 10,000, by the Lord of the Mound, he would be no longer a thief, but a man with a need to guard against thieves. What is it you wish stolen? He said eagerly. A tiny smile touched Ankar's thin lips. So you are Conan the thief. At least that is settled. Know you that Yildiz of Turan and Tiridates have concluded a treaty to stop the depredations against trade along their common border? I may have heard, but there's no loot in treaties. Think you so? Then know that gifts were exchanged between the kings in token of this pact, which is to last for 5 years. To Tiridates, Yildiz sent 5 dancing girls bearing a golden casket, on the lid of which are set 5 stones of amethyst, 5 of sapphire, and 5 of topaz. Within the casket are 5 pendants, each containing a stone the like of which no man has ever seen.
Destroyed.
Conan was tiring of the strange man's supercilious air. Ankar took him for a rude, untutored
Still not
barbarian.
enough.
And perhaps he
Nope.
was, but he was not a fool. You wish me to
Will
steal
hydrogen
the
work
pendants
better?
off the casket, he said.
Yeah, fuel chamber generation is 100%.
Ankar's eyes widened. The self-named merchant took his stand.
That's
with
more
both
like
hands.
it.
Why do you say that, Cimmerian? His voice was low and dark. The casket you described could be duplicated for far less than what you offer. That leaves the pendants. He measured the other's age and added with a laugh, unless it's the dancing girls you want. Ankar did not join in, continuing to watch Conan with hooded eyes. You are not stupid. He stopped abruptly. Conan angrily shut off his laughter. Not stupid for a barbarian. He would show this man a thing or 3 of barbarians. What are these pendants, he growled. If they're in the treasure room, I will need time for planning, and Tiridates basks in the reflected glory of a more powerful monarch. The casket shows that Yildiz has...
Now can I do it? Tell you what, I'm going to save the game here, and if it's insufficient, then I haven't lost all of that energy.
Said 10 days for preparations. Impossible. Make fewer preparations. 3 days. Fewer preparations, and you'll never see those pendants. And my head will decorate a pike above the west gate. 8 days. Ankar touched the tip of his tongue to thin lips.
Done it.
For the first
I've broken
time,
out the
he appeared
gravitational pull of the gas
uncertain.
giant.
His eyes clouded as if he had lost himself in his thoughts. 4 days, not a moment more.
Destroyed.
5 days, Conan insisted. A moment less and Tiridates will keep his pendants. Ankar's eyes dimmed again.
Now I can recharge.
5 days. he said
Finally.
Done. Conan suppressed a grin. He meant to have those pendants in his hand that very night. But had he told this Ankar that, when he put the pendants in the man's hands, Ankar would think it nothing out of the ordinary? By negotiating for 10 days and settling for 5 as the absolute minimum, he would be thought a miracle worker when he produced the pendants on the next morn. He had seen each reaction from men before. There was mention of 10,000 gold pieces, Ankar. The swarthy man produced a purse from beneath his robe and slid it halfway across the table.
Right, so where's the solar panels?
20 now,
There they are.
100 more when you tell me your plan. The balance when you hand me the pendants.
Oh,
A small part beforehand for a payment of 10,000, Conan grumbled. But inside, he was not displeased at all. The 20 alone equaled his largest commission before this, and the rest would be in hand on the morrow. He reached for the purse. Of a sudden, Ankar's hand darted to cover his atop the gold-filled pouch, and he started. The man's hand was as cold as a corpse's. Hear me, Conan of Samaria, the dark man hissed.
Can I
If
do
you betray me in
more
this, you will pray
mass
long
construction?
your head did in truth adorn a pike. Conan tore his hand free from the other's bony grip. He had to restrain himself from working the hand, for those icy fingers had seemed to drain the warmth from his own. I have agreed to do this thing, he said hotly. I am not so civilized
Oh,
as to break
fire
the
ice.
honor of my word. For a moment he thought the hook-nosed man was going to sneer, and knew that if he did, he would rip the man's throat out. Ankar contented himself with a sniff and a nod, though. See that you remember your honor, Sumerian. He rose and
Where do I find fire
a
ice?
retort.
It's not smelters.
Long after the dark man was gone, the muscular youth sat scowling. It would serve the fool right if he
No.
kept the pendants once they were in hand. But he had given his word. Still, the decision as to where to gain his wealth had been settled. He upended the pouch, spilling thick milled-edge roundels of gold, stamped with Tiridates' head into his palm, and his black mood was whisked away. "Abuletes," he roared. "Wine for everyone!" There would be time enough for frugality when he had the 10,000. The man who called himself Ankar strode out of the desert, trailed to the very end of the twisting, odoriferous streets by human jackals.
No.
They, sensing something of the true nature of the man,
No.
never screwed their courage tight enough to come near him.
No.
He, in turn, spared them not a glance, for he
No.
could bend men's minds with his eye,
No.
drain the life from them with a touch of his hand.
No.
His true name was Imhep Aten,
No.
and many who knew him shuddered when they said it.
Ah,
As he
here
had
we
rented
go.
in Hafira,
Early
the better
mid-game.
sections of Shadazar, the door was opened by a heavily muscled Shemite, as large as Conan, with a sword on his hip. A trader in rare gems, for as such he was known among the nobles of the city, needed a bodyguard. The Shemite cowered away from the bony necromancer, hastening to close and bolt the door behind him. Imhep Aten hurried into the house, then down into the basement and the chambers beneath. He had chosen the house for those deep buried rooms. Some works were best done in the bowels of the earth, where no ray of sun ever found its way. In the anteroom to his private chamber,
Right.
two lush young girls of 16 summers fell on their knees at his entrance. They were naked,
Let's upgrade
with
the
golden chains
belts,
at wrist
because
and
I've got
ankle,
belts.
waist and neck, and their big round eyes shone with lust and worshipful adoration.
Hey, just a second.
His will was
Just a sec.
theirs.
Is this like a Yankee thing? They can't say shone, they have to say shown. Because shown is when I show you that the word shone is pronounced thusly. I have shown you the correct way to pronounce it, now do so.
The fulfillment of his slightest whim, the greatest desire of their miserable lives. The spells that kept them so killed in a year or two, and that he found a pity, for it necessitated the constant acquisition of new subjects. The girls groveled on their faces. He paused before passing into his inner chamber to lay his staff before the door. Instantly, the wooden rod transmuted into a hooded viper that coiled and watched with cold, semi-intelligent eyes. Imhep Aten had no fear of human intruders, while his faithful myrmidon watched. The inner room was barren for a mage's work chamber. No piles of human bones to stoke unholy fires. No desiccated husks of mummies to be ground into noxious powders. But what little there was permeated the chamber with bone-chilling horror. At either end of a long table, thin, greasy plumes of smoke arose from two black candles. The towel rendered from the body of a virgin strangled with her mother's hair and made woman after death by her father. Between them lay a book bound in human skin, a grimoire filled with secrets darker than any outside of Stygia itself, and a glass fluid-filled simulation of the human womb, within which floated the misshapen form of one unborn. Before the table, Imhotep Aten made arcane gestures, muttered incantations known to but a handful human. The homunculus twitched within the pellucid womb. Agony twisted its deformed face as the pitiful jaws creaked painfully open. Who calls? Despite the gurgling distortion of that hollow cry, there was an imperiousness to it that told Imhotep Aten who spoke across the countless miles from ancient Kimi in Stygia through
Now
another
that's
such
done.
monstrosity.
If I go here and look for power,
of the Black Ring.
power.
It is I,
No.
Imhotep Aten. All is in readiness. Soon Aminar will be cast into the outer dark. Then Aminar still lives, and the one whose name may not be spoken, yet profanes the honor of Set. Remember your part, and your blame, and your fate should you fail. Sweat dampened
I
Imhotep
don't like
Aten's
making
forehead.
solar power stations
It had
because
been
they just
he
take
who
an
brought Aminar
age to
into the
do.
Black Ring. He remembered once
Can
seeing
I,
a renegade priest given
let's see
to
if I
Set
can
in a
upgrade
dark
the
chamber far beneath Kimi,
construction
and swallowed
drone
by.
engines. Construction drone flight speed, yeah.
I will not
Can I have
fail, he
more
muttered,
drones?
then forced strength into his words so the homunculus could hear and transmit.
There we go.
I will not fail. That which I came to secure will be in my hands in 5 days. Aminar and the one whose name may not be spoken will be delivered into the power of Set. That you are given this chance of redemption is not of my will. If you fail, there will be no failure. An ignorant barbarian thief who knows no more of reality than a gold coin will... The horrible, hollow voice from the twisted shape in the glass vessel cut him off. I care not for your methods. Set cares not. Succeed or pay. The grotesque mouth snapped shut, and the homunculus curled tighter into a fetal ball. The communication was ended.
Lack of item.
Imhotep
Bugger.
Aten scrubbed damp palms down the front of his purple robe. Some measure of what had been sucked out of him these minutes past, he could regain at the expense of the two girls awaiting his desires. But they knew their place in the scheme of things, if not the brevity of that place. There was little to be gained from such. Not so the thief. The Sumerian thought
Might as well do some of these by hand.
if not from some
Every
strange
little helps.
barbarian perspective, his superior. The mere fact that he was alive would remind the mage of this time when he stank with fierce sweat. Once the pendants were safely in hand, this Conan would find not gold, but death as his payment. The alabaster walls of Tiridates' palace stood 5 times the height of a man, and atop them, guardsmen of the king's own marched sentry rounds in gilded half-armor and horsehair-crested helms. Within, when the sun was high, peacocks strutted among flowers from lands beyond the ken of man. The hours were struck on silver gongs, and silken maids danced for the pleasure of the drunkard king. Now, in the purple night, ivory towers with corbelled arches and golden finial domes pierced the sky in silent stillness. Conan watched from the shadows around the plaza that surrounded the palace, counting the steps of guards as they moved toward each other, then away. His boots and cloak were in the sack slung at his side, muffling any clank of the tools of his trade. His sword was strapped across his back, the hilt rising above his right shoulder, and a Carpathian dagger was sheathed on his left forearm. He held a rope of black-dyed raw silk, on the end of which dangled a padded grapnel. As the guards before him met once more and turned to move apart, he broke from the shadows. His bare feet made almost no sound on the gray paving stones of the plaza. He began to swing the grapnel as he ran. There would be little time before the guards reached the ends of their rounds and turned back. He reached the foot of the pale wall, and a heave of his massive arm sent the grapnel skyward into the night. It caught with a muted click. Tugging once at the rope to test it, he swarmed up the wall as another man might climb a stair. Wriggling flat onto the top of the wall, he stared at the graphinal and heaved a sigh of relief. One point had barely caught the lip of the wall, and a scrape on the stone showed how it had slipped. A finger's breadth more.
So do
He had no
those.
time for these reflections. Hurriedly, he pulled
And
the
then-
signal rope up and dropped into the garden below.
That's it.
He hit rolling to absorb the fall, and came up in rustling bushes against the wall. Above, the guards came closer, their footsteps thudding on the stone. Conan held his breath. If they noticed the scrape, an alarm would surely be raised.
900 more.
Guards
Excellent.
came together.
Right.
Muttered words were exchanged, and they began to move apart. He waited until the sounds of their going had faded. Then he was off, massive muscles working, in a loping
56.
stride past ferns that towered above his head,
61.
and pale flowered vines that rustled where there was no breeze. Across the garden, a peacock called, like the plaintive cry of a woman. Conan cursed whoever had wandered out to wake the bird from its roosting. Such noises were likely to draw the guards' attentions. He redoubled his pace. There was need to be inside before anyone came to check. Experience had taught him that the higher he was above a ground-level entrance, the more likely anyone who saw him was to think he had a right there. If he were moving from a lower level to
And
a
a regular
higher,
back
he
and
would
forth
be
of
shadowed.
titanium.
But
Nice.
from a higher to a lower, never. An observer thought him servant or bodyguard returning from his master to his quarters below, and thought no more on it. It was thus his practice to enter any building at as high a level as he could. Now, as he ran, his eyes searched the carven white marble wall of the palace ahead, seeking those balconies that showed no light. Near the very roof of the palace, 100 feet and more above the garden, he found the darkened balcony he sought. The pale marble of the palace wall had been worked in the form of leafy vines, providing 100 grips for fingers and toes. For one who had played on the cliffs of Samaria as a boy, it was as good as a path. As he swung his leg over the marble balustrade of the balcony, the peacock cried again, and this time its cry was cut off abruptly. Conan peered down to where the guardsmen made their rounds. Still, they seemed to notice nothing amiss. But it would be well to get the pendants in hand and be away as quickly as possible. Whatever fool was wandering about and perhaps silencing peacocks must surely rouse the sentries given time. He pushed the damask curtains that screened the balcony, and halfway across the darkened room before he realized his mistake. He was not alone. Breath caught in a canopied, gauze-hung bed, and someone stirred in the sheets. The Carpathian dagger appeared in his fist as he gathered himself and sprang for the bed. Silken gauze as fine as spun cobwebs ripped away before him, and he grappled with the bed's occupant, his wild charge carrying them both onto the marble mosaic floor. Abruptly, he became aware that the flesh he wrestled with, though firm, was yielding beneath his iron grip, and there was a sweet scent of flowery perfume. He tore away the silk sheets to see more clearly who it was that struggled so futilely against him. First bared were long, shapely legs, kicking wildly, then rounded hips, a tiny waist, and finally a pretty face filled with dark round eyes that stared at him fearfully above the fingers he locked instantly over her mouth. She wore a silver-mounted black stone that dangled between her small, shapely breasts, and beyond that was concealed only by dark waist-long hair. Who are you, girl?
300 megawatts, nice.
Poised in case she took it into her head to scream. She swallowed, and a small pink tongue licked her ripe lips. I am called Velita, noble sir. I'm only a slave girl. Please do not hurt me. I won't hurt you. He cast a quick eye around the tapestry-draped bedchamber, something convenient to bind her with.
So, more solar panels.
Alarm. It came to him that these were not the sleeping quarters of a slave girl. What are you doing here, Velita? Are you meeting someone? The truth now. No one, I swear. Her voice faltered, and her head dropped. The king chose me out, but in the end he preferred a youth from Corinthia, return to the Zanana.
Oh, nice. That's assisting the building as well.
Are you one of the dancing girls sent by Yildiz? Her small head tossed angrily. I was the best dancer at the court of Yildiz. He had no call to give me away. Suddenly she gasped. You do not belong here. Are you a thief? Please, I will be yours if you free me from this catamite king. Conan smiled. The idea had amusement value, this stealing of a dancing girl from the king's palace. Slight as she was, she would be no inconsiderable burden to carry over the palace wall. But he had pride of his youth and strength. I'll take you with me, Lolita, but I have no desire to own slaves. I'll set you free to go where you will, and with 100 pieces of gold as well. This I swear by Crom and by Bel, god of thieves. Generous gesture, he reflected, but he could well afford it. It would still leave 9,900 for himself, after all. Lolita's lower lip trembled. You are
Do I have any more?
me, are you? To be free. Her slender arms snaked around him tightly. I will serve you, I swear, and dance for you, and... For a moment, he enjoyed the pleasant pressure of her firm breasts against his chest, then drew himself back to the matter at hand. Enough, girl. Help me obtain what I came for, and you need do no more. You know the pendants that came with you to Tiridates? Surely. See, here is one. She pulled the silver chain from around her neck and thrust it into his hands.
Why was I building magnets?
Curiously. His time as a thief had given him some knowledge in the valley.
Oh, that was just the blueprint. I didn't bother with anything else than that.
Workmanship, but plain. As for the stone, an ebon oval as long as the top joint of his forefinger, it had the smooth feel of a pearl, but was not. Red flecks seemed to appear near the surface and dart into great depths. Abruptly, he tore his gaze from the pendant. What are you doing with this, Lolita? I was told they were displayed in a golden casket in the antechamber of the throne room. The casket is there, but Tiridates likes us to dance for him wearing them. We wear them this night. Conan sat back on his heels, replacing his dagger in its sheath. Can you fetch the other girls here, Velita? She shook her head. Yasmin and Susa are with officers of the guard, Consela with the steward, and Aramet with the counselor. As the king has little interest in women, the others take their pleasure. Does this mean you will not take me with you? I said I would, he snapped. He lifted the pendant on his palm. Ankar would likely not pay any part of the 10,000 for one pendant, but to gather the other 4 from women scattered throughout the palace, each in the company of a man, was clearly impossible. Reluctantly, he replaced the silver chain about her neck. I will take you away, but I fear you must remain another night yet. Another night? If I must, I will. But why? Tomorrow night at this hour, I will come again to this room. You must gather the pendants here with the other girls.
So that is
carry more than one of you over the wall, but I'll not harm them, I promise.
that's just doing its thing at the moment. We'll need solar panels to carry on.
They care not, so long as their cage be gold, she muttered. There's risk in what you ask. There is. If you cannot do it, say so. I'll take you away tonight and get what I can for the single piece. For a moment longer, she knelt frowning among the tangled sheets. You risk your life, I but a whipping. I will do it. What? He planted a hand over her mouth as the door of the darkened room opened. A mailed man entered, the red-dyed crest of a captain on his helm, blinking in the dimness. He was even taller than Conan, though perhaps a finger less broad of shoulder. Where are you, wench? The captain chuckled, moving deeper into the room. Conan waited, letting him get closer. I know you're here, you hot-bodied little vixen. A chamberlain saw you flee red-faced hence from our good king's chambers. You need a true man to assuage your... What? Conan launched himself at the large man as the other jumped back, clawing for his sword. One of the Cimmerian's big hands clutched the captain's sword.
So I need
The other
chemical
seized his
plants.
throat beneath a bearded chin. He could afford
Yeah,
no
that's
outcry,
enough.
not even such as the man might make after a dagger was lodged twixt his ribs. Chest to chest, the two big men stood, feet working for leverage on the mosaic arabesques of the floor. The guardsman's free hand clubbed against the back of Conan's neck, and again. The Cimmerian released his grip on the man's throat, throwing that arm around the Zamoran to hold him close. At the same instant, he let go the sword wrist, snaked his hand under that arm and behind the other shoulder to grab the bearded chin. His arms corded with the strain of forcing the helmeted head back. The tall soldier abandoned his attempt to reach his sword and suddenly grasped Conan's head with both his hands, twisting with all his might.
Now what?
Conan's breath rasped
I
in
need
his
some
throat,
of those
and the blood pounded in his
inserters.
ears. He could smell his own sweat and that of the Zamoran. A growl built deep in his throat. He forced the man's head back. Abruptly, there was an audible snap, and the guardsman was a dead weight sagging on his chest. Panting, Conan let the man fall. They held
All
his
that's
head
done.
at an impossible angle.
Oh yeah, I need to recharge first.
Killed him. Belita breathed. I recognize him.
Dark Fog Spaceport
That's
destroyed.
Moriarty's, a captain of the guard. When he's found here, he won't be, Conan answered. Quickly, he dragged the body out onto the balcony and dug his rope out of the sack at his side. It would stretch but halfway to the ground. Hooking the grapnel over the stone balustrade at the side of the balcony, he let the dark rope fall. When I whistle, Velita, unloose this. He bound the dead guardsman's wrists with the man's own sword belt and thrust his head and right arm through the loop they formed. When he straightened, the man dangled down his back like a sack, a heavy sack. He reminded himself of the 10,000 pieces of gold. What are you doing? She asked. And what's your name? I don't even know that. I'm making sure the body isn't found in this room. He stepped over the rail and checked the grapnel again. It wouldn't do to have it slip here. Clad in naught but the pendant, Belita stood watching him, her big dark eyes tremulous.
So that's done.
I am Conan of Samaria, he said proudly.
Now let's have
Let himself down the rope hand over hand.
fuel.
Almost immediately, he felt the
Hydrogen.
strain in his massive arms and shoulders. He was strong,
Ah.
but the Zamoran was no feather and a dead weight
That
besides.
won't do it.
His bound wrists dug into Conan's
So
throat.
we'll
But
have
there was no way to shift the burden while dangling 100 feet in the night air. With the mountain
We'll have
meters
those.
his eye, he studied distances and angles and stopped his descent in a stretch of the carven wall free of balconies. Thrusting with his powerful legs, he pushed himself sideways, walking 2 steps along the wall, then swinging back beyond the point where he began, then back the other way again. He stepped up the pace until he was running along the wall, swinging in an even greater arc. At first, the dead Zamoran slowed him, but then the extra weight added to his momentum, taking him closer to his goal.
That's why I
The balcony
wanted
below
to
and
build
the right of the
fuel.
first.
Yep.
He was 10 paces from the Nivea's stone rail. Then
Can't
5,
build it.
3. And he realized he was increasing his arc too little on each swing now. He could not climb back up the rope. The guardsman's wrists were half strangling him, nor could he continue to inch his way closer.
So I'll have some
He swung back to his
hydrogen
left
from
and
here.
began his sideways run toward the balcony. It was the last time, he knew as he watched his goal materialize out of the dark. He must make it this time or fall. 10 paces. 5, 3, 2. He was going to fall short. Desperately, he thrust against the enchased marble wall, loosed one hand from the rope, stretched for the rail. His fingers caught precariously and held. Straining, he hung between the rope
So
and
the
his tenuous grasp on
titanium
the stone.
ore is on the other planet. However, this one would be good because it's got
He pulled himself
a lot
nearer.
more power.
Then he had a foot between the balusters. Still
And
gripping the rope, he pulled himself over the rail
but
and
that
collapsed
planet,
on the cool marble, sucking at the
that
night
could have
air.
a good lot of
It was an illusory haven, though.
Ah.
Quickly, he freed himself from the Zamoran and bent back over the rail to whistle.
Need to go there
The
anyway.
rope swung as the grapnel fell free. He drew it up with grateful thanks that
But
Billy
before I
had
do
nothing
that, let's go here and
terrifying to
pick up
remember,
some more
and stowed it
items.
in his sack. There was still Marieties to deal with.
Cruise ended.
Mariety's sword belt went back about the officer's waist. There was naught Conan could do about the abrasions on the man's wrists. On the side, away from Velita's balcony, he rolled the dead man over the rail. From below came the crashing of broken branches, but
So
no
let's see.
alarm. Smiling, Conan used the cavern marble foliage to make his way to the ground.
Got enough of
Evidence
those.
of Mariety's fall was plain in shattered boughs. The captain himself lay spread-eagled across an exotic shrub, the loss of which Conan thought the
Got enough of
dilettante
those.
king might regret more than the loss of a soldier.
Dark fog
And best of
baseboard
all,
destroyed.
of the several balconies from which the man could have fallen.
Alright, that's
the
where
latest was
those
not one.
come from.
Swiftly, Conan made his way back
Dark
through the
fog
garden.
baseboard destroyed.
Once more, the guard's pieces were counted, and once more he went over the wall easily. As he reached the safety of the shadows around the plaza, he thought he heard a shout from behind, but he was not sure, and he did not linger to find out. Boots and cloak were on in moments, swords slung at his hip. As he strolled through pitchy streets, at once broader and less odoriferous than those of the desert, he felt that this might be almost his last return to that squalid district.
Flight mode.
After tomorrow night, he would be beyond such places. From the direction of the palace, a gong sounded in the night. Conan woke early the morning after his foray into the palace. He found the common room empty, except for Abuletes, counting his night's take at the bar, and two skinny sweepers in rags. The fat tavern keeper eyed Conan warily and put a protective arm about the stacked coins. Wine, Conan said, fishing out the necessary coppers. For all his celebration the night before, there were still 6 of the Dark Man's gold coins in his purse. I don't steal from friends, he added, when Abuletes drew the money down the bar after him in the crook of his arm. Friends?
ETA
What friends?
26
In the
seconds.
desert, a brother in blood is no friend. Abuletes filled a rough earthenware mug from a tap in a keg and shoved it in front of Conan. But perhaps you think to buy friends with the gold you were throwing about last night. Where did that come from, anyway? Had you aught to do with what happened at the palace in the night? No, that couldn't be. You were spending like Yildiz himself before ever it happened. You better watch that show.
Ah, so this one's new.
In the desert.
Dark fog
The
baseboard
tavern keeper
destroyed.
would have gone on, but Conan cut him short. Something happened at the palace? He was careful to drink deep of the thin wine for punctuation, as if the question were casual. And you call a king's counselor dead something plus others to the king's household and a dozen guardsmen besides? Then it did. A dozen. So I said, and so it was. Dead guardsmen at every hand, Yildiz's gifts to Tiridates taken, and never a one who saw a hair of those who did it. Never a one in all the palace. Abuletes rubbed his chins with a pudgy hand. Though there's a tale about that a pair of the sentries saw a man running from the palace. A big man. Mayhap as big as you. Of course it was me, Conan snorted. I leaped over the wall, then leaped back again with all that on my back. You did say all the gifts were taken, didn't you? He emptied his mug and thumped it down before the stout man. Again. 5 gemstones, 5 dancing girls, and a golden casket. Abuletes twisted the tap shut and replaced the mug on the bar. Unless there's more than that, they took all. I'll admit you couldn't have done it. I admit it. But why are you so interested now? Answer me that. I'm a thief. Someone else has done the hard part on this. All I have to do is relieve him of his ill-gotten goods. Relieve whom, he wondered. Ankar had had no other plan beyond himself. Of that he was certain. That left guardsmen gone wrong, stolen away with the treasure and the slave girls after slaying their comrades, or slain themselves after letting someone else into the palace to do the theft. Abuletes hawked and spat berry-colored rag and began to scrub the bar top. "It was me," he said absently. "I'd have naught to do with this. Those who
Right,
did
so
this
that's
thing
that
aren't of the
done
desert.
there.
Those who rob
Those
kings
are
aren't to be
fine.
crossed. Necromancers, for all you know. There was no one seen, remember? Not a glimpse of a hair.
Dark fog base core
It
destroyed.
could have been a mage.
No, that's not right.
Though why
I
a
need
mage or anyone else would go through the danger
the
of stealing
hydrogen
5
fuel
dancing
rods.
girls from the palace, he could not imagine. 2, magicians were not so thick on the ground as most men believed, and he was one who should know. You begin to sound worried for me, Abuletes. I thought you said there were no friends in the desert. You spend freely, the tavern keeper said sourly. That's all there is. Don't think there's more. You stay out of this, whatever it is. Whoever's behind this is too big for the likes of you. You'll end with your throat cut and I'll be out a customer. Perhaps you're right, though. I'm for a breath of air. Sitting around talking of other men's thefts gives me a pain in the belly. He left the fat tapster muttering darkly to himself and found his way to the street.
So
The air in the desert was
we require
anything but
titanium.
fresh. The stench of rotting offal blended with the effluvia of human excrement and vomit. The paving stones, where they had not been ripped up to leave mud holes, were slick with slime. From the dim depths of an alley, barely wide enough for a man to enter, the victim of a robbery moaned for help. Or the bait for a robbery. Either was equally likely. Conan strode the crooked streets of that thieves' district purposefully, though he was not himself sure of what that purpose was. A swindler with tarnished silver embroidery on his vest waved a greeting as he passed, and a whore, naked but for gilded brass bells and resting her feet in a doorway, smiled at the broad-shouldered youth as she suddenly felt not so tired after all. Conan did not even notice them, nor the blind beggar in black rags, tapping his way down the street with a broken stick, who eased his dagger back under his soiled robes after a glance at the grim set of Conan's jaw. Or the 3 who followed him through the winding streets, the edges of their headcloths drawn across their faces, white-knuckled hands gripping cudgels beneath their dingy cloaks, before the size of his arms and the length of his sword made them take another turning. He tried telling himself that the pendants were beyond his reach now. He had knocked beyond glimmers of suspicion who had
Yeah, get loads of
idea
get
at all
loads of
where they
hydrogen.
were. Still, 10,000
Get it all.
pieces of gold was not a thing a man gave up on easily.
So now
Lolita,
I will
a slave
have
girl,
titanium
any master who was
and
kind.
vast quantities
But
thereof.
he had promised, sworn to free her. By
Well, I say
Hell and
vast
by Crom,
quantities.
He had sworn it.
There's not vast
His
quantities
oath
here,
and 10,000 pieces
but
of
there's
gold.
enough.
Suddenly he realized he was out of the desert, near the sign of the bowl dancer on the street of the Silver Fish. A tree-lined sward of grass ran down the center of the broad avenue. Slave-borne sedan chairs vied in number with pedestrians, and there was not a beggar in sight. This place was far from the desert, yet he had friends, or at least acquaintances, here. The tavern hoarding, a slender youth in a leathern girdle, vaulting between the needle horns of a great black bull, creaked in the breeze as he went in. Taverns, Conan reflected as he searched for a certain face,
And
were
then
much
just let
alike
all of
in the
that
desert or out.
pile up.
Rather than footpads and cut purses, plump merchants in purple silk and green brocade occupied the tables.
45,
But only the
7,
methods of
8,
stealing were different.
9,
In place of
10.
the waiter was a slender man
And
holding
then
a
that's
commander
it.
before his prominent nose.
and they're all closing.
He did not make the money he passed, rather buying it through the back door of the king's mint.
Right, provide titanium.
Tandoors dressed like noblemen, in scarlet robes with emeralds at their ears.
There
And
we
some of
go.
them were indeed noblemen, but they were pandorers no less. The prostitutes wore gold instead of gilt, rubies instead of spessartine, but they were just as naked, and they sold the same wares. Conan spotted
Now we can
the
start
man
to
he
get some
wanted.
hydrogen fuel cells.
A merchant who cared little if the king's duties had been paid on the goods he bought, alone at a table against the wall. Whatever happened in Shadazar, Ampartes soon knew of it. The chair across across the table from the plump merchant groaned in protest as Conan's bulk dropped into it, a sound not far from that which rose in Amparti's throat. His oily cheeks
So
twitched as his
I
dark
will,
eyes
in addition to
rolled
that,
see who had
let's
noted
go
the Sumerian's
poles.
arrival.
No, it's not poles.
He tugged at his short
Power
pointed
stations.
beard with a beringed hand. "What are you doing here, Conan?" he hissed, and blanched as if in fear the name might have been overheard. "I have no need of your particular wares, but I have need of yours. Tell me of what happened in the city last night." Amparti's voice rose to a squeak. You mean the palace?" "No,"
There.
he said.
Got plenty of that.
Smiled at the relief on the merchant's
But
face.
in order to make those,
He grabbed a
I'm
porridge
going to
omelet
need
from the tray
to
of a passing
ramp up
serving
my
man.
production because
Hands breadth
what I have at the
spread
moment
silk glow
will
on
not
her
suffice.
only garb, and filled it from Amparti's blue-glazed flagon. The girl gave him a coy smile, then tossed her blonde head with a snort and hurried on sulkily when he did not give her a second glance. But anything else unusual, anything at all. For the next 2 hours, the merchant babbled in his relief that
think it's
Conan
number
was not
4.
involving him in the palace theft. Conan learned that on the night before in Shadazar, a dealer in rare wines had strangled his mistress on discovering her with
Oh,
his son,
oh,
and the gem merchant's wife had put a dagger in her
oh, I
husband's
was
breast
lucky.
for no reason that anyone knew.
I seem to have stirred up the hornet's nest
Been
there.
taken by kidnappers, but those who knew said her ransom to come from her inheritance would pay her uncle's debts. Thieves had entered the homes of 5 merchants and 2 nobles. One noble had had even his sedan chair and the robes from his back taken on the high Vorlusian way. And a
Hydrogen,
slave
there we
dealer's
go.
reasoned had been slid outside his own auction house. Some said for the keys to his strong box, others for not checking the source of his merchandise, thus selling an abducted noblewoman into Koth. A merchant of Akif.
Fuel change rate is 200%, so that's twice as good as hydrogen.
Of Hebra had enough. Conan's hand cracked on the tabletop. Amparti stared at him open-mouthed. "What you've told me so far could happen on any night in Shadazar, and usually does. What occurred out of the ordinary? It doesn't have to do with gold or theft, just so it's strange." "I don't
I'll take all of these back.
understand," the oily man muttered. "There's the matter of the pilgrims, but there's no profit there. I don't know why I waste my time with you." "Pilgrims," Conan said sharply. "What was unusual about these pilgrims?" "In Mithra's name, why would you want to know about?" Amparti swallowed, as Conan's steel blue eyes locked his. "Oh, very well. They were from Argos, far to the west, making a pilgrimage to a shrine in Vendia, as far to the east."
Now I need the soda.
Conan growled. "I've heard of these lands. What did these pilgrims do that was out of the ordinary?" "They left the city 2 full glasses before cockcrow, that's what. Something about a vow not to be inside a city's walls at dawn, I understand. Now where's your profit in that? Just you tell me what I want to hear and let me worry about profit. What sort of men were these pilgrims?"
Darkfog Baseport destroyed.
Ampartis threw him an exasperated look. "Sandros bells, man. Do you expect me to know more about a mere band of pilgrims than that they exist?"
Destroyed.
"I expect," Conan said dryly, "that on any given day you'll know which nobles lost how much at dice, who slept with whose wife, and how many times the king sneezed. The pilgrims? Rack your brains, Ampartis." "I don't." The plump merchant grunted as Conan laid his left arm on the table. The forearm sheath was empty, and the Sumerian's right hand was below the table's edge. "They were pilgrims. What more is there to say? Hooded men in coarse robes that showed not a hair of them. No better or worse mounted than most pilgrims. The bodies of 5 of their number who died on the way were packed in casks of wine on camels. Seems they'd made
Let's
another
connect
vow
up
that
these
all who
solar
started the
panels.
pilgrimage would reach the shrine.
There we go.
Conan, who can say much of pilgrims? 5 bodies, Conan thought. 5 dancing girls. There were fighting men with these pilgrims? Armed men? Ampartis shook his head. Not so much as a dagger in evidence is what I heard. They told the sergeant at the gate of the Three Swords that the spirit of their god would protect them. He said a good sword would do a better job, and wearing a soldier's boots wasn't enough. What about a soldier's boots? For the love of... Now I'm supposed to know about boots. He spread his hands. All right. All I know is one of them was wearing a pair of cavalryman's half boots. His robe was caught on his stirrup leather, so one showed. His tone became sarcastic. Do you want to know what they looked like? Red, with some sort of serpent worked in the leather. Strange, that, but there it is. And that, Conan, is every last thing I know about those accursed pilgrims. Will you satisfy my curiosity now? What in the name of all the gods does a man like you want with pilgrims? I'm seeking a religious experience, Conan replied, sheathing his dagger. He left the merchant laughing till tears ran down his fleshy cheeks. As Conan hurried across Shadazar to the stable where his horse was kept, he knew he was right. Not only the 5 bodies in casks told him, but also the gate of the Three Swords. That gate led out to the northeast, toward the caravan route that ran from Kesron through the Kazankian Mountains to Sultanapur. Venya might only be a name to him, but he knew it was reached by leaving through the gate of the Black Throne and traveling southeast through Turan and beyond the Vilayet Sea. As soon as he could put saddle to horse, he would be off through the gate of the Three Swords after Velita, the pendants, and his 10,000 pieces of gold. The man in field armor contrasted sharply with the others in Tiridates' private audience chamber. From greaves over his half-boots to ringmail and gorget, his armor was plain and dark, so as not to reflect light when on campaign. Even the horsehair crest on the helmet beneath his arm was russet rather than scarlet. He was Hieronydes, a captain of cavalry who had risen without patron or family connections. Now the hawk-nosed captain was wondering if the rise had been worth it. Of the 4 others in the ivory-paneled room, only 2 were worthy of note. Tiridates, king of Zamora, slouched on the minor throne. Its arms were golden hunting leopards and full-bound, the back of a peacock feathered in emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and pearls, as if it were a tavern stool, a golden goblet dangling from one slack hand. His amethystine robe was rumpled and stained, his eyes but half-focused. With his free hand, he idly caressed the arm of a slender blonde girl, who knelt beside the throne in naught but perfume and a wide choker of pearls about her swan-like neck. On the other side of the throne, a youth, equally blonde and slender, and attired the same, sulked for his lack of attention. The other man worth marking, perhaps more so than the king, stood 3 paces to the right of the throne, graying and stooped, but with shrewd intelligence engraved on his wizened face. He wore a crimson robe slashed with gold, and the golden seal of Zamora on its emeralded chain about his neck. His name was Aharisus, and the seal had fallen to him with the death of Maldares, the previous chief king's counselor, the night before. You know why you are summoned, Captain, Aharisus said. No, my lord counselor, Hieronydes replied stiffly. The counselor watched him expectantly until at last he went on. I can suspect, of course. Perhaps it has to do with the events of last night. Very good, Captain. And do you have any glimmering why you, instead of some other? No, my lord counselor. And this time, in truth, he had not a flickering of an idea. He had returned to the city only shortly after dawn that very morning, coming back from duty on the Kothian border. A hard...
I didn't realise that each of these is so productive.
For a man with no preferment. You are chosen because you were not in Shadazar this year past. Hieronydes blinked, and the counselor chuckled, a sound like dry twigs scraping together. I see your surprise, Captain, though you conceal it well. An admirable trait in a military man. As you were not in the city, you could not be part of any plot involving those on duty in the palace last night. Plot, the captain exclaimed. pardon, my lord, but the king's own has always been loyal to the throne. Loyalty to his fellows is another good trait for a military man, Captain. The counselor's voice hardened. Don't carry it too far. Those who had the duty last night are even now being put to the question. Hieronymus felt sweat trickling down his ribs. He had no wish to join those men enjoying the attentions of the king's torturers. My lord knows that I've always been a loyal soldier. I reviewed your record this morning, Aharisis said slowly. Your return to the city at this juncture was like a stroke from Mitra. These are parlous times, Captain. Their heads! The king barked abruptly. His head swung in a muddled arc between the captain and the counselor. Hieronymus was shocked to realize that he had forgotten the king was present. I want their heads on pikes, Aharisis. Stole my tribute from Yildiz. Stole my dancing girls. Tiridates directed a bleary smile at the slave girl, then jerked his gaze back to Hieronymus.
So I'm going to go and recycle
the girls, the pendants, the casket,
the
and the heads. The heads. With a belch, the king sagged back into a sodden lump. More wine, he muttered. The blonde youth darted away and returned with a crystal vessel and a fawning smile. The captain's sweating increased. It was no secret Tiridates was a drunkard, but being witness to it could do him no good. The insult to the honor of the king is Captain Paramount, of course. Aharisis said with a careful glance at the king, who had his face buried in the goblet of wine. On a wider view, however, what must be considered is that the palace was entered, and the chief king's counselor murdered. My lord counselor thinks that was the reason for it all, and the other just a scream. The counselor gave him a shrewd look. You have a brain, Captain. You may have a future. Yes, it makes no sense otherwise. Some foreign power wished the counselor dead for some purpose of their own. Perhaps Yildiz himself. He has dreams of an empire, and Maldares often thwarted those plans. Aharisis fingered the golden seal on his chest thoughtfully. In any case, it's doubtful that Yildiz, or whoever is responsible, would send his own people into the very palace. One of those being questioned screamed the name of the Red Hawk before he died. She's just a bandit, my lord counselor, and a man babbles when he's dying. But she's a bandit. They're much for gold, and we have no other way to
that
search.
is having high purity silicon.
Loosens his tongue. The chill in his tone promised the questioning would continue until many tongues were loosened. Hieronymus shivered. You, Captain, will take 2 companies of cavalry and hound this Red Hawk. Run her to ground and bring her here in chains. We'll soon find if she had aught to do with this business. Hieronymus took a deep breath.
Can I make some?
My lord counselor,
Buildings.
I must have some idea of where to look. This woman
No, I
brigand
cannot.
ranges the entire countryside. Incongruously, one of the slaves giggled. Tiridates had both fair heads clutched to his chest. The stooped counselor flickered an eye at the king and pursed his lips briefly. Before dawn this morning, Captain, a party claiming to be pilgrims departed Shadazar by the Gate of the Three Swords. I believe these were the Red Hawk's men. I will ride within the hour, my lord counselor, Hieronymus said with a bow. He suspected the guards at that gate were among those under the question. With your permission, my lord counselor, my king. Find this jade, Captain, Aharisis said. And you will find yourself a patron as well. He waved a bony hand in dismissal. But as the captain turned to go, Tiridates lurched unsteadily to his feet, pushing the 2 pale-skinned slaves sprawling at his feet. Find my pendants, the drunken king snarled. Find my casket and my dancing girls. Find my gifts from Mildese, Captain, or I'll decorate a pike with your head. Now go! Go! With a sour taste in his mouth, Herodotus bowed once more and backed out of the audience chamber. The garden of Imhep Aten's rented dwelling was pleasant. A cool breeze rustling in the trees and stirring the bright-colored flowers, but the mage took no pleasure in it. He had had some idea that Conan could deliver the pendants before the 5 days he had bargained for. The necromancer had some knowledge of thieves and the way their minds worked. But never had he expected the Cimmerian to revert to his barbarism and turn the palace into a charnel house. The chief king's counselor in Set's name. He cared not what Zamorans died or how, but the fool had set the city on its ear with these murders. Now Imhep Aten must worry that the thief would be run to earth before the prize was delivered into his bony hands. The mage whirled as his muscular Shemite servant came into the garden, his lean face so twisted that the big man quailed. "I did as you commanded, master, to the word." "And where is the Cimmerian?" The thaumaturge's voice was deceptively gentle. If this cretin had bungled as well. "Gone, master. He has not been seen at the tavern since this morning early." "Gone." The brawny Shemite half raised his hands as if to shield himself from the other's anger. "So I was told, master. He sent a message to some wench at the tavern that he would be away some time, that he was riding to the northeast." Imhep Aten's scowl deepened. Northeast? There was nothing to the caravan route from Kesron to Sultanapur. Could the barbarian be thinking of selling the pendants in the very country from which they came?
And I still need
He decided to work for himself.
inserters.
But Set, why the dancing girls? He shook his vulturine head angrily. The savage's reasons were of no account. "Prepare horses and sumpter animals for the two of us at once," he commanded. "We ride to the northeast." The Cimmerian would pay for this betrayal. The Well of the Kings lay some days to the east and west of Shadazar, surrounded by huge toppled slabs of black stone worn by rain and wind. Some said they were the remains of a wall, but none knew when or by whom it could have been built, as none knew what kings had claimed the well. Conan walked his horse between the slabs and into the stunted trees to the well of rough stones and dismounted.
That's
On the
better.
other side of the well, back
Proper
on the
facility
trees,
for making
four
solar
swarthy
panels
men
now.
and dirty Kafias squatted, watching him with dark eyes that shifted greedily to his horse. He flipped back the edge of his Coranian cloak so they could see his sword, and heaved on the hoist pole to lift a bucket of water from the depths. Other than his cloak, he was covered only by a
Looks
breech
like it's
clout,
gonna
so
rain.
he liked to travel unencumbered. The four moved closer together, whispering darkly without looking away from him. One, the leader by the deference the others showed, wore rusting ring mail, his followers breastplates of boiled leather. All had ancient scimitars at their hips, the sort a decent weapons dealer sold for scrap. Behind them, Conan could see a woman, naked and bound in a package, wrists and elbows secured behind her back, knees under her chin, heels drawn in tight to her buttocks. She raised her head, tossing back a mane of dark red hair, and stared at him in surprise, tilted green eyes above a dirty twist of cloth for a gag. The fortune teller. Conan emptied the bucket in a worn stone trough for his horse, and drew up another for himself. The last time he had helped this woman, she had shown not even the gratitude to warn him of the two Uranus attack. Besides, he had Velita to find. He dashed water in his face, though it made little difference in the gritty heat, and upended the rest of the bucket over his head. The four men gabbled on. So far, he had tracked the pilgrims by questioning those passers-by who would let an armed man of
Come
his
on, let's
size
do
approach them.
the last batch of
Enough
them.
to glimpse something to keep him on this path. But in the last day, he had seen only an old man who threw rocks and ran to hide in the thorn scrum, and a boy who had seen nothing. "Have you fellows seen anything of pilgrims?" he said. levering up yet another bucket of water. Hooded men on horseback with camels. The leader's sharp
Another
nose
batch.
twitched. And we did. What's for us? A few coppers, if you can tell me where they are.
Nice.
There was no reason to tempt this lot. After a day when he could
So
be crawling away
fractionation.
from the men he sought, he had no time to waste killing vultures. He put on a pleasant smile.
Dark spaceport destroyed.
If I had silver or gold, I'd not be out chasing pilgrims. I'd be in Shadowzar drinking.
Flight mode.
He dried his hands on his cloak, just in case. What do you want with those pilgrims? The sharp-nosed man wanted to know. That's my affair, Conan replied, and theirs. Yours is the coppers, if you've seen them. Well, as to that, we have, Sharp-Nose said, dusting off his hands and getting up. He started toward Conan with his hand out. Let's see the color of your coins. Conan dug into the leather pouch at his belt with his right hand, and Sharp-Nose's grin turned nasty. A short dagger with a triangular blade appeared in his fist. Laughing wickedly, the other three pulled their scimitars and rushed forward to join the kill. Without pausing a beat, Conan snatched up the bucket left-handed and smashed it down on the man's head, blood and water flying in all directions. No time, he shouted. He plucked the dagger from its forearm sheath, and of a sudden its hilt was sticking from the throat of the foremost attacker. Even as it struck, Conan was unlimbering his broadsword. Hell strike you! He leaped across the collapsing man, who was clutching the dagger in his throat with blood-covered hands. I've no time! A sweeping slash of the broad blade, and the third man's torso sank to the ground where his head was already spinning.
Destroyed.
No time, curse you! The last man had his scimitar raised high when Conan lunged with a two-handed grip and plunged his blade through leather, breastplate, chest, and backbone. Black eyes filmed over, and the man toppled to one side with his hands still raised above his head.
Don't have sufficient.
Conan put a foot on the leather armor and tugged his sword free, wiping it clean on the man's dingy keffiyeh before he sheathed it. The dagger was retrieved from its temporary home in the brigand's throat and cleaned in the same way. The woman watched him wide-eyed, starting away as much as her bonds allowed when he came near,
Destroyed.
but he only cut the cords and turned away, sheathing his dagger. If you don't have your own horse, he said, you can have one of these vermins. The rest are mine. You can have the weapons if you want. They'll fetch something for your trouble. But not much, he thought. Still, he owed her nothing, and the horses, poor as they were likely to be, would be a help if he had to pursue those accursed pilgrims
So
far.
they're going to go and get
The
that.
red-haired woman rubbed her wrists
So
as she
I
walked
want
to the dead men,
fractionators.
unashamed of her nakedness. She was an ivory-skinned Calamastian delight, all curves and long legs and rounded places. There was a spring to her walk that made him wonder if she was a dancer. She picked up one of the scimitars, ran a contemptuous eye along its rust-pitted blade, and suddenly planted a bare foot solidly in the ribs of one of the dead men. Pig, she spat. Conan went about gathering the horses, 5 of them, one noticeably better than the rest, while she kicked and reviled each body in turn. Abruptly, she whirled to face him, feet well apart, fists
Deuterium,
around him,
nice.
scimitar swinging free. With her tousled hair in an auburn mane about her head, she had the air of a lioness brought to human form. They took me unawares, she announced.
Spaceport destroyed.
Of course, Conan said. I suppose the black is yours?
Flight
Best of the lot.
cruise mode.
He braided the reins of the other 4, hairy plains animals 2 hands shorter at the shoulder than his own Turanian gray, and fastened them to his high-pummeled saddle.
Cruise ended.
Best for you would be to go straight back to Shadowzar. It's dangerous out here for a woman alone. What possessed you to try it in the first place? She took a quick step toward him. I said they took me unawares. They'd have died on my blade, else.
Dark
And
fog
I
spaceport
said, of course.
destroyed.
I can't take you back to the city. I seek men who took something that belongs to me. A pantherine howl jerked him around, and he tumbled backwards between the horses just in time to avoid decapitation by her curved blade. Derkito take you, she howled, thrusting at him under a horse's belly. He rolled aside, and the blade gouged the packed earth where his head had been. Scrambling on his back, he tried at once to avoid her steel and the hooves of the horses, now dancing excitedly as she moved swiftly around them, trying to stab him. The roiling of them brought him suddenly looking out from under a shaggy belly at her as she pulled
You
back her
don't work
scimitar
because
for yet another thrust.
silicon,
His legs uncoiled,
high purity
propelling him out
silicon.
to tackle her around the knees. They went down in a heap together on the hard ground, and he found his arms full of female wildcat, clawing and kicking and trying to jerk her sword arm loose. Her soft curves padded her firm muscle, and she was no easy packet to hold. "Have you gone mad, woman?" he shouted. For an answer, she sank her teeth into his shoulder. "Crom!" He hurled her away from him. She rolled across the ground and bounded to her feet. Still, he saw wonderingly, gripping the rusty sword. "I need no man to protect me," she spat. "I'm not some pampered concubine." "Who said you were?" he roared. Then he had to jerk his sword free of its scabbard as she rushed at him with a howl of pure rage. Her green eyes burned and her face was twisted with fury. He swung up his sword to block her downward slash. With a sharp snap, the rusty scimitar broke, leaving her to stare in disbelief at the bladeless hilt in her hands.
Upgrade.
Almost without a pause, she hurled the useless hilt at his face and spun to crash for the dead men by the well. Their weapons still lay about them.
Good.
Conan darted after her, and as she bent to snatch another scimitar, he swung the flat of his blade with all his strength at the tempting target thus offered. She lifted up on her toes with a strangled shriek as the steel paddle cracked against her rounded
So now
ankle.
that's here.
Arms windmilling,
Yeah,
she
it'll
staggered
make
her foot slipping in a pool of blood.
those.
And screaming, she plunged headfirst over the crude stone wall of the well. Conan dived as she went over. His big hand closed on flesh, and he was dragged to his armpit
Now,
into the well by the weight
If I
of
go back to
He
this,
discovered he was holding the red-haired
early
hunchback by
hub,
her ankle while she dangled over the
and
depths. An interesting view, he thought. "Derkito, take you!" she howled. "Pull me up, you motherless whelp!"
there we go.
Azar, he said
Automatic
confidentially,
pilot,
"I
that's what I
sweep you a
wanted.
mauling. You called me a barber, boy, let a man near take my head off and left without a word of thanks. Son of a diseased camel, spawn of a banyo, pull me up! Now here," he went on, as if she had not spoken, "all I did was save you from rape, certainly perhaps from being sold on the slave block, or maybe they'd just have slit your throat once they were done with you."
But they won't make it without the intermediate products. Okay, so,
She froze into immobility. "You had no thought of saving me," she rasped breathlessly. "You'd have ridden off to leave me if those dogs hadn't tried you. All the same, if I had ridden on, or if they'd killed me, you'd be wondering what you'd fetch at market. And you want a reward," she half wept. "Derkito, curse you, you smelly barber oaf." "That's the second time you've called me that," he said grimly. "What I want from you is an oath by Derkito, since you call on the goddess of love and death. An oath that you'll never again let an uncivil word pass your lips toward me, and that you'll never again raise a hand against me. Hairy lout, dung-footed barber, do you think you can force me to—" He cut her off. "My hand is getting sweaty. I wouldn't wait too long. You might slip." Silence answered him.
Destroyed.
Or then again, I might grow tired of waiting. "I will swear." Her voice was suddenly soft and sensuously yielding.
Spaceport
"Pull me up, and I'll swear on my knees to anything you command." "Swear first," he replied. "I'd hate to have to toss you back in. Besides, I like the view." He thought he heard the sound of a small fist smacking the stone wall of the well in frustration, and smiled. "You
a radio
untrusting
station landing.
she snarled with all her old ferocity. "Very well. I swear by Derkito that I'll speak
I'll
no
have to deal with that,
uncivil
then.
word to you, nor raise a hand against you. I swear it. Are you satisfied?" He hoisted her straight up out of the well and let her drop on the hard ground with a thud and a grunt. "You—" She bit her lip and glared up at him from the ground. "You didn't have to be so rough," she said in a flat tone. Instead of answering, he unfastened his sword belt, propping the scabbard against the well. What are you doing? You spoke of a reward. He stepped out of his breech clout. Since I doubt a word of thanks will ever crack your teeth, I'm collecting my own reward. So you're nothing but a ravisher of women after all, she said bitterly. That was close to an uncivil word, wench. And no ravishment. All you need to do is say stop, and you'll leave this place as chaste as a virgin for all of me. He lowered himself onto her, and though she beat at his shoulders with her fists and filled the air with vile curses, the word stop never once passed her lips, and soon her cries changed their nature. For she was a woman fully fledged, and he knew something of women. After, he regained his clothes and his weapons, while she rummaged among the dead men's things to cover herself. Her own garments, she said, had been ripped to shreds. He noted that this time she inspected the weapons carefully before selecting one, but he had no worries at turning his back on her, even after she had belted it on. When she had been turning the air blue, not one of her curses had been directed at him. If she could keep her oath then, he was sure she would keep it now. Once he had filled his goatskin water bags, he swung into his saddle. Hold a moment, she called. What's your name? She had clothed herself in flowing pantaloons of bright yellow and an emerald tunic that was far too tight across the chest, though loose elsewhere. A braided gold cord held her auburn mane back from her face. He had seen her dig it out from the purse of one of the dead men. Conan, he said. Conan of Samaria. And you? My name is Corella, she said proudly, of whatever land I happen to be standing on. Tell me, these pilgrims you seek, they have something of great value? I don't see you as a holy man, Conan of Samaria. If he told her about the pendants, she would no doubt want to go with him. From the way she had handled her sword, he was sure she could pull her weight, but even so, he did not want her along. Let her get a sniff of 10,000 pieces of gold, and he would have to sleep with both eyes open, oath or no. He was sure of that, too. Valuable only to a man in Shadazar, he said casually. A dancing girl who ran away with these pilgrims. Or maybe they stole her. Whatever, the man's besotted with her, and he'll pay 5 gold pieces to have her back. Not much for a ride in this country. There are harder bandits about than these dog stealers. She nodded to the bodies, where Conan had dragged them well away from the water. I seek pilgrims, not bandits, he laughed. They won't put up much fight. Farewell, Corella. He turned to ride away, but her next words made him draw rein. Don't you want to know where these pilgrims of yours are? He stared at her, and she looked back with green eyes innocently wide. If you know where they are, why didn't you speak of it before? For that matter, why speak of it now? I can't see you volunteering help to me. Those jackals made a fool of me. She grimaced, but the open look returned to her face quickly. I was mad, Conan. I wanted to take it out on anyone. You saved my life, after all. Conan nodded slowly. It was barely possible, and just as possible she would send him off chasing hares. But he had nothing else to go on besides picking a direction out of the air. Where did you see them? To the north. They were camped beyond some low hills. I'll show you. She vaulted easily into the saddle of her big black. Well, do you want me to show you, or do you want to sit here all day? Short of dangling her down the well again, he could think no way of making her talk. He moved his black cloak to clear the leather-wrapped hilt of his sword, and motioned her to ride past. You lead, he said. I know, she laughed as she dug her heels into her mount's ribs. You like the view. He did that, he thought wryly, but he intended to watch Corella with an eye to treachery. Trailing the robbers' horses, he rode after her. For the rest of that day, they rode north, across rolling countryside, sparsely covered with low scrub. When they camped at nightfall, Conan said, How much farther? Corella shrugged. Her heavy, round breasts shifted beneath the tight green tunic.
Let's
We'll
request
reach it
in
sometime after dawn if we break
solar
camp
panels.
early.
Nice.
She handed Blaze a scrub for a fire, but he scattered them. No need to advertise our presence. What makes you think they'll still be there? Tucking flint and steel back in her pouch, she gave him an amused smile. If they've gone, at least you'll be closer than you were. Who is this man in Shadazar who wants his slave girl back? If we're riding early, we'd better turn in, he said. And she smiled again. He wrapped himself in his cloak, but did not sleep. Instead, he watched her. She was wrapped in a blanket she had carried on her horse, and had her head pillowed on her high-pommeled saddle of tooled red leather. He would not have put it past her to try sneaking off with the horses in the night, but she seemed to settle right into sleep. Purple twilight deepened to black night, and scudding clouds crossed stars like diamonds on velvet. But Conan kept his eyes open. A gibbous moon rose, and at its height the Sumerian thought he felt eyes on him from the surrounding night. Easing his narrow-bladed dagger from its forearm sheath, he loosed the bronze brooch that held his cloak and snaked into the night on his belly. Thrice he circled the camp in silence, always feeling the eyes, but he saw no one, nor any sign that anyone had ever been there. And then
Then we'll just
the feeling
request.
was gone.
We're going to supply silicon
Once
as
more
well.
he crawled all the way around the camp, but there was still nothing. Disgusted with himself, he got up and walked back to his cloak. Corella still slept. Angrily, he wrapped himself in the black wool. It was the woman. Waiting for her treachery was making him see and feel what just was not there. While the sun was but a red rim shining above the horizon, Corella woke, and they rode north again. Slowly, the land changed, the low rollings becoming true hills. Conan was beginning to wonder what the men he sought would be doing so far to the north of the caravan route, when suddenly Corella kicked her horse into a gallop. "There it is," she cried, "just over those next hills." Hurriedly, he galloped after her. "Corella, come back! Corella!" She hurried on, disappearing around a hill. Fool woman, he thought. If the pilgrims were still there, she would have them roused. As he rounded the hill, he slowed his mount to a walk. She was nowhere in sight,
Now,
and he could no longer hear the sounds
got
of the
some
horse
solar
running.
panels, which is better than no solar panels.
"Conan!" Conan's head whipped around at the shout. Corella sat her horse atop a hill to his right. "Crom, woman! What are you—" "My name is Corella," she shouted. "The Red Hawk." She let out a shrill whistle, and suddenly mounted men in a motley collection of bright finery and mismatched armor were boiling through every gap in the hills. In a trice, he was the center of a shoulder-to-shoulder ring of brigands. Carefully, he folded his hands on the pommel of his saddle. So much as a twitch toward his sword would put iron-tipped quarrels through his body from the 4 crossbows he could see, and there might be more. "Corella," he called, "is this the way you keep your oath?" "I've said no uncivil word to you," she replied mockingly, "and I haven't raised my hand against you, nor will I. I'm afraid the same can't be said of my men. Hordo!" A burly, black-bearded man with a rough leather patch over his left eye forced his horse through the circle to confront Conan. A jagged scar ran from under the patch and disappeared in the thatch of his beard. That side of his mouth was drawn up in a permanent sneer. His ringmail had once belonged to a wealthy man. There were still traces of gilt left, and large gold hoops stretched his ears. A well-worn tulwar hung at his side. "Conan, she called you," the big man said. "Well, I'm Hordo, the Red Hawk's lieutenant, and what I want to know, what we all want to know, is why we shouldn't cut your miserable throat right here." "Corella was leading me," Conan began.
Research progress too slow.
It's the size of a small ham at him. The big man's single eye bulged as Conan caught his fist in mid-swing and stopped it dead. For a moment the two strained arm to arm, biceps bulging. Then Hordo shouted, "Take him!" The ring of bandits closed in. Dozens of hands clutched at Conan, tearing away his cloak, ripping loose his sword, pulling him from the saddle.
Cruise ended.
But their very numbers hampered them somewhat, and he did not go easily. His dagger found a new home in ribs clothed in dirty yellow. In the press he never saw the face that went with them. A carelessly reached arm was broken at the elbow, and more than one face erupted in blood and broken teeth from his massive fists. The numbers were too many, though, and rough hands at last managed to bind his wrists behind him and link his ankles with a 2-foot hobble of rawhide. Then they threw him to the stony ground, and those who had boots began to apply them to his ribs. Finally, Hordo chased them back with snarled threats, and bent to jerk Conan's head up by a fistful of hair. "We call her the Red Hawk," he spat. "You call her mistress or my lady, but don't ever sully her name with your filthy mouth again, not as you live." "Why should he live at all?" snarled a weasel-faced man in dented half-armor and a guardsman's helmet with the crest gone. "Hezekiah's choking to death on his own blood from this one's dagger right now." He grimaced suddenly and spat out a tooth. "Cut his throat and be done." With a grin, Hordo produced a wavy-bladed Vendian dagger. "Seems Avarius has a good idea for a change." Suddenly, Corella forced her horse through the pack around Conan, her green cat eyes glaring down at him. "Can't you think of something more interesting, Hordo?" "Still keeping your oath?" Conan snarled. "Fine payment for saving you from the slave block, or worse." Hordo's fist smashed his head back into the ground.
Spaceport destroyed.
"No man ever had to save the Red Hawk," her lieutenant growled. "She's better than any man with sword or brains. See you remember it." Corella laughed sweetly.
Cruise ended.
"Of course I am, good Conan. If anything happens to you, it will be at the hands of these good men, not mine. Hordo, let's take him to camp. You can decide what to do with him at leisure."
Leisure.
The scar-faced man shouted orders, and quickly a rope was passed around Conan under his arms. The bandits scrambled to their saddles, Hordo himself clutching the rope tied to Conan, and they started off at a trot, the horse's hooves spraying dirt and gravel in Conan's face. Conan gritted his teeth as he was dragged. With his arms behind him, he was forced to skid along on his belly. Sharp rocks gashed his chest, and hard-packed clay scraped off patches of skin as large as his hand. When the horses skidded to a halt, Conan spat out a mouthful of dirt and sucked in air. He ached in every muscle, and small trickles of blood still oozed from those scrapes that dust had not clotted. He was far from sure that whatever they had planned for him would be better than being dragged to death. "Hordo!" Corella exclaimed in delight. "You have my tent up!" She leaped from the saddle and darted into a red-striped pavilion. It was the only tent in the camp, lying in a hollow between two tall U-shaped hills. Rumpled bedrolls lay scattered around half a dozen burned-out fires. Some of the men ran to stir these up, while others dug out stone jars
No,
of ale,
not
raw
stone.
distilled wine, and passed them around with raucous laughter. Conan rolled onto his side as Hordo dismounted beside him. "You're a bandit," the big Sumerian panted. "How would you like a chance at a king's treasure?" Hordo did not even look at him. "Get those stakes in," he shouted. "I want him pegged out now."
Darkfog Spaceport
5 pendants, Conan said, and a jewel-encrusted casket. Gifts from Yildiz to Tiridates. He hated letting these men know what he was after. At best, he would have a hard time remaining alive to claim a share of what he thought of as his own, but otherwise he might not live to collect even a share. "Stir your stumps," the bearded outlaw shouted. "You can drink later." 10,000 pieces of gold, Conan said. "That's what one man is willing to pay for the pendants alone. Someone else might pay more, and then there's the casket." For the first time since arriving in the hollow, Hordo turned to Conan, his one eye glaring. "The Red Hawk wants you dead. She's done good by us, so what she wants is what I want." A score of bandits, laughing and already half drunk, came to lift Conan and bear him to a cleared space where
So
they had
there's all the
built workstations
ores.
into the hard ground.
We'll have
Despite his struggles,
glass.
they were too many, and he
So
soon found himself
intermediaries.
sprawled on his back, wet rawhide straps
Intermediaries.
leading from his wrists and ankles to the
Not
stakes.
titanium glass. In order to make
Rawhide
titanium
would
glass, I
shrink
need
as the heat of the
glass.
sun, stretching his joints to the breaking point. Why doesn't Hordo want you to have a chance at 10,000 pieces of gold? Conan shouted. Every man but Hordo froze where he stood, the laughter dying in their throats. With a curse, the scar-faced brigand jumped forward. Conan tried to jerk his head aside, but lights flared before his eyes as the big man's foot caught him. Shut your lying mouth, Hordo snarled.
Maybe it's under
Uranus
smelters.
lifted his head to
Yeah,
stare
because
cold-eyed
stone has
at the
turned
Red
into
Hawk's
it.
lieutenant, a ferret confronting a mastiff. What's he talking about, Hordo? Conan shook his head to clear it. A king's treasure. That's what I'm talking about. You shut, Hordo began, but Aberius cut him off. Let him talk, the pinch-faced brigand said dangerously, and other voices echoed him. Hordo glared about him, but said nothing. Conan allowed himself a brief smile. A bit longer, and these cutthroats would turn him loose and bind Hordo and Corella in his place. But he did not intend to let them actually steal the pendants he had worked so hard for. 5 pendants, he said, and a golden casket encrusted with gems were stolen from Tiridates' very palace not half a fortnight gone. I'm on the track of those trifles. One man's already offered me 10,000 pieces of gold for the pendants alone, but what one man offers, another will top. The casket will bring as much again or more. The men encircling him licked their lips greedily and shuffled closer. What makes them worth so much? Aberius asked shrewdly. I never heard of pendants worth 10,000 gold pieces. Conan managed a chuckle. But these were gifts from King Yildiz to King Tiridates, gems that no man has ever seen before. And the same on the casket he embroidered.
I am going to get
Abruptly,
rid of
Corella burst through the close
that
circle
one.
of men,
Yes.
and they edged back from the rage
And
on
we
her
will
face.
request.
Gone were the makeshift garments she had acquired at the Well of the Kings. Silver filigreed breastplates of gold.
Yes,
barely
request
contained her
proliferators.
ivory breasts, and a girdle of
But not
pearls
just
a
yet.
finger wide hung low on her hips. Red thigh boots covered her legs, and the tulwar at her side had a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg on the pommel. The dog lies, she snarled. The men took another step back, but there was raw greed on their faces. He seeks no gemstones, but a slave girl. He told me so himself. He's not but a muscle-bound slave catcher for some besotted fool in Shadazar. Tell them you lie, Conan. I speak the truth. Or some of it, he thought. She whirled on him, knuckles white on the hilt of her sword. Spawn of a maggot! Admit you lie, or I'll have you flayed alive! You've broken half your oath, he said calmly. Uncivil words. Derkito, take you! With a howl of rage, she planted the toe of one red boot solidly in his ribs. He could not contain a grunt of pain. Think of something lingering, Hordo, she commanded. He'll admit his lies soon enough then. Suddenly she spun on her heel, drawing her sword till a handbreadth of razor-sharp blue steel showed above the worked leather scabbard. Unless one of you has a mind to challenge my orders. A chorus of protests rose, and to Conan's amazement, more than one gnarled and scarred face was filled with fear. With a satisfied nod, Corella slammed the tulwar back into its sheath and strode away toward her tent. Men half fell in their haste to get out of her way. The second part of your oath, Conan shouted after her. You struck me. You're forsworn before Derkito. What vengeance will the goddess of love and death take on you and on any who follow you? Her stride faltered for an instant, but she went on without turning. The door flap of the red-striped pavilion was drawn behind her. You'll die easier, Conan, Hordo said, if you watch your tongue. I've a mind and to rip it out of you now, but some of the lads might want to hear if you babble more of this supposed treasure. You act like whipped curs around her, Conan said. Have none of you ever thought for yourselves? Ordo shook his shaggy head. I'll tell you a tale, and if you make me speak of it again, I'll skewer your liver. From whence she came, no one knows, but we found her wandering naked as a babe, and little more than one she was in years, but with that sword she now wears clutched
It's a
in her
high-strength,
fist.
lightweight
He
structure.
that led us then,
How's
Constantius
that?
by name, thought to have his sport with her, then sell her. He was the best of us with a sword, but she killed him like a fox killing a chicken. And when two who were close to him tried to take her, she killed them too, and just as quick. Since then, we followed her. The looting she leads us to has always been good, and no man who did as he was told has ever been taken. She commands, and we obey, and we're satisfied. Ordo went away then, and Conan listened to the others talking as they drank around the fires. Amid coarse laughter, they discussed what sport would be had of him. Hot coals were much talked of, and the uses of burning splinters, and how much of a man's skin might be removed and yet leave him living. The sun blazed higher and hotter. Conan's tongue swelled in his mouth with thirst, and his lips cracked and blackened. Sweat dried on his body till no more came, and the sun scored his flesh. Atherius and another fish-eyed rogue staggered over and amused themselves by pouring water on the ground beside his head, betting on how close they could come to his mouth without letting a drop fall where he could reach it. Even when the clear stream was so close he could feel the coolness of it on his cheek, Conan refused to turn his head toward it. He would not give them so much satisfaction. In time, the other man left, and Atherius squatted at Conan's head with the clay water bottle cradled in his arms. You'd kill for water, wouldn't you? The weasel-faced man said softly. He glanced warily over his shoulder at the other bandits, still drinking and shouting of what tortures they would inflict on the big Cimmerian, then went on. Tell me about this treasure, and I'll give you water.
Darkfog Baseport destroyed.
10,000 gold pieces, Conan croaked. The words scraped like gravel across his dry tongue. Atherius licked his lips eagerly. More. Where is this treasure? Tell me, and I'll convince the others to set you free. Free first, Conan managed. Fool. The only way you'll get free at all is with my help. Now tell me where to find... He squawked suddenly as Ordo's big hand snatched him into the air by the scruff of his neck. The one-eyed brigand shook the rat of a man, Atherius' feet dangling above the ground. What are you doing? Ordo demanded. He's not for talking with. Just having a little sport. Atherius laughed weakly. Just taunting him? Taunting, Ordo spat. He threw the smaller man sprawling in the dust. It's more than taunting we'll do to him. You get back to the rest. He waited while Atherius scrambled, half crawling to where the other brigands watched, laughing, then turned back to Conan. Make peace with your gods, barber. You'll have no time later. Conan licked his mouth for enough to get out a few painful words.
Destroyed.
Letting her do you out of the gold, Ordo. You don't learn, do you, barber? Conan had just time to see the booted foot coming. Then the world seemed to explode. When the Cimmerian regained consciousness, it was black night, and the fires were burning low. A few brigands still squatted in muttered conversation, passing their stone jars of kill, but most were sprawled in drunken snoring. There was a light in the pavilion. Conan watched Corella's well-curved silhouette on the striped tent wall, but even as he watched, it was extinguished.
Darkfog Baseport destroyed.
The rawhide cords had tightened until they dug into his wrists. Feeling was almost gone from his hands. If he remained there much longer, he would not be able to fight even were he to get free. His massive arms corded. There was no give to his bonds. Again he pulled, his body knotting down to the rippled iron muscles of his stomach with the strain. Again. Again. Blood stained his wrists from the cutting rawhide and wet the ground. Again he pulled. Again. And there was a slackness to the cord at his left wrist. No more than a finger's breadth, but it was there. Suddenly he froze. The feeling that had come in the camp with Corella of eyes on him was back. And more than back, for his senses told him the Watcher was coming closer. Warily, he looked around. The men by the low-burning fire had sunk into sodden mounds, making as much noise asleep as they had awake. The camp was still, yet he could still feel those eyes approaching. His hackles rose, for he was sure the bearer of those watching eyes now stood over him, staring down. But there was nothing there. Angrily, he began to jerk at the rawhide binding his left wrist, harder and harder despite the quickened flow of blood and the burning pain that circled his wrist. If there was something standing above him, and he had seen enough in his life to know that there were many things not visible to the eye, he would not lie for it like a sheep at slaughter. Rage fueled his muscles, and suddenly the stake tore free of the ground. Immediately, he rolled to his right, clutching that cord in both hands and pulling with all his might. Slowly, the second stake pulled out of the hard-packed earth. Conan's bones creaked as he sat up. The lacerated flesh of his wrists
Isn't there,
tied the cords.
Yes, there they
He
are.
worked to loose them, then freed his ankles. The craving in him for water was enough to send another man for the nearest water bag, but he forced himself to work some suppleness back into his stiffened muscles before he moved. When he rose, if he was not at full strength, he was nonetheless a formidable opponent. In panther silence, he moved among the sleeping men. It would have been easy for him to slay them where they lay, but killing drunken men in their stupor was not his way. He retrieved his sword and dagger, and fastened...
Oh, what, suddenly Conan the Barbarian's going to be noble?
Boots he found discarded by the coals of a burned-out fire. Of his cloak there was no sign. He had no hope of recovering the coins from his purse. He would have to search every man there.
Slaughter them all.
He stamped his feet to settle his boots. As soon as he could get to their horses, he would be back on the trail of the pendants. He would take the precaution of scattering the rest of the mounts before he left. There was no need to leave the brigands able to pursue. Conan!
There's no need to leave them alive.
Through the hollow, as if launched from a dozen throats. But there was only one shape approaching the camp. The Cimmerian cursed as bandits stirred from their sodden sleep and sat up. He was in their midst with no way out short of fighting now.
Kill them.
Broadsword as a light appeared in Corella's striped tent. Conan! Where are the pendants? That booming voice stirred something in Conan's mind. He was sure he had heard it before. But the heavily muscled man approaching was unfamiliar. A spiked helmet covered the man's head, and a chainmail tunic descended to his knees. In his right hand he gripped a great double-bladed axe. In the other, a round buckler. "Who are you?" Conan called. The brigands were all on their feet now, and Corella was before her pavilion with her jeweled tulwar in hand. "I am Kratos." The armored man came to a halt an arm's reach from Conan. Beneath his helm, his eyes were glassy and unblinking. "I am the servant of Imhep Aten. Where are the pendants you were to bring him?" A chill ran down Conan's back. He knew the voice now. It was the voice of Ankar. From behind Conan, the voice of Aberius rang out. "He was telling the truth. There are pendants." "I don't have them, Ankar," Conan said. "I'm chasing the men who stole them and a girl I made a promise to." "You know too much," the big man muttered in Imhep Aten's voice. "And you do not have the pendants. Your usefulness is at an end, Cimmerian." With no more warning, the axe leaped toward Conan. The Cimmerian jumped back, the razor steel drawing a fine red line across his chest. The possessed man recovered quickly and moved in. Buckler held across his body, axe at the ready, well to his side. If a sorcerer controlled the body, The man whose once it had been was an experienced axe fighter. Conan danced back, broadsword flickering in snake-like thrusts. A slashing attack would leave him open, and that
that's
axe
not
would cut
new.
a man half in two.
But this one is.
Continued his slow advance, catching each sword thrust with his buckler. Watching those lifeless eyes was useless, Conan quickly realized. Instead, he watched the massive shoulders for the involuntary movements that would foretell the big man's attacks. The male right shoulder dipped fractionally, and Conan dropped to his heels as the axe whistled over his head. His broadsword darted out to stab through the male at a thigh. Then he was rolling away from the return axe stroke to come once more erect, facing his opponent. Blood ran down the axeman's leg, but he came on. Conan circled to the other's right, toward the axe. It would be more difficult for Kratos to strike at him thus. The axe slashed out in an awkward backhand blow. Conan swung, felt his blade bite through bone, and axe and severed hand fell together. On the instant, Kratos hurled his buckler at Conan's head and threw himself in a roll across the ground. Conan ducked, beat the round shield aside with his sword, but even as he recovered, Kratos was coming to his feet with the battle axe in his left hand. Blood pumped from the stump in regular spurts, and the man, or the sorcerer possessing him, seemed to know he was dying. Screaming, he rushed at the Cimmerian, axe slashing wildly. Conan caught the haft on his blade.
So, plenty of refined oil. No plastic, because you lack energetic graphite.
Conan's broadsword slashed into the man's shoulder, half severing the axe arm. Kratos sank to his knees, his mouth opening wide.
No
Conan,
refined oil.
in Hep Aten's voice screamed, "You will die!"
Plenty of hydrogen.
Conan's blade leaped forward.
That's why everything's.
And the helmeted head rolled
But
in the dust.
we're all right for.
Not yet, the Cimmerian said grimly.
Yeah. The bottleneck is because of.
Spotting on the ground,
Yeah, it's because of
the
that.
bandits had formed a ring around him. Some had swords in hand, others merely looked.
So that's okay.
Corella faced him with the curved blade of her tulwar bare. She glanced at the dead man, but kept her main attention on the big Cimmerian. Her gaze was oddly uncertain, her head tilted to watch him from the corner of her eye. "Trying to leave us, Conan?" she said. "Whoever this Kratos was, we owe him thanks for stopping you." "The pendants!" someone called from among the gathered men. "The pendants are real!" "Who spoke?" Hordo demanded. The Red Hawk's bearded lieutenant lashed them with his eye, and some dropped their heads. "Whatever's real or isn't, the Red Hawk says this man deserves to die." 20,000 gold pieces sound very real to me, Avarius replied. "Too real to be hasty." Hordo's jaw worked angrily. He started for the smaller man, and stopped with a surprised look at Corella as she laid her blade across his chest. She shook her head without speaking, and took the sword away.
Ah, good.
And eyed the woman,
That's that bottleneck dealt
wondering
with.
what was in her head. Her face was unreadable, and she still did not look directly at him. He had no intention of sharing the pendants, but if her mind was changing on the matter, he might yet leave that hollow between the hills without more fighting. "They're real, all right," he said loudly. "A king's treasure may be worth more than 20,000. He had to pause to work enough moisture into his throat to speak, but he would not ask for water. The slightest sign of weakness now, and they could well decide to torture what he knew from him. "I can take you to the thieves. And mark you, men who steal from kings are likely to have other trinkets about." He turned slowly to catch each man's gaze in turn. Rubies, emeralds, diamonds and pearls, sacks bulging with gold coin. Avarice lit their eyes, and greed painted their faces. "Gold, is it?" Hordo snorted. "And where are we to find all this wealth? In a palace or a fortress with stone walls and well-armed guards?" "With the men I follow," Conan said, "hooded men claiming to be pilgrims. They took 5 women when they stole the rest, dancing girls from the court of Yildiz. One of these is mine, but the other 4 will no doubt be attracted to brave men with gold in their fists." Lecherous laughter rose, and one or two of the brigands.
So now that's working. Let's go ahead over here and
Hooded men, you say? Avarius.
help it along.
And 5 women. Enough! Ordo roared. By the black throne of Erlich, don't you all see there are sorcerers in this? Did none of you look closely enough at this Quato to see he was possessed? Didn't you see his eyes or listen to him speak? No mortal man has a voice like that, booming like thunder in the distance. He was mortal enough, muttered a thick-set man with a broad scar across his nose. Conan Steele proved that. And what is sought by wizards, Conan said, is doubly valuable. Did anyone ever hear of a wizard grasping for something that was not worth a king's crown? Porto looked uncertainly at Corella, but she stood listening as if the talk had no connection to her. The one-eyed man muttered under his breath
good.
and went on.
Production's
Where do we
going
seek these
back
hooded
now.
men? The country is wide. What direction do we ride? Conan himself has said he has no idea. He followed the Red Hawk thinking she'd lead him to them. I saw them, Avarius said, and stared about him defiantly as everyone turned to look at him. I and Hezekiah and Alvar, 2 days gone, riding to the east, a score of hooded men and 5 bound women on camels. Speak, Alvar. The thick-set man with the scarred nose nodded heavily. Aye, we saw them. They were too many for the 3 of us. Avarius went on hurriedly, and when we came here to the meeting place, the Red Hawk had not yet come, so we didn't speak of it. You never let us make a move without her, Ordo. A mutter of angry assent rose. Ordo glared, but there was satisfaction in his voice when he said, 2 days gone? They could be in Vendia for all the good it does us. The mutter grew in intensity, and Avarius took a step toward the huge bearded man. Why say you so? All here know I can track a lizard over stone or a bird through the air. A 2 days trail is a beaten path for me. And what of Hezekiah? Ordo growled. Have you forgotten the Sumerian's blade in your friend's ribs? The weasel-faced man shrugged. Gold buys new friends. Ordo threw up his hands and turned to Corella. You must speak. What are we to do? Does this Conan die or not? The auburn-haired woman looked fully at Conan for the first time, her tilted green eyes cool and expressionless. He's a good fighting man, and we may have need of such when we overtake these hooded men. Strike camp and bring his horse. Shouting excitedly and laughing, the bandits scattered. Ordo glared at the Sumerian, then shook his head and stalked away. In an instant, the camp was a stirred anthill, the pavilion going down, horses being saddled, and blankets rolled. Conan stood looking at Corella, for she had not moved an inch nor taken her eyes from his face. Who is this woman, she said suddenly. Her voice was flat and expressionless. The one you say is yours. A slave girl, he replied, as I said. Her face remained calm, but she sheathed her sword as if slamming it into his heart. You trouble me, Conan of Samaria. See, you do not come to trouble me too much. Spinning on her heel, she marched toward the horses. Conan sighed and looked to the east, where the red sun was just broaching the horizon. The night's dew had cleared the dust from the air, and it seemed he could see forever. All he had to do now was find the hooded men, free Velita, and take the pendants, all the while watching his back for a knife from some brigand who decided they had no need of him after all, and keeping an eye on Corella's mercurial temper. Then, of course, there was the matter of relieving the bandits of the pendants in turn, not to mention finding a new purchaser. For in Conan's eyes, Quato's attack had finished his agreement with Ankar, or Imhotep Aten, or whatever his real name was. It was just his luck the man seemed to be a magician. But he had a tidy enough bundle without adding that worry to it. All he needed now, he thought, was the Zamoran army. He went in search of his cloak and a water skin. Puffs of dust lifted beneath the hooves of the column of Zamoran cavalry, a company strong, as they crossed rolling hills sparsely covered with low scrub. Their lance points and chainmail were blackened against reflecting the sun. They rode in a double line, round shields hanging ready to hand beside their saddles, with Hieronydes at their head. Hard men, hand-picked by the captain, veterans of campaigning on the borders. Hieronydes unconsciously shifted his buttocks on the hard leather of his saddle.
What do you mean I have a lack of replacing item?
Side to side,
That's a sort of mark frame.
hoping for a flash of light. With naught to go on but a direction, he had to take a chance. Half his command was scattered in a line abreast on either side of him, and then only when both topped a hill. Every one of them had a metal mirror, and if any sign of a trail was found. He grimaced as his second-in-command, Hieronydes, galloped up beside him from his place immediately before the column.
Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm going to build a new power station. And power.
10 years younger than Hieronydes, in 2 he would outrank him. His father, much in favor with the king, wanted his son to gain a touch of seasoning, and incidentally to share in the glory of bringing the Red Hawk before the king bound in chains. "What do you want?" Hieronydes growled. If he succeeded on this mission, he would not need the good opinion of the youth's father. If he failed, the man could not save him from the king's threat. "I've been wondering why we're not pursuing the Red Hawk," Hieronydes said. Hieronydes looked at him, and he added, "Sir, those were our orders, were they not, sir?" Hieronydes restrained his temper with no little effort.
Let's go
"And
again.
where would you pursue?
And
In what direction? Or is it just that this isn't dashing enough for someone used to the glitter of parades in the capital?" "Not the way I was taught to handle cavalry, sir." "And where in Sheol were you taught?" A flash of light to the east caught his words in his throat. Once, twice, thrice. "Signal recall, Lieutenant. By mirror," he added as the other pulled his horse around. "No need to let every running dog know we're out. And bring the company around.
no,
As you command,
you'll
sir."
instead request hydrogen fuel
Once
cells.
Hieronydes did not notice the sarcasm. This had to be what he sought. By Mitra, it had to be.
Flight mode.
He could barely restrain himself from galloping ahead of his troop, but he forced himself to keep the march to a walk. The horses must be conserved if there was a pursuit close at hand,
Destroyed.
and he prayed there would be. The men strung out to the east waited once they had passed on the signal, each man falling in
Do it
behind the
again.
column as it reached him.
Power. Where is
Those
power?
beyond the man who first flashed his sighting would be riding west to join them. If this was a false alarm, Hieronydes thought. Then they topped another hill, and before them was a small knot of his men. As he rode closer, another rider rejoined from the east. Hieronydes finally allowed himself to kick his mount into a gallop. One of the soldiers rode forward, touching his forehead respectfully. "Sir, it looks to have been a camp, but there's..." Hieronydes waved him to silence. He could see what was unusual about this hollow between two hills.
Destroyed.
Black-winged vultures, their bald heads glistening red from their feeding, stood on the ground, warily watching the quartet of jackals that had driven them from their feast. "Wait here until I signal," Hieronydes commanded, and walked his horse down into the hollow. He counted the ash piles of 10 burnt-out fires. The jackals
So now I'll
backed away
go
from the
back
mounted
over
man,
here.
snarling, then snatched bones still bearing shreds of scarlet flesh, and loped away.
Flight mode.
The vultures
And
shifted
power
their
station
beady-eyed gaze from the jackals to
is-
Hieronydes.
Destroyed.
A half-eaten skull showed the thing on the ground had once been a man, but it could never have been proven by the scattered bones, cracked by the jackal's powerful jaws. Hieronydes looked up as Hieronydes galloped down the hill. "Mitra, what's that?" "Proof there were bandits here, Lieutenant. None else would leave a dead man for the scavengers." "I'll bring the men down to search for..." "You'll dismount 10 men," Hieronydes said patiently, "and bring them down." He could afford to be patient now. He was sure of it. No need to grind what little we might find under the horse's hooves. And, Lieutenant, tell off 2 men to bury that. See to it yourself. Ironides had been avoiding looking at the bloody bones. Now his face abruptly turned green. Me? But now, Lieutenant, the Red Hawk and your glory are getting further away all the time.
Yeah, not much power, so we're going to go back here
Then swallowed
and
around.
rebuild the power station. But this time, instead of burning graphite, it will be burning hydrogen fuel cells.
Of the fires was scruffed ground where men had slept. Perhaps 50, he estimated. Well away from the fires were holes from the pegs and poles of a large tent. 4 other holes, though, spaced in a large square, interested him more. A short, bow-legged cavalryman trotted up and touched his sloping forehead. Begging your pardon, sir, but the lieutenant said I was to tell you he found where they had their horses picketed. His voice became flatly non-committal. The lieutenant says to tell you there was maybe 100 horses, sir. Ironides looked to where 2 men were digging a hole in the hillside for the remains of the body. Ironides apparently had decided he should search rather than oversee their work as ordered. You've been 20 years and more in the cavalry, Rosario, the captain said. How many horses would you say were on that picket line? If the lieutenant hadn't said 100, of course, he added when the man hesitated. Not to contradict the lieutenant, sir, but I'd say 53. They didn't clear away the dung, and they kept the horses apart enough to keep the piles separate. Some would be sumpter animals, of course, sir. Very good, Rosario. Go back to the lieutenant and tell him I want... He stopped at the strained look on Rosario's face. Is there something else you want to tell me? The stumpy man shifted awkwardly. Well, sir, the lieutenant said we was mistaken, but Caresis and me, we found the way they went when they left here. They brushed their tracks some, but not enough. They went east and a little north. You're sure of that? Ironides said sharply. Yes, sir. The captain nodded slowly. Toward the Kazantian mountains, but not toward the caravan route through the mountains to Sultanapur. Tell the lieutenant I want to see him, Rosario. The cavalryman touched his forehead and backed away. Ironides climbed the eastern hill to stare toward the Kazantian mountains, out of view beyond the horizon. When Aherinates joined him, the lieutenant was carrying a stone unguent jar. Found this down where the tent was, he said. Someone had his leman along, seems. Ironides took the jar. Empty, it still held the flowery fragrance of the perfume of Ophir. He tossed it back to Aherinates. More like than not, your first souvenir of the Red Hawk. The lieutenant gaped. But how can you be certain this was the Trull's camp? It could as easily be a caravan wandered somewhat from the route. The man could have been left for some errand and been slain by wild animals. He could even have had no connection with those who camped here at all. He could have come after, and a man was staked out down there, Ironides said coldly. 'Tis my thought was the dead man. Secondly, no camels were here. Have you ever seen a caravan lacking camels saving us slavers? And there is no staking ground for a coffin. Thirdly, there was only one tent. A caravan of this size would have had half a score. And lastly, why have you lost your fervor for pursuing the Red Hawk? Can it be your thought that she has 100 men with her? Fear not. There are fewer than 50, though I grant you they may seem 100 if it comes to steel. You have no right. Monerxes, my father, is Sir Lieutenant. Prepare the men to move out, along that trail you thought not worth mentioning. For a moment they stood eye to eye. Ironides coldly contemptuous, Aherinates quivering with rage. Abruptly the lieutenant tossed the unguent jar to the ground. Yes, sir, he grated, and turned on his heel to stalk down the hill. Ironides bent to pick up the smooth stone jar.
Oh, I know a better place for that.
Fragrance gave him a dim picture of the woman, one at odds with the coarse trollop with a sword he expected. But why was she riding toward the Kazankian Mountains? The answer to that could be of vital importance to him. Success and Aharesis would smooth his path to the top. Failure, and the king's counselor would give him not a thought as Tiridates had his head put over the west gate. Placing the jar in his pouch, he went down to join his men. As the bandits climbed higher into the Kazankian Mountains, Conan stopped at every rise to look behind. Beyond the rolling foothills, on the plain they had left a day gone, something moved. Conan estimated the lead the brigands had and wondered if it was enough. "What are you staring at?" Hordo demanded, reining in beside the Sumerian. The outlaws were straggling up a sparsely treed mountainside toward a sheer-walled pass in the dark granite.
That's full.
Corella, as always, rode well in the lead, her gold-lined emerald cape flowing in the wind. "Soldiers," Conan replied.
Darkbog spaceport
"Soldiers?
destroyed.
Where?" Conan pointed. A blacksmith and men inched toward the foothills.
I wasted more than half the day nursing the mother all the hangovers.
Solid ground.
Never doing that again.
Only soldiers would
I've
maintain
heard
fresh
that
discipline marching
statement
those
many
narrows of the ridge
times.
to the mountains. They were yet
But I have been really enjoying this a lot. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I should probably do
The
that.
gap would close further.
Um,
"No matter," the one-eyed man muttered.
what was
"They'll not
I?
catch us up here." "Dividing the loot, are you?" Avarius kicked his horse in the
Oh,
ribs,
that's it. I
and the
came
beast
here for
scrambled
water
up
pumps.
beside the other two. "Best you wait till it's in our grasp. You might not be one of those left alive to... What's that? Out there. Riders.
I can't do drinking anymore. Can't do it. It's
Hillmen?"
probably for the best that I can't do it.
Ronastani named Reza said hesitantly. "Can't be," a bearded Kothian replied. His name was Talbor, and the tip of his nose had been bitten off. "Hillmen don't raid far from the mountains, and not so many together," Avarius agreed. His flower included both Conan and Hordo. "Soldiers, be they not? It's soldiers you've brought on us." An excited gabble went up from the men gathered around them. "Soldiers! The army's on us! Our heads on pikes! A whole regiment! The king's own!" "Still your tongues," Hordo shouted. "There's no more than 200 to my eye, and a day behind us at that." "'Tis still 5-1 against," Avarius said, "or near enough as makes no difference." "These mountains are not our place," Reza cried. "We be rats in a box." "Ferrets in a wood pile," Hordo protested. "If this is not our own ground, still less is it theirs." The rest paid him no mind. "We chase mists," Talbor shouted, rising in his stirrups to address the bandits who were gathering. "We ride into these accursed mountains after ghosts. It'll not stop till we find ourselves with our backs to a rock wall and Zamoran lances at our throats."
4 more.
Avarius sawed his reins, and his horse pranced dangerously on the steeply sloping ground. "Do you question my tracking, Talbor? The path we follow is the path taken by those I saw."
Darkbog
He laid
spaceport
hand to his
destroyed.
sword hilt.
So,
"Threaten me, Avarius?" the Kothian growled. His fingers slid from his pommel toward the tulwar at his hip.
Cruise ended.
Corella spurred suddenly into their midst, her naked sword in
4 of
hand.
those.
Flight mode.
"I'll kill the first man to bear an inch of blade," she announced heatedly. Her cat-like eyes flicked each man in turn. Both hurriedly removed their hands from their weapons. "Now tell me, what has you at each other's throats like dancing girls in a zanana?"
Flight mode.
"The soldiers," Avarius began. "These supposed pendants," Talbor started at the same instant. "Soldiers," Corella said. She jerked her head around and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when she spotted the distant line of men on the plain below. "Fear you, soldiers, so far away, Avarius," she sneered. "What would you fear closer, an old woman with a stick?" "I like not being followed by anyone," Avarius replied sulkily. "Or think you they follow us not?" "I care not if they follow us or no," she flared. "You are the Red Hawk's men, and you follow me, you'll fear what I tell you to fear and naught else. Now all of you get up ahead. There's level ground there where we'll camp the night." There's a half a day yet we could travel, Ordo protested. She rounded on him, green eyes flashing. Did you not hear my command? I said we camp. You, Sumerian, remain here. Her one-eyed lieutenant grumbled, but turned his horse up the mountain, and the rest followed in sullen silence.
Plenty of
only by the creak
stone.
of saddle leather
Good.
And the slip of hooves on stone.
But can I get more stone? I think we can.
She hefted her sword as if she had half a mind to drive it into him, then sheathed it. Who is this girl, Conan? What is her name? She's called Velita, he said. He had told her of Velita before, and knew she remembered the dancing girl's name.
There.
In time, she would come to what she truly wanted to speak of. He twisted around for another look at the column of
No,
soldiers.
back to that planet.
They gained ground on us, Corella.
And we'll have a go at titanium glass, because I know I'll be needing that next.
And stop when I say. Do you think to play some game, Conan?
And then we'll have a go making
Her green eyes
new
as she stared at him. What emotion he could not say. I
research.
play no more games
And then I
with
must
you,
eat.
Corella. Her snort was eloquent. Treasures taken from a king's palace, so you say, not to mention this baggage you claim to have promised her freedom. Why then do the thieves flee to these mountains where none live but goats, and savages little better than goats? I don't know, he admitted, but it convinces me all the more they are the men I seek. Honest pilgrims do not journey to Vendia by way of the heart of the Kazankian mountains. Perhaps, she said.
Right,
And
there's...
shifted her gaze
Oh,
to the
just
soldiers far
enough.
below. With a laugh, she reared her big black to dance on its hind legs.
Right.
Fools. They'll not clip the Red Hawk's wings. It seems most likely they seek Tiridates' pendants as we do, he said. Much more so than that, they seek you. The red-haired woman glowered at him. The Zamoran army seeks me incessantly, Sumerian. Of course, they'll never catch me.
So what I'm going to do now
My men disperse
is
from
I'm
guards
going to
on the
go
freight
and
caravan
set
routes we
some
raid.
food
The
to
pay is
warm up.
high for fear of the Red Hawk.
And I'm going to leave this just building a bunch of solar panels in the meantime. I'll leave Conan the Barbarian on because I think nothing interesting is going to happen. Although I've really been enjoying this, so I'll be right back.
I should have remembered that taking 7 caravans in 6 months would certainly rival even a theft from Tiridates' palace. I had not to do with those, she said scornfully. No creature from those caravans, man, horse, or camel, has even been seen again. When I take a caravan, those too old or ill-favored to fetch a price on the slave block are turned loose with food and water to find their way to the nearest city, albeit poorer than before. If not you, then who? How should I know? The last caravan I took was a full 8 months ago, and fat. When we left our celebrating an Orangian, it was to find the countryside too hot to hold us for those vanished caravans. I sent my men to their hiring, and these 4 months past have I been in Shadazar telling cards beneath the very noses of the king's own. Her full mouth twisted. I would be there still, if the risk of calling my band together once more had not seemed less than the odium of being eyed by men who thought to give me a tumble. Her glare seemed to include him and every other man in the world. Strange things are happening in the Kazankians, Conan said thoughtfully. Perhaps those we follow have something to do with the vanished caravans. You make flight of fancy, she muttered, and he realized she was eyeing him oddly. Come to my tent, Sumerian. I would talk with you. She spurred away up the mountainside before he could speak. Conan was about to follow when he became aware of being watched from the jagged mountains to the south. His first thought was of Kazankian hillmen, but then, as the hackle stood on the back of his neck, he knew it was the same invisible eyes he had felt that night with Corella, and again before Krato appeared. Imheb-Aten had followed him. His massive shoulders squared, and he threw back his head. I do not fear you, sorcerer, he shouted. A hollow, ringing echo floated back to him. Fear you, sorcerer? Scowling, he spurred his horse up the mountain. Corella's red-striped pavilion had been set up on a level patch of stony ground. Already the motley brigands had cook fires going, and were passing their stone jars of kill. "What was that shouting?" Avarius called as Conan climbed down from his horse. "Nothing," Conan said. The weasel-faced man led a knot of ruffians down to face him warily. When he casually laid his hand on the leather-wrapped hilt of his sword, the memory of how he had used that sword against Kratos was clear on those bearded, scarred, and gnarled faces. "Some of us have thought on these soldiers," Avarius said. "You have thought," another muttered, but Avarius ignored him. "And what have you thought?" Conan asked. Avarius hesitated, looking to either side as if for support. There was scant to be found, but he went on. "Never before have we come into these mountains excepting to hide a day. Here there is no room to scatter. We must go where the stone will let us go, not where we will, and this when 5 times our number of soldiers follow our back trail." "If you've lost your enthusiasm," Conan said, "leave. I'd as lief go on alone as not. Aye, and take the pendants alone," Avarius barked, "and the rest. You'd like it well for us to leave you." Conan's sapphire eyes raked them scornfully. Even Avarius flinched under that lashing gaze. "Make up your minds. Fear the soldiers and run, or follow the pendants. One or the other. You cannot do
Right,
both."
did I miss anything interesting? Let's find out. Put the headphones on and have a listen.
Avarius began. "You'll not live," Conan cut him off. "You do as
Oh.
you will. On the morrow,
There's-
I ride after the pendants." He pushed
I got attacked?
They muttered
But from where?
as he went. He found himself wondering if it would be better for him if they stayed or
From
went.
there.
They still had no right to the pendants in his eyes, but now that they were in the mountains, he could use Avarius's tracking ability at least. The man could tell the mark the hoof made on stone from that made by a falling rock. That was always supposing the weasel-faced brigand did not decide to slip a knife between his ribs. The muscular young Cimmerian sighed heavily. What had started out to be a simple, if spectacular, theft had grown as convoluted as a pit of snakes. And he had the uneasy feeling that he was not yet aware of all the twists and turns.
Yeah, most of my stuff is
As he
elsewhere.
approached Corella's red-striped pavilion, with half its roof tied to small boulders because the ground was too hard for driving pegs, Porto suddenly stepped in front
I
of him.
have a mini perk
Where do
bag,
you
and I'm
think
going
you're
to eat it
The
cold.
one-eyed bandit demanded. Conan's temper had been shortened by knowing
It's all right.
Atten followed him, and by the encounter with Avarius.
Be better with some mustard.
"Where I want to go," he growled, and pushed the scar-faced man from his path.
Sorry,
The startled brigand
I'm going to mute myself so you don't have to listen to me masticating.
then whirled, his broadsword coming out at the whisper of steel leaving leather. Porto's tulwar darted toward him. Conan beat the curved blade aside in the same motion as his draw, and the bearded man danced backward down the slope with surprising agility for one of his bulk. The scar that ran from under his rough leather eye patch was livid. "You have muscles, Cimmerian," he grated, "but no brains. You think above yourself." Conan's laugh was short and mirthless. "Do you think I intend to displace you as lieutenant?
Upgrade.
I'm a thief, not a raider of caravans. But you do as you think you must." His broadsword was a heavy weapon, but he made it sing in interlocked figure eights about his head and to either side. "Put up your blades," came
Building
Corella's
destroyed.
voice from behind him. Without taking his gaze totally from Hordo, Conan took 2 quick steps to his left, turning so he could see both the bearded bandit and the red-haired woman. She stood in the
Building
entrance of the
destroyed.
pavilion, her emerald cape drawn close to cover her from her neck to the ground.
It's funny, the aftertaste is actually better than the eating it itself.
"He sought your tent," Hordo muttered. "As I commanded him," she replied coldly. "You, at least, Hordo, should know I don't allow men of my band to draw weapons on each other. I'd have killed Avarius and Talbor for it.
Destroyed.
You two are more valuable. Shall I let each of you consider it the knight with his hands and feet bound in the small of his back?"
Building destroyed.
Porto seemed shaken by her anger. He sheathed his sword. I was but trying to protect you, he protested. The muscles along her jaw tightened. Think you I need protection? Go, Hordo, before I forget the years you've served me well. The one-eyed man hesitated, cast a sharp glance at Conan, then stalked off toward the fires. You talk more like a queen than a bandit, Conan said finally, replacing his sword in its worn shagreen scabbard. She stared at him, but he met her gaze firmly. Others end at the headsman's block, or on the slave block, but none of mine has ever been taken, Conan, because I demand discipline. Oh, not the foolishness soldiers call discipline, but any command I give must be obeyed at once, any command. In this band, the Red Hawk's word is law, and those who cannot accept that must leave or die. I am no hand at obedience, he said quietly. Come inside, she
That's
said.
good. Stodgy, but good.
The entrance. Conan followed. The ground inside the striped pavilion had been laid with fine fringed Turanian carpets. A bed of glossy black furs with silken pillows and soft striped woolen blankets lay against a side of the tent. A low, highly polished table was surrounded by large cushions. Gilded oil lamps illumined all. Close the flap, she said. Her mouth worked, and she added with obvious effort, please. Conan unfastened the flap and let it drop across the entrance. He was wary of this strange mood Corella seemed to be in. You should be more careful with Hordo. He's the only one of this lot who's loyal to you instead of to your success. Hordo is more a faithful hound than a man, she said. The more a fool you for thinking so. He's the best man out there. He is no man as I mean a man. Abruptly, she threw back the emerald cape, letting it fall to the rugs, and Conan could
I'm having a pork pie, or a mini pork pie.
naked,
And it is
hair falling about her shoulders. A single
Mountain Mowbray mini pork pies.
blowing against the ivory skin of her sweetly rounded belly. Her heavy round breasts were rouged, and the musky scent of perfume drifted from her as she stood with one knee slightly bent, shoulders back, hands behind her, in a pose at once offering and defiant. He took a step toward her, and there was suddenly a dagger in her hand, its needle...
And later on I've got some
but long enough
stew.
to reach his
I made a chicken bone stew
green eyes
with semolina and vegetables.
You walk among my rogues like a wolf among a pack of dogs, Sumerian. Even Hordo is but half wolf beside you. No man has ever called me his, for men come to believe the calling. If a woman must be a man's slave, then I'll be no woman. I'll walk behind no man, fawning for his favor and leaping to his command. I am the Red Hawk. I command. I. With great care, he lifted the dagger from her fingers and tossed it aside. You are a woman, Corella, whether you admit it or no. Does there have to be one to command between us? I knew the chains of slavery when I
Wow.
was but 16, and I have no desire to wish them on anyone. He lowered her to the furs. When you betray me, she whispered, I'll put your death before my tent on a spear. I'll... Turquito. For a
Well,
time, she made those sounds that came unbidden to her lips.
Stodgy, stodgy, stodgy. I am fond of them with mustard, but I go for whole grain mustard because I find the mustard paste is too pungent. That's something I'd use for cooking rather than as a condiment.
Within that dark fortress. He knew that Morath Amani was in no way limited to the columned room.
Yeah, semolina does make good dumplings. I didn't even bother making it into dumplings. I just poured the powder on top, and it soaked up all the juices. Lovely. It was really good.
Glass balls that hung from sconces save a single heavily barred iron-bound door.
Dropbox baseboard is
The
small.
scent of incense hissing with colored flames on the coals of a bronze brazier wore the odor of a noxious brew bubbling in a stone beaker above a fire stoked with human bones. On the table,
Now that's
5
done.
mummies waited to be powdered for filters among carelessly scattered ewers of deadly venom and bundles of rare herbs and roots.
Cruise ended.
The necromancer himself stood watching the boiling brew, his attention rapt. The dark liquid began to froth higher. With
Now,
one
where
moment,
is my
the amulet from his neck. A chill
there's
climbed
where
his
the soda
backbone
panel's
at
being
being even
requested.
so barely separated, but it was necessary. Before the black froth reached the rim of the beaker,
Hemi wants to show me a perpetual motion machine.
until serpent and eagle alike were covered. The silver chain grew colder, bitter
Yeah.
ice searing his preternaturally long fingers.
Yeah, alright, thanks for showing me it
The froth
again.
sank, but the black liquid bubbled even more fiercely. The stone of the beaker began to
Oh.
glow red.
It's Garage 54.
And the
Yeah,
burning
okay,
land
it's not.
Powdered when dry. Blood of an eagle, no more to
I like Garage 54 and they do some fun experiments, but
Heart of a
it's
virgin,
not,
soul of a war. Burn to their blackness, heat till they boil.
oh yeah, cheese sauce and mustard.
Confounding
Oh,
the
you're
oil.
making me hungry. And I've just had like,
Hands shaking
I've had
with
3 of these mini pork pies. I mean, that's equivalent to half of a real
He
pork
wanted
pie.
to wipe it dry on the instant and replace it about his neck, but this stage of the
Oh,
spell
look at
was
that.
critical.
Over a gigawatt of power in this place.
With tongs, he lifted the stone beaker.
Dropbox baseboard
Nearby,
is
atop a
small.
white marble pedestal, was a small, clear crystal coffer, fragile seeming against even that smooth stone.
No, they just got like, they made a prop out of an engine crankshaft and some springs and a flywheel. And they spin it around. It's like, oh, it's perpetual motion. It's like, no, it's not perpetual motion.
The scalding mixture struck the small coffer. The crystal shrieked as if it would shatter in 10,000 pieces. The liquid seemed to gather itself to fly away in
Yeah,
smoke.
Garage 54 is a YouTube channel. They do experiments with cars. I particularly enjoy their series where they make transparent versions of engine parts, like a transparent intake, engine sump, differential casing, so you can see all the workings inside.
The coffer now contained great clouds, shifting and swirling as if before a great wind. Breathing heavily, Aminar set the beaker and tongs aside. Confidence was flowing back into him. The haven, however temporary, was prepared. He wiped the amulet clean, inspecting it minutely before placing it once more about his neck. From below rose the dolorous tone of a great bronze gong. Smiling, the mage unbarred the door and took up the crystal coffer beneath his arm. The gong echoed hollowly again. Aminar made his way directly to the alabaster-walled audience chamber, its domed ceiling held aloft by carven ivory columns as thick as a man's trunk. Behind his throne reared a great serpent of gold. The arms of the throne were hooded vipers of Koth, the legs adders of Bendia, all of gold. As he surveyed the assemblage before him, the necromancer allowed no particle of his
Oh, that's too
surprise
bad that they only made the first book of it. I guess the funding just fell through for the rest of it.
Bowed, while 5 young women he had definitely not expected in gossamer silks, hands bound behind their backs, were forced to prostrate themselves before the throne. Aminar sat, carefully holding the crystal coffer on his lap.
So they're still requesting
"That
hydrogen.
which I sent you for," he said.
Now,
Stepped
we're done
forward.
with the solar
They
panels
brought
here.
this master. The Satara warden presented an ornate casket of worked gold.
So we
The
have
lid set with gemstones.
tight glass there, so let's go ahead and make the next bit, which is
Moved slowly, but still
titanium
the stones
glass.
trembled as he opened the casket.
oh, that's
One
too
by
big.
one,
I can't
4
do that.
jewels, the like of which no man had ever seen, mounted in pendants
Well,
of
can
silver
I?
or gold, were
Quantity
carefully
of
placed on the mosaic
it sees
floor.
technology limit. No, I can't build that. I
red
need
pearl
a smaller
the size of a
titanium
man's
glass.
2 thumbs. A diamond black as a raven's wing,
What
and
about
big
this?
as a hen's egg.
No,
A
can't do
golden
that
crystal
either.
heart that had come from the ground in that shape. A complex lattice of pale blue that could cut diamond. All were as
Let's have a look for titanium glass.
His hand shook visibly as he removed the last, the most important. As
No,
one
that's
was tucked into
endgame.
the man's finger of midnight hue filled with red flecks that danced wildly as Aminar's
That's
palm
better.
touched the
That's
stone.
more in
This
keeping
was the
what we
pendant that
got.
must be kept from Morath Amani. He waved the golden casket away. Dispose of those trifles, Sitha. His Satara henchman bowed and gathered the pendants. Almost tenderly, Aminar swathed the dark stone in silk, then laid it in the crystal coffer. When he replaced the lid, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Upgrade those three, as I've got
Last,
sufficient for that.
not even Morath Amani would be able to detect what was in there, for a time at least. And before that could happen, he would have found a new haven, far away, where the god-demon would never think to look. Clutching the crystal box firmly, Aminar turned his attention to the women lying before
Yeah,
him
I've got to
with their
watch
faces
Excalibur
pressed
at
to the
some
diverse
point.
colored tiles. They trembled, he noted with idle satisfaction. How came you by these women? The mage demanded. Sarasa, who had led the foray, lifted a scaled head. The dark face was expressionless, the words sibilant. Before Shadazar, master, we spoke the words you told us and ate the powders, that the glamour might be on us, and none should see us enter. The women, Aminar said impatiently, not every last thing that happened. He sighed at the look of concentration that appeared in the Satara's red eyes. When they knew a thing by rote, it was difficult for them to separate one part. The palace, master, Sarasa hissed finely. We entered the palace of Tiridates unseen. But when we
Gonna
came
put
to
the rest of
see
the
where that
pork
which
pies
you
back in the
said
fridge.
seek was to be, only the casket was to be found. Taking the casket, we searched then the palace, questioning some and slaying them for silence. We found the pendants about the necks of these women, and slew the men who were with them. Leaving then the palace, we found that, as you had warned us, the glamour had worn off. We donned the robes. Silence, Aminar said. And the saurian creature's words ceased at once. For their limited intelligence, he had commanded them to fetch the casket and all 5 pendants, fearing they might make a mistake in the pressure of the moment and bring the black diamond instead of that
We
which he
don't
needed.
have the technology
Yet
yet.
despite all his careful instructions, they had managed to increase their risk of being caught by taking these women. Rage bubbled in him.
Oh, well,
Made
never
all
mind,
the
eh?
worse for knowing that punishing them would be like punishing dogs. They would accept whatever he did and understand not a whit of why. The Satara, sensing something of his mood, shifted uneasily. Bring the women before me, the necromancer commanded. Hastily, the 5 women were pulled to their knees, and the bare covering of their silks ripped away. With fearful eyes, the kneeling naked women watched Aminar rise. He walked thoughtfully down the line of them. Severally and together, they were beautiful, and just as important to him, their dread was palpable. He stopped before a pale blonde with ivory satin skin. Your name, girl? Susa. He quirked an eyebrow, and she hastily added, Master, I am called Susa, and it please you, Master. You 5 are the dancing girls Yildiz sent to Tiridates?
So that is titanium glass, yeah. We'll make it available for supply.
As he watched.
We'll do local demand of
Yes,
titanium
Master, she quavered.
and local demand of glass.
And nodded.
There we are.
King's dancing girls.
So now that's we're gonna need another smelter for titanium.
And when the last jot of amusement had been wrung from them, their puny souls
No, that's in
Morath Amani.
titanium.
Conan will free us. One of the girls suddenly burst out. He will kill you.
Do you have a thing called smelters?
slender
look.
and long. of
Smelters,
leg.
early
Her
game.
big dark eyes stared defiance, even as her supple body trembled.
Yeah, that'll do.
What is your name, girl? His words were soft, but his tone brought a moan from her throat. Velita, she said at last. He noted how her teeth had clamped lest she should say master. There would be much pleasure in this one. And who is this Conan who will rescue you? Velita merely trembled, but Sarasa spoke. Pardon, master, but there was one...
What's the matter, Hobbit? Oh, yes. I just realised you're in the past, aren't you? Right, this facility here, do you see that flashing cog symbol? That means it doesn't have recipe, because I have yet to research titanium glass.
Laughed again. The other women watched him, terror-struck. But not enough, he thought. Each night you will dance for me, all 5 of you. She who pleases me most will gain my bed for the night.
Wait,
The middle 3 will be witnesses.
this is iron! Oh, you
She who pleases me
bastard!
least. He paused, feeling the anxiety grow. Will be given to Sitha. He is
I
rough,
thought...
but he knows
Hang on.
still how to use a woman.
Right, so early game smelters,
Horrified glance
and then
at the reptilian
I'm
creature
sure I did
now watching them
titanium.
avidly, and threw themselves prostrate,
Maybe I didn't?
groveling, screaming, pleading.
Huh?
Eleanor basked
Maybe I
in the
didn't.
miasma of their terror. This was what the
I'll just
gods
place it over
felt
there.
when it consumed a soul. Stroking the crystal coffer and stroked by their shrieks, he strode from the chamber. 13.
So you're supplying titanium.
Conan eyed
Oh yeah, I'm
the
going to
ridge to
finish
the left
the...
of the narrow valley the bandits were traversing.
Right, so
There
request
had been movement up there.
iron
But
plate.
his keen gaze had caught it, and there had been others. He booted his horse forward
Yeah,
along
take
the
it away
winding
from
trail
that.
to where Hordo rode. Corella was well to the front, fist on one red-booted thigh, surveying the mountainous countryside as if she headed an army rather than a motley band of 2 brigands snaking out behind her. We're being watched, Conan said as he came alongside the one-eyed bandit. Hordo snapped.
Right, so here's my
Think you I don't know that already?
titanium things.
Yo, men? Of course.
Titanium smelters, that's what their name is. They do have a name.
I don't know, Conan said. But the one good chance I had, I saw a helmet, not a turban. The soldiers are still behind us, Hordo said thoughtfully.
So we'll just let it process out that the rest of that.
Let us know if they begin to close. The 2 bandits had been ordered to trail behind, keeping the Zamoran cavalry in sight. Conan refrained from suggesting they might have become affrighted apart from the band and fled, or that Corella was holding the soldiers in too much contempt. Whoever they are, we'd best hope they don't attack us here. Hordo looked at the steep scrub-covered slopes rising on either side of the trail and grimaced. Mitra, pray they're not strong enough, though a dozen good men. He trailed off as Avarius appeared on the trail ahead, whipping his horse steadily. That looks ill, Conan said. Hordo merely grunted, and the 2 rode forward to reach Corella as the
Right,
weasel-faced bandits
that's
galloped up.
done. Good.
Hillmen!
And you, you're
Avarius panted.
almost done.
Sweat dotted his face.
Right, so now...
6, 4, maybe 7. Camped athwart the trail ahead, and they're breaking camp. There was no need to discuss the danger. Kazantkian hillmen admitted allegiance to no one but themselves, though both Turan and Zamora had tried futilely to subdue them. The fierce tribesman's way with strangers was simple, short, and deadly. One not of his clan, even another hillman, was an enemy, and enemies were for killing. Come this way, Corella said quietly. At Avarius's anxious nod, she cursed under her breath. And the soldiers behind, Hordo growled.
So the last of the water is coming in now. At least everything will be well stocked.
I've no desires to be between the sledge and the stone, Hordo replied, and my age has naught to do with it. Watch you don't become an old woman, she sneered. We'll leave the trail and let the hillmen and the soldiers exhaust themselves on each other. Mayhap we'll have a good view from the ridge. Conan laughed and tensed as the red-haired woman rounded on him with her hand on her sword. If he was forced to disarm her, he did not think he could kill her, even to save his own life. He would certainly have to fight. Hordo as well. And likely the rest of the brigands who had gathered a short distance down the rocky trail. Your idea of letting them fight among themselves is a good one, he said. But if we try to take horses up these slopes, we'll be at it still a week hence. You've a better plan, Sumerian? Her voice was sharp, but she had loosed her grip on her jeweled tulwar. I have. Most of the band will ride back along the trail and up one of the side canyons we've passed. Back toward the soldiers, Hordo protested. The hillmen have trackers too, Avarius shrilled. Once they pick up our trail, and they will, it's us that'll have to fight them, not the accursed Zamorans. I trust there's more to your plan, Corella said softly. If you turn out to be a fool after all. Her words trailed off, but there was a dangerous glint in her tilted eyes.
So, whilst that's still researching titanium glass,
said most of the band, the big Sumerian went on calmly. I will take a few men
facility for
where the
making
hillmen
belts.
are. Avarius's laugh was scathing and frightened. And defeat all 7 score? Or perhaps you think your mild face and dulcet tones will turn their blades aside? Be silent, Corella commanded. She touched her full lips with her tongue before going on in a quieter voice. If you're a fool, Conan, you're a brave one. Speak on. I'll attack the hillmen all right, Conan said, but as soon as they know I'm there, I'll be away. I'll lead them past where the rest have turned off the trail, straight to the soldiers. While they're fighting, I and who comes with me will slip away to rejoin you and the others. One or the other will have your guts for saddle ties, Avarius snorted. Then they'll have yours too, Corella said, and mine, for you and I will accompany him. The man's pinched face grew tighter, but he said nothing. Conan opened his mouth to protest. She cut him off. I lead this band, Sumerian, and I send no man to danger while I ride to safety. Accept that, or I'll have you tied across your saddle and you can accompany the others. A chuckle rumbled up from Conan's massive chest. There's no sword I'd rather have beside me than yours. I only thought that without you there, those rogues might keep on riding right out of the mountains.
Now we'll demand some fire ice as well.
His laughter. Nay, Conan, for they know I'd pursue them to Gehenna if they did. Besides, Hordo will keep my hounds in line. What's
So
the
that
matter
is
with you,
going to
bearded
make
one?
the
Hordo stared at her with grim
that
eyes.
there.
Where the Red Hawk must bear her blade, he said flatly, there ride I. Conan waited for another blast of the red-haired bandit's temper, but instead she sat her horse, staring at Hordo as if she had never seen him before. Finally, she said, Very good. Though you're like to lose your other eye if you don't listen to me.
So
Get the rest on their way. The one-eyed man bared his teeth in a fierce
I
grin
shall
and rode his horse
have-
back down the trail. A good man, Conan said quickly. Corella glared. Do not upbraid me, Sumerian. The mass of brigands clattered down the twisting trail and were soon lost to sight. Hordo booted his horse back up to where Conan and the others waited. Think you the Watchers will take a hand in this, Conan?
So
The bearded
hydrogen
brigand
from
asked.
that,
What Watchers?
and
Commanded.
we're going to have a stash of
Conan shook his head.
Mark 1 belts
Men on the
and
hillside,
Mark
but
2
not to
belts,
concern us now, I think.
and we'll just do a
If they
demand for
numbered enough
those.
to interfere, we'd know it already. Hordo, you knew of this and didn't tell me, Corella said angrily. Do we wait here talking, Conan asked, or do we find the hillmen before they find us? For a reply, Corella kicked her horse into a gallop up the trail. If her mind were not on you, Sumerian, Hordo growled, She'd not need to be told. He spurred after the Red Hawk. Avarius looked as if he wanted to ride back after the other bandits, but Conan pointed ahead. That's the way. The weasel-faced brigand showed his teeth in a snarl, and reluctantly turned his horse after the other two. Conan rode in close behind, forcing him to a gallop. As soon as they reached the others, Conan drew his sword and rested it across his muscular thighs. With thoughtful looks, Corella and Hordo did the same. On
Do
narrow
that there.
trail,
There we go.
snaking back on itself with screaming
And-
sparks of stone, they would be on the hillmen without warning. If the hillmen did not come on them the same way,
So we're just
Avarius
waiting
lagged
for
chewing his
the
lip.
fire ice to
Abruptly,
come
they
back
rounded a sharp bend
from
and
the
were
gas
into
giant.
camp of the hillmen. There
That
were
may
no
be
tents,
the
but
consignment
dark,
of them
nosed
now.
men in turbans and dirty
Oh, they're
muskets
slow
bent
at
to
this
scrap
technology
pebbles,
rate.
while others
But
kept
at
clear
least
of the
they're
ashes of their
working.
fires. A full-legged man
So
with
whilst
bare chest crossed
that
by a
we're
belt
waiting
above
for
his
it,
tulwar, and an ululating cry
where
rose.
is the one that makes
For a bare moment,
sorters?
every man in the camp froze. Then a shriek of
So come
"Kill
on.
them!" sent all rushing for their horses.
Darkfog Baseport
Conan pulled his
destroyed.
horse around as soon as the shout rose. There was no need to do more to
Got
ensure
belts,
being
but where's
followed.
sorters?
Back, he said, forcing his horse against those of Corella and Hordo. Avarius seemed to have broken free already. Back, for your lives!
No.
Corella sawed her reins, brought her horse around, and then all three were pounding back the way they had come. Conan kept an eye behind.
No.
For the twists of the trail he could see little, but what he saw told him the hillmen had been quicker to horse than he had hoped. The lead horseman, a burly man with his beard
So,
parted and curled like horns, flashed
maybe
into
this
and
one
out of
here.
sight as
The
trail
problem is,
wound round
people when they're
boulders and
building,
rock walls.
it's probably just like,
When they
oh,
reached the
you
soldiers,
get that from
they
the
must be
mole.
far enough ahead to distinguish
So,
themselves from the fierce tribesmen, though not far enough to allow
Never
too many
mind.
questions. Conan looked ahead.
We finished researching titanium glass, which means I can now go ahead
Rode close behind her,
and...
using his quirk to urge greater speed from her mount.
No, it's not there.
If Conan could buy the
It's
tenth of a glass at one of these narrow
tit
places,
glass, there we go.
as the Sumerian
No, that's the
rode
big
between
one.
two huge round
I want the
boulders,
smaller
he
one.
abruptly pulled his horse around.
Which is into here.
A quick glance showed
And
that neither of
then
the others
it
had noticed.
is
Moments
intermediate
would catch up to
products.
Bearded hillman galloped between the boulders, raised a wavering battle cry, and Conan's blade clove turban and skull to his shoulders. Even as the man fell from his saddle pad, more turbaned warriors were forcing their way into the gap. Conan's sword rose and
There we go,
fell in
titanium
murderous
glass.
butchery. Its steel-length
And it's
sting
slow,
quickly red,
only producing 9
blood
per
running onto
minute.
his arm and spattering across his
But that's
chest.
okay.
Of a sudden, he was aware of Corella, sword flashing, trying to
Now
push her
that's
way into
done,
sight.
we can go for the plane
Her
filter.
hair stood about her head like a mane, and battle light shone in her
But do we
green
have a
eyes.
plane filter yet?
Behind, Conan could hear Hordo
No,
calling
we
for her to
don't.
come back.
Destroyed.
Her curved blade took a hillman's throat, then another's slash cut one of her reins. A lance pinked her mount, and it reared, screaming and twisting, ripping the other rein from her hand. "Take her, Hordo!" Conan cried. He brought the flat of his blade down across the rump of her great
That's
black
gonna
horse,
take a
burning himself
while.
a bloody slash across his chest for his inattention to the hillmen. "Take her to safety, Hordo!" The big one-eyed brigand gathered in her dangling rein and spurred down the trail, pulling her horse behind. Conan heard her shouts fading. "Stop, Hordo! Drakee'll shrivel your eye and tongue! Stop this instant, Hordo! I command it! Hordo!" Conan had no time to watch, though, for he was engaged again even as she shouted. The hillmen tried to force their way through by sheer weight of numbers, but only 2 men at a time would fit into the gap, and when more tried, they fell before Conan's whirlwind blade.
Research.
There were 6 men down beneath the prancing hooves, then 7, 8. A horse stumbled on a body and reared. The savage cut Conan had intended for the hook-nosed rider half severed the horse's neck.
To do that, I'm going to need structure matrix, so the plane filter is a while yet. But at least we got titanium glass, although it's just, all it leads to is a, I can't tell what it leads to because we don't have that research yet. But we need it.
Threats of what would be done when Conan was taken told him they had not given up, though. He edged his horse back. Once he was gone, they would clear away the dead, tumbling men and horses alike by the trail and follow to avenge their honor. But he had gained the time he needed. The Sumerian pulled his horse around and booted it into a
So
gallop.
now I'm here.
Behind him, the blood-curdling cries.
That's it.
still
I'm looking
rose.
at the... And again, it's down to that...
14.
We've got a real bottleneck here, which seems to be very difficult to overcome.
And Hordo was
So I
assiduously avoiding
think
her savage
because
glare.
it's just
"Where's
being that
Avarius?"
tricky.
Conan said. There had been no sign of the man along the way. Corella thrust a murderous look at the big Sumerian, but there was no time to speak. For as he spoke, they rounded a bend, and there ahead was the Zamoran cavalry column. The officer in the lead raised his hand to signal a halt as the three reached him. Some of the mailed men eyed Conan's bloody sword and loosened their own in their scabbards. "Ho, my Lord General," Conan said, bowing to the blocky, sunburnt officer. His armor showed more wear than any general's ever had, the Sumerian thought. But flattery never hurt, and it could never be piled on too deeply. Though perhaps it might go better with the officer who joined them then, slender and handsome even beneath his dirt.
So what about the
"Captain,"
proliferators?
the blocky officer said, "not General. Captain Hieronydes."
No,
And suddenly
not
the
building
men
that.
showed quickly. The dark eyes that regarded him from beneath that russet-crested helm were shrewd. "Who are you, and what are the lot of you doing in the Kazantians?" "My name is Krato, noble captain," Conan said. "Late guard on a caravan bound from Sultanapur, as was this man, Cloudo by name. We had the misfortune to fall among hillmen. The lady is Vanya, daughter of Andiaz, a merchant of Turan who took passage with us. I fear that we three are all who survived. I also fear the hillmen are at our heels, for I looked back not long since and saw them on the trail behind." "Merchant's daughter," the young officer crowed. "With those bold eyes, if that wench is a merchant's daughter, I'm king of Turan." The captain's mouth tightened, but he kept silent. Conan could see him watching their reactions. "What say you, Krato? What price for an hour of the Jade's time?" Conan tensed, waiting for her to draw her sword, but she merely pulled herself haughtily erect.
Destroyed.
"Captain Hieronydes," she said coldly, "will you allow this man to speak so? My father may be dead, but I yet have relatives who have the ear of Yildiz, and in these months past I hear that your Tiridates wishes to be friends with King Yildiz."
Spaceport destroyed.
The captain still said nothing. "Your pardon, noble sir," Conan said, "but the hillmen..." Where were they, he wondered. "I see no hillmen," the young officer said sharply. "And I've heard of no caravan since those 7 that disappeared. More likely you're brigands yourselves who had a falling out with the rest of your band. Perhaps being put to the question will loosen your tongues." "The bastinado easily, Hieronytes," the captain said. Abruptly, he wore a warm smile for the three. "Speak more easily. I'm sure these unfortunates will tell us all they know, if only..." The smile froze on his face, then melted. "Sheol," he thundered. "You've brought them straight to us." Conan looked over his shoulder and would have shouted for joy if he dared. The hillmen sat their horses in a startled knot not 200 paces distant. But already the shock of seeing the soldiers was wearing off, and
There we
curved
go.
tulwars were being waved above turbaned
And we are
heads.
going to provide it to the others.
Ululating cries of defiance floated toward the cavalry. "Shall
So
we
now,
retreat?" Hieronytes
I
asked
need
nervously.
some of those.
"Fool," the hook-nosed captain spat. "When we turn away, they'll be on our backs like vultures on dead meat. Pass the word, but quietly, that I'll give no signal, but when I ride forward, every man is to charge as if he had a lance up his backside. Move, Lieutenant!" The slender officer licked his lips, then started down the column. Hieronydes turned a gimlet eye on Conan as he eased his sword. "I hope you can use that steel, big man, but in any case, you stay close to me. If we're alive when this is over, there are questions I want to ask." "Of course, noble Captain," Conan said. But Hieronydes was already spurring forward. Howling, the cavalry column poured after him up the trail. Screaming hillmen charged, and in an instant the two masses of men were locked in a maelstrom of flashing steel and blood. Corella and Hordo turned away from the battle and rode for a narrow gorge that let off the trail.
Darkfog
Conan hesitated, staring at the combat. Hieronymus might well have tried to kill him had the captain known who he was. But this leading the man to his death suddenly festered inside the tall Sumerian. Conan, Porto called over his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Ride before someone sees us going. The bearded ruffian continued to
Well, that will
suit his
do for
actions
that
with his
for the
words,
moment.
following close behind his auburn-haired leader. Reluctantly, Conan rode after them. As they made their way up the
It's not
shared
harming
wall,
anything,
the
I'll
dark
leave
rapids,
it for the
sounds
moment.
of killing seemed to follow them. For a long time, they rode in silence, till the battle noises had long since faded. The narrow passage opened into a canyon that meandered back to the east. Conan and Corella each rode locked in their own sour silence. Porto looked from one to the other, frowning. Finally, he spoke, with false jollity.
No.
You have a facile tongue, Conan. Why, you near had me believing my name was Cloudo for the bland look in those blue eyes of yours when you said it.
And again,
A
it's
thief had best have a facile tongue, Conan grunted, or a bandit. And speaking of facile tongues, what happened to that snake of berries? I have seen him not since before we met the hillmen. Porto forced a laugh with a worried glance at Corella, whose face looked like storm clouds on the horizon. We encountered the craven well down the path. He said he was guarding our back trail to keep our retreat open. Conan growled.
But you know what? It's been 6 hours.
Should have slipped the
This has
coward's
been great, but we'll stop it there.
many uses in him for that.
Really been enjoying Conan the Barbarian. We will listen more at another time. Goodbye.